got a guy like Grim, you got a guy like Floppy. You know, those are both very solid role players. So I want them to go up against a Furia team that has shown vulnerability, right? I mean, they've looked sharp so far at this RMR, but we know some of the hiccups they've had in recent times. So this is their chance to make a bold statement.
It's a complete 50-50 game for my money. As you said, Furia have shown weakness, so has Complexity. They played well 3-4 months ago, but they've been struggling so far to get it done in 24. Pain Gaming versus Imperial, a Brazilian brawl in that regard as well. Two teams that, yes, we knew they were great. Yes, we knew they stood a decent chance of qualifying. One of them will go through today. Another one will have another chance tomorrow. And I think that's a 50-50 for my money as well. And then first game of the day, obviously, we're heading into it. Boss versus Team Liquid. It should be very lopsided. It should be a clear-cut victory for Team Liquid, but we've seen upsets happening and we've seen Boss play way above expectations. So maybe we're gifted with another competitive game from the end.
Well, we've said goodbye to 3 NA teams so far, as well as 1 South American team as well. This NA kind of clash of the Titans, maybe, possibly. Who
I gotta get a beard
Boss
trim, boys.
Obviously being Allgless at the moment, you're
This shit's
expecting the
wild.
household name of Team Liquid to maybe come out looking stronger
Gotta get a beard
in this
trim.
one. So
This
talk
is
to me, Jacob.
crazy,
Obviously, these two teams
dude.
have faced off against one another previously. What can you tell me about how that actually went?
Well, it's been some of the most boring matches you possibly could watch because it's been Team Liquid running all over them, to be completely honest. It's been in a lot of online qualifiers. They played, I believe, 4 maps against each other, and every single time Liquid have absolutely destroyed Boss. You see it right here on your screen, 13-1, 13-2, 13-5, and another 13-5. So at no point has Boss made any game against Team Liquid competitive, and that's a Team Liquid who's been struggling online and who's been having a tough time doing well in these North American qualifiers. So for my money, you're looking at a game where, yes, Boss, they've played exceptionally.
You're a bit hungover? Oh no. Are we all a bit
so far,
hungover? I don't know. I
didn't
didn't drink, but I still feel hungover. I'm getting
What
old.
about individual players, especially when it comes to this squad of all of the boss players? What can you tell me about them?
What a vibing.
Well, Boss is in a very unique position because out of the 56 teams that have competed in the RMRs between Europe, Asia, and Americas, they are the only team that is not salaried, that has no organizational support. And so they've been just kind of persevering and trying to do their damnedest to kind of scrap together, you know, a squad to show up to this event and try to make their dreams a reality. Obviously, we know the tragedy that this team went through, and my heart goes out to them, but they've certainly done well.
I'll be right back one
battle through that. I mean, this is a squad. The core 4 has been together the bulk of 2023. They actually used to represent Wildcard up until I think around November of last year. They kind of went off on their own with this Boss project. Now they have Ponalone standing in as their 5th, and they have at times done pretty well in North America. They were doing pretty well in some of the ESEA Cash Cups at the end of last year, gets a lot of top 4 finishes against some solid squads. They actually qualified for the Thunderpick World Championships, you know, over teams like Nouns and M80. It made it to the international event. They were nearly at Jönköping. So they've had moments where they've looked really sharp, and they do have some pretty solid players like Darty and Freshie are a pretty solid, like, young rifling core. So they have some talent, and they've shown some shocking results so far at this tournament. I mean, they upset Made in Brazil on Ancient, nearly did it to Complexity as well. So I feel like they're making the most out of the situation.
So I'm liking the fact that you've mentioned Ponalone as one player to highlight from the side of Boss, but what about on the side of Liquid? Who is the man on everybody's minds?
Well, there's a couple. I'd say right now it's Twist. You know, he's the guy who's standing out. He's the guy so far in the tournament as well who's been playing exceptionally well for Team Liquid. Used to be Nafla as well, so the Canadian duo in that regard. Those two have been playing well for Team Liquid, and it's honestly the only 2 players who stepped up to deliver that we expected. Obviously, Skulls is a little bit excused. He's coming into a role where he's not necessarily supposed to be the star of the team. Yekinda is a player that we have under the loop. Kadian is a player we have under the loop, especially when you consider Ponalone versus Kadian in that raw op duel. I think there's a case to be made that in terms of individual output, Ponalone can match Kadian, what he's done so far in CS2. The stats are backing it up as well. The other side of the coin is, though, the Kadian, we spoke about it yesterday, he's focusing a lot on making the rest of Team Liquid work. So for Kadian not to have the great individual output on the server as of right now, it shouldn't be an issue when you're surrounded by players like Twist, like Yekinda, and like Nefly. So I'm not too worried on that behalf. However, I want to see Yekinda play well because it's been a very slow start for him ever since he was dropped as an in-game leader in Team Liquid.
Yeah, well, I mentioned it just a moment ago as well. Obviously, Team Liquid being somewhat of a household name in the wonderful world of esports, as well as CS as well. So what can you tell me about the previous runs that they've had, their major achievements to lead them into a position like this?
Well, that's the point I want to bring up here, Dos, right? You're looking at a Team Liquid who are 1 loss away from being eliminated from the major, and you look at a team who has a very rich history when it comes to the majors. They've been in semifinals, they've been in quarterfinals, they've been qualifying for the vast majority of the majors that we've seen. This graphic right here is going to take you a long, long time to go through, so I don't want to bore you with that, but just just look at the amount of majors this team have played, usually going to the playoff, usually going to the Legend States, and it's an organization with a rich history within Counter-Strike. For them to lose today, or tomorrow for that matter as well, would be a massive disappointment.
It's also worth noting that the NAF Twist combo was a part of that team that made the top 4 finish at the Face It Major in 2018. They also had top 8 finish at Berlin. You go even further forward, NAF's been with them the entire time through Cincinnati, and Yakindar was a part of their top 8 finish at the Paris Major. So I mean, these players have been a part of that history.
I don't know.
What I'm getting
I actually don't know how tall opponent is.
2016 majors and below were different faces, but the Liquid organization has always been one.
So I don't remember him being 6 foot, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
And you do expect him to be a part of the major for sure.
I'm liking the fact that you mentioned the NAF and Twist combo, but now on some sites we're having the Twist and Skulls combo. Thoughts on that? Are we liking it so far?
I'm loving it. I think Skulls is actually developing into quite a strong player. I think particularly on his CT sides, he is a very good anchor player. You know, doesn't require a lot of resources, has really good crosshair placement, also just really good game sense. Like when he's in situations on the CT side where you can kind of pick and choose his battles and just kind of like ride the wave of the round, so to speak, I think he's actually quite strong. So I do feel like he is developing in the right direction, and I don't know that you could really argue against that. I mean, the results speak for themselves.
I think that's a fair point to make. I think he's holding up to his own. He's not a player that's supposed to make the biggest difference on the server. He's not set up to make the biggest difference on the server either. So for him to hold his own and be somewhat solid on the CT side, I'll take that for now for Skulls.
And here we are on the pick.
Where's Gambo? I'll get you when I get the map. Oh wait, chat, I'm running an ad. Ad.
So limited. They don't really do well on Mirage, Overpass, Inferno, or Vertigo. They can only get rid of one of those 4. They decide to get rid of Overpass. Obviously, when it comes to picks, Liquid could go a lot of different directions here. I mean, they play all the maps very well.
Inferno would be a no-brainer for Team Liquid in this regard. Yeah, it's coming in now.
Yeah, Ancient would be a good pick here, obviously, for Bosch, just considering their success they've had in the tournament so far on it. So not surprised to see Ancient come through in that regard. I think the problem is, though, is like that's really the only map that they have, unfortunately. Again, you look at the rest of their map pool, this is where they really struggle. Meanwhile, Liquid, outside of their permaban Vertigo, they're willing to play any map, and they get Inferno, which is a strong pick for them. And then Anubis has been great for them as well. They're 7-1 in the North American region on Anubis. You know, very, very sharp.
Oh, somebody got it.
On
nice.
That. So
cool.
obviously, no advantage was gained here by Boston to pick back.
No, and I like that. You know, they're picking into Ancient, well knowing that it's one of the stronger maps of Team Liquid. It's one of the maps they have a higher win percentage on. It's one of the maps they played an awful lot in these NA qualifiers. Last time they did play it, they did lose to Nouns in a game that wasn't too pretty, but apart from that, they've shown a decent amount of consistency. If you're Boss, you're going into this game knowing that there's nothing you can do in a Veto to apply pressure to Team Liquid.
Right.
So you may as well just pick into what you've been playing well on yourself, which we've seen twice on Ancient.
Yeah, Inferno's going to be a tough one, though. I mean, obviously, Boss is already dealing with the stand-in situation. That's bad enough, but even prior to that, their Inferno had been really weak in CS2, 1-4 record coming into this RMR. Haven't really seen any success. They used to be pretty good on it in CSGO, like the core 4 of this team, back when they were still representing Wildcard in the older version of CS. They actually did have a pretty decent Inferno, but in CS2, it just hasn't been there, and you're going up against a Liquid team who's very confident on it.
So you boys need to break down for me really quick, Jacob, how are Liquid going to look to approach this Inferno? What are we hoping to see from them?
To be completely honest, just do whatever they want to. Liquid is far superior in terms of individual gameplay right here. I think you can allow yourself to have a guy like Yakindar roam around, play banana, be aggressive, you know.
Imagine being born in the 1900s. I could never.
Away from Boss, because I think they played exceptionally well so far in this tournament, considering what we expected from them coming in. But we're talking about a team with 5 players who are earning more salaries than any of these players, as you said, unsalaried for Team Boss. And you're speaking of some of the best players in the world in their roles. So I would be highly, highly surprised if we get a competitive game.
I'll say this, I just want Liquid to look sharper. You know, this is an opportunity for you to kind of fix some of the issues you've been having throughout the tournament. So yeah, we expect them to win, but they need to do so clean.
Anything but a win is a disappointment.
Well, over to the lyrical master is Jackie and Vince.
Oh, Jazz, you always butter us up and get us ready for the big bangers.
All right, here we go.
Hopefully, this will be one that delivers. Liquid facing elimination up against Boss. Can they bring out the all caps in a game like this, Vince?
What the fucking base is this?
On Inferno. A little bit of Vaseline on the screen to keep this one clean, Vince. It is going to be a banger.
Let's hope that Pone can wipe that one away in time for them to push, which he has done just that. However, it's going to be into an early demise anyway. Dirtbath has been pushed in by Skulls, and they're just going to be ripping straight onto the site. You heard Pimp say, just do whatever you want. Well, Liquid, zero respect shown there with that quad push. And in the post plant, they're going to have the advantage here as well. Going to be a difficult one to retake with Twists also in middle. The Shadow betraying Darty around the corner, and Twists goes in for a second.
severing his way through the
Shit, I didn't put on my boosters.
shutting down anyone from Boss that looked to make their way back into the bomb site. Not going to allow them to carve a path. Already KD interrupting and trying to get the entire squad dialed in and ready, knowing that this is a very important game. Doesn't matter what
Rav,
the
thanks for
opponent is,
35
doesn't
month
matter where
resub.
you
Ghosty,
are,
thanks for the
you're
54.
one game
Lonely with the
away from
20. And
elimination.
Taha,
Can't
thanks for the
allow that to
27.
happen.
Thank you.
Not
Good morning. Good
investment into the
morning.
Liquid project, obviously something we're going to see develop over some time, but not making it to the major would be a big X.
Look at Darty. Wow.
Oh, it would just be unacceptable. I mean, I'm not going to mince words or anything. If Liquid don't make it here, then there's massive questions to be asked. Yes, the roster hasn't been together for a huge amount of time, but everything coming into this tournament, you felt like Liquid had to qualify. They had to be one of those 5 teams. You were looking at like Liquid and Complexity.
Zora, thanks for the
tier
3
teams.
44 month resub. Thank you, beautiful.
Imperials, maybes as well, but if Liquid lose this matchup, considering that Boss have only picked up 11 rounds in the last 4 times they've played collectively, there's got to be big questions asked to this team.
There really has to be. Yeah, there really has to be. Quick one, whilst we've got a bit of a technical timeout here fixing an issue with one of the mics, we can have a bit of a look back into the past. So the previous time these two teams went head-to-head,
That's some new ink on your Kinder, dude?
other than the fact that Ancient and Anubis were flipped. So it's a little bit different there, Vince. You know, we never know. Maybe we'll see a different flavor going into Ancient. That is going to be the guaranteed second map in the series. Anubis will have to wait in the wings towards the very end. And I'm curious.
Looks
how
incomplete. It does look a little
in terms of the overall game plan for Liquid
isolated.
Because up against Bestia, there was a lot of ridiculous clutch rounds, right? Unsustainable rounds.
Jin, thanks for 27 month resub. Thank you.
Flash in the pan level plays, but it was their CT side that felt like it had a majority of the issues. So starting off on T here could be a blessing for them.
Yeah, that's very true. And plus, obviously, on the CT side as well, you're playing more static. And if you're being a bit twitchy, a bit nervy, it can definitely be a bit of a detriment. But nothing twitchy or nervy about this. Just a full-on rush down banana. And Boss have got themselves 2 kills in return. They're not able to pick up either of those weapons, unfortunately. And it feels like they're one.
I mean, fuck it. The fact that they got 2 kills right there, not bad.
Blow. There is a Zeus out in the apps, but no one's going to see action over on that side of the map. It is down to Cryptic, and he is found and put down with authority. Like we're going to take the 2-0. Yeah, maybe starting on the side just allows them to
on that pick messes me up, dude.
Run and gun it a little bit more. Rely on their aim, and these are components of Liquid that obviously we know they're one of the best teams in the RMRs. Actually, they have some of the best players in the entire world when it comes to aim. I mean, Twists himself, this guy could have gone to pretty much any roster in the world and decided to come back to NA, decided to go back home again. So you're looking at players like him and Naf, these guys are insane.
Yeah, a lot of talent. Definitely a lot of talent. Optics for the future as well with Skulls, right? Who's
Sunday drinking game. Take a shot every time Liquid makes you nervous.
Definitely very talented.
I would just be drinking one continuous drink.
Do an awful lot of damage. Oh, mate. It's a shame we didn't see it with the old Zeus play. All in all, not a bad eco, right? You go running down banana, force 2 guns out their hands. It's not the worst case scenario. Would have been better if you got the Zeus in. He's hoping maybe they'll exit out towards Ruin sides, but they're all going to barrel down banana and get away.
He's going to try and shut down one in the back. There are 2 players that are low here. He might get away with this one. I like the idea from Freshie. Yeah. A couple of prayers to Zeus, and then decide to try and go for the backstab. And
some Kiwi got this.
So, fair play. And that's another element to this as well. Like, all the pressure is on Liquid shoulders for this game.
Yeah,
definitely. You know, like, no disrespect to Boss whatsoever. Like, obviously, Ponalone's only been in the roster for just over a month. This is a team that is going through a bit of a tumultuous period right now. So they're coming into this tournament. I'm not saying that there's no pressure on them. Of course, they're here to win. But
Braves, thank you again for the 37. Thank you, thank you.
It's a very different dynamic for both teams.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. And that's something that obviously, if you start taking rounds,
hey,
especially compared to the previous results that we've seen, where they weren't really able to get themselves on the board, you do it now on LAN where you can build each other up, start to get that sort of momentum behind you, that can quite quickly mount. It's pressure that can creep into the minds of Liquid. You see the difference.
Benja with a 28-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's instantly up to his old tricks, right? Going to be yelling, going to be deflecting.
Chat, I'm looking for hot, thick, juicy Oilers once again, and/or member mommies on YouTube, and I'm matching all gifted.
Future stress. For now, 2 players set up round towards quad side, up on top. You've also got
Marshall, thanks to the 20-month resub. Thank you.
Round 3 balcony, and they are close towards brackets. The early molly goes in, but that won't do any damage. Heat rises, Vince, but not that high.
Yeah, there's a nice little buffer of that quad. The tiles are going to shield any of the heat. And Ponalone and the rest of the gang are able to back off onto the site. They've got their player pick from former Twists. Bath is going to go back in, spotting a shoulder just around the corner. But the CTs have done a really good job here of stalling a lot of time. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock. And other than a very aggressive Yekindar up on Banana that they may pivot back to, not much else has gone in favor of Liquid here.
Starting to wrap off as well. Using some utility to still sell the idea of a late play, potentially making them believe they're going to bleed round through Arch side as well. But the real execute's on B, and there's some utility here that could really throw a spanner in the works. The Molotov goes out at the right time. You've only got 20 seconds left on the clock, so it's got to be clean here for Liquid. The rotations are arriving. Famus in the back of the bomb site. Brett waiting to unleash. 11 seconds on the clock. You've got to go and get those entries. They're all getting themselves stuck. It's looking good for Skulls, though.
Oh, they just got nervous, bro.
3 seconds as the bomb goes down. Oh, that's going to be tight, Vince. It's just over the mark.
What?
It was half a
They
second
lost.
too slow.
Oh my god. Oh my
that is
god.
so demoralizing if you're Liquid.
Oh
Caught
my.
in such an awkward spot. And it was that Molotov, you highlighted it.
I couldn't
Plus,
tell,
even
like,
though
it was
neither of the
kinda-
players on the site
anybody
got
else
a
struggled to
kill,
tell if
they
we
put
got it
so
on
many
time or
bullets
not?
down range that you just saw Liquid were too scared to actually push in, and that was
Yep,
the difference
everybody
maker.
drink. Ray, thanks for the
It's one
9-month
of those where
timer.
You're watching it on the timer and thinking maybe it's off just very slightly. Maybe it was 4 seconds in game and he got it down at the last possible chance. But no, he just left it far too late on the actual execute out. Oh, that's going to be a rough round to take on the chin. That's a hefty nade to open up the follow-up as well, slowing them down on the push towards middle.
It's an awkward one for Liquid, but give props to Boss for stalling that as long as they did. And they're going to go for the same quad stack again. 2 players up there. Freshie watching apps from a different angle. And Yekindar, I've got a big sense of deja vu pushing Banana by himself. It's almost like
Not a
identical
quad
start
stack.
to last round.
Unless he's calling this quad.
Same setup as well, 2 players up on top. They tried to clear it this time, but they're getting mauled. Ponalone does not need backup. He does it all
Oh
on
my
his
god.
lonesome.
Everybody
Freshie
drink.
falls. Snaf goes down on the trade back, and you've only got 2 players
Everybody
left.
drink.
Liquid.
Matthias, thanks for
looking pretty
245
brutal into
biddies.
this
Thank
one.
you.
Yekindar on 64. Switches over the Galil to Cadian.
Winner of this qualifies?
22
No, we're in the
HP
Americas
himself.
region where everything is
How do you even
fucked.
build into this one, though? Round
Winner
4.
just stays alive.
That'd be looking incredibly good for Boss here to get 2 on the
Losers
board.
out.
Straightforward kill for Brett. Catches Yekindar off guard, and Cadian, with 38 seconds, 22 health to his name, Anigalil is about to get hunted down by Brett. Takes his head instantly. Immediate headshot. But that is one of many that he has to deal with. So I think it's going to be a save back in T-Spawn. And this is the other element as well. Like, you know, we talk about previous stats in the IEM Dallas and Chengdu.
One of the drinking game rules, every
We
time Liquid
discussed
makes
in
you
the EU
nervous, you
portion
have
the
to
RMRs
drink.
as well, man. Like, a lot of teams, a lot of players get an RMR buff.
Oh,
when
absolutely.
they get to this point, this is where we see the best they have in store, the best they have to offer. As Katie is just chilling in the corner. But I think that's kind of what we're seeing from Boss here. You know, coming into the tournament, they looked like they were just going to get destroyed every time they played Liquid, and yet early doors already, you're seeing that Liquid, they're being tested. Some of it is
Crazewolf with a
self-inflicted,
32-month
sure,
primer,
but
thank
some
you.
of it is
Mango with the
Boss just
19,
landing
thank
shots,
you.
man. Like,
Any
that
primers,
stack
prime
on top
forgetters,
of,
Oilers out there?
The quad side, just destroying those players, winning all their duels.
I think that's the difference of them going into it feeling very confident for a lot of these fights as well. You could see overall, like, everyone on the same page. They had the huddle before the game, the Bosch yell that went out.
Oh yeah, Darty's mullet goes crazy. Did you get some sleep last year? Or
Has
are you
been
so
all caps
fucked?
thus far. 2-2 then. No money in the bank for Liquid, of course. It will just be the one weapon that was brought over from the previous for Cadian. That's what they've really got to play off. At least there's 2 flashbangs, so you could try and set up for maybe a cheeky pop round the corner on quad if you want to go
Got some
for it,
rest.
see
I've
if
been
you
up
can
since
flash
8,
them
4
off.
a.m. Damn.
They switch up the setup a bit this time, expecting a potential faster B play with a low cash for the T's, though.
I think he made noise.
Boss have a chance to go 1 round better than they did last time they played against Liquid. They only got 2 rounds. That was back about 6 or 7 days ago.
Extra
Ponalone
ingredients. I'm literally doing the
will be
brand
called
shit.
upon
Yeah.
because Freshie is there,
So,
but
like,
now
it's like a
Ponalone is
bunch
gonna get tried
of
and tested, and he passes
different
alongside
flavors.
Freshie. It's a clean lockdown.
And they use like
Boss take the
whey
lead
protein and
3-2.
shit. So like, Right now I'm having
nice
like what
and tight as well.
this one's called Mocha Dream.
Even into the previous round,
I like
I
it because this one's got caffeine in it. Not all of them do, but this one does.
Cadian and throw away some of those weapons. It was only the one casualty here. Here it's even better, where no one falls. So at least you get a bit of extra money in the coffers. Your wallet will start to swell a little bit.
Fat Daddy Brad, thanks for the 1 gifted. Thank you. Power, thanks to the 14-month primer. Thank you.
It goes back to that point that you raised as well.
Overdose on caffeine.
Like, maybe it's better to start on the T side. This is the other edge of that sword, though. If you start shaky and you start losing rounds that you
go like
shouldn't,
350 milligrams for the whole day.
Where it went against them. That's where things can go from bad to worse and cryptic. Oh, he's burying them where they stand in Banana. Yakindar yet to get off the mark again.
If there's anybody you should be worried about, it's fucking JoJo.
So far in the RMRs, and that's not changing anytime soon, it would appear.
No, that is.
Imagine Ponalone sends Liquid home, chat.
If he plays towards Banana.
Holy shit.
So I was actually a little bit more worried about Inferno as the starting point as well. History would lead you to believe that this would be Liquid's all day, but already here, there is gaps, there is openings, and Boss are pulling out the crowbar, Vince. They're finding their way into the game.
How many milligrams of caffeine do I drink a day? 300 usually.
Certainly are, Jackie, and I know some people weren't completely sold on Liquid.
150 in the coffee in the morning, 140 to 160 in the monster, depending on which flavor I have.
Ponalone going into the site. There's Molotovs and flashes being traded. Freshy's going to burn alive, but Nap puts him down with the AK. And 40 seconds on the clock. Ponalone, living up to his name, sprays down 3. Secures his 8th, and Boss get a 4-2 lead. That was against Rifles, and they hold the line.
Oh, mate, age is just a number. If you're a natural-born gamer, you do it every damn day. Comes out swinging again.
Crimson with a 43-month reset. Oh, my God.
It can't be allowed, surely.
Let's go, Pone.
Oh, man, they brought a knife to a gunfight there big time. Ponalone just standing and delivering. Say, come on, then. What you got for me?
You want to scrap, boys?
Yeah.
He was ready for it. Nice way to get things going.
Are you asking me, Dev, for the brand name? No, that's literally what they're called is overnight oats. Not in that chat. Not in that.
Boost up on top again. Quad side control has been a heavy part of the setup for the CT side. For Liquid, it's been a bit uncomfortable towards Banana, but Yakindar, he'll try to force the issue again, waltzing his way through the smokes. The back of the bomb site. 2 players over towards Dark and New Box. You've got nades, you can slow this, but there's not been much information. Looks like it might be a bit of a faster play. A pop round the corner and just
the 45-month reset, thank you.
Brett and Cryptic have done a really good job of holding the line before in previous rounds.
30 seconds left.
Good.
Oh.
2 kills. Make it 4.
Bro, they're settling in. They're settling in, chat. This is
kind of rounds where Liquid would be hoping for a kill. Maybe a bomb plant.
Liquid, every round you guys lose, your bravado of being Liquid goes away.
In the process of this shutdown round. And that'll be Boss off to a 5-2. And
every round you guys get closer to an FPL game.
From behind if
and every round Boss levels up.
Nice shot.
There you go.
Economy honest, at least. But at this point,
8th and thanks to the 15-month primer. Death by thanks for your 58-month resub. Lexinator with the 45. Thank you.
Don't give Caden an opportunity. Don't give him a sniff into this round.
No, you've got him
I think Twist is regretting leaving phase.
I mean, together, so at least the spam has to come out with the Deagle.
That's tough to say, bro. Like, would he probably rather still be on phase and not have had to have moved altogether? Yeah, but there's no way you could have known.
Nice use of the nades as well. They're coming into that instantly. Got hit by the HE, strips so much health off.
Kind of
but of course, it
I
just
hope he doesn't think like that, because if you do, you're gonna be fucked. I don't think he does, because if he did, I think he'd perform a lot worse.
One thing that Cadian talked about, I think it was yesterday, the day before, he said the problem that we're
was it completely his decision to leave phase?
Is not being something that they could bank off.
Short version,
with a game like
FaZe was getting bought by the same ownership group that owned Cole. Nobody knew what was happening. FaZe ownership and management basically ghosted Twist's contract up until 1 month and on renewal. That's not normal.
Guaranteed sort of consistent protocols working out. That's where things start to come apart at the seams. That's what we're kind of seeing here again. They're trying, but under control.
And as I've explained to chat before, you know, and as you see with a lot of good players, you don't always have a guaranteed seat in the game.
And just win out on the duels. Well, they can't win out on duels either. Nothing is working for them.
I know it seems crazy to be like, yeah, Twist might, like, you know what I mean? Like, But it's true. You see very good players all the time get cucked by contracts and just on the sidelines.
Now they're going to switch it up. They go back to B again.
So you don't want to just,
top banana control.
you know,
Kindar's going to stick to his guns and playing around this.
I would hope for his sake he doesn't really regret it from the standpoint that like he couldn't have made a better decision with the information that was available to him. You know what I mean?
You've still got the nades. So getting out of this choke point is now the harder piece of the puzzle, but at least banana control is
like
taking
that.
it to the back.
Living with regret when you make a decision like that is like that's rough.
Smoke down. It would appear that Brett and Cryptic are deciding to push behind this, just clear off those close angles. Interesting, they're retreating a third player over from A, even though they've seen nothing on B for a while. And this could prove to be to their detriment here, Jackie. That
I'm not repeating all that, chat. You can go back on the bottom if you want, but I've talked about it before, so.
And he will get his man of Brett. Some intel does get gathered, but it's more of a lurk
Buddy
than
with a
anything
16-month resub, thank you.
Still the commit towards the A play. You've got backup in apartments. They're bleeding their way out round Arch side as well.
This is closer to his parents.
On the clock.
I don't think this version of Liquid stays in the US very long, guys.
Attempting to defend
or an NA rather, since
last
he's Canadian.
Being thrown out as well. Clear pit if possible. Freshie backing up with a double setup on Ponalone, but now they've rused everyone. The complete
they do for tournaments, but I don't think they do otherwise.
24 seconds, they retreat back and go to B.
It's a great call from Cadian here. Should have a welcome match.
All right, Liquid.
Red carpet for their arrival.
Made the right read. We're in there. You Kinder got on the board.
I mean, Boss have enough funds to justify going in for a potential retake, but it's like the bigger picture at this stage.
They kind of have to for all the qualifiers. Yeah, for now. If they can get enough world ranking points, so I would imagine Liquid doesn't spend any time really in NA.
On the board, though, for the first time in what will feel like forever, they're going to get to their third, and Skulls is in a hot pursuit. He may try and deny some of these weapons. The thing is, the economy for the T's not.
That's Marshall my point.
They can't really afford to lose too many weapons of their own.
If you over-egg this one, could be a bit punishing. Skulls and Twists were left on the lurk, hoping that maybe they'd come running around, look for the retake like you say, but nothing was there. They opt to keep the economy building, give themselves longevity in this game, not play for the instant clash back. A 5-3 scoreline in the first half as well.
I don't know how Warriors reached the point of making their best players IGL. I don't know.
The team over the course of this game.
And ever since Kinder became the IGL, it's just like, I think his individual level has just gotten worse and worse.
Super close, tense game between these two
Dumbo
squads.
with 11-month resub, thank you.
In that previous round, well, that was enough to seal the deal. And it was a good call from Cadian. Realizing that B-side was ripe for the taking, an over-rotation from Boss, going in for the gamble stack. Not sure if we'll see that happen again. It did kind of pivot off Yekindar catching a player in Banana, and they're going to be checking those angles from here on out, doing their due diligence.
It's one of those as well where obviously that nade sound now plays with or without armor, but it can be a bit inconsistent. So even though it landed right on his head, they might have not heard the big chunky noise. So he didn't think to clear it, lost out on the fight. Kindar again takes the opening chip damage.
Mom doesn't want. Bless you, he wants 5 gifted. That's right. If you really were worried about me, get 5.
No. Waiting to see if anyone's
imagine.
Down,
don't bless me.
Rotation.
Put money on the ground.
Boss a little bit with these slower rounds now. It's a different style of game coming out from Liquid.
I'm doing good, cats.
Definitely slowing things down, and I think you're seeing
Scaver the 27. Thank you.
A pistol round just straight in the face. A lot of aggression early doors, and once they were brought back to reality and crated into the deck after that,
hell yeah, Scav. Let them know that you're a Flom sub, you know?
It seemed like things changed. The problem is, though, are they going to start
get strong?
Too far
really
on
just
the other side of the spectrum,
lay out
too slow.
all your faults out there immediately. Just unload. That'll go well.
Again.
Right in the back. Support of his teammate, Encryptic playing anti-flash, but they get up ahead. They're able to find the backstab.
Oh, that lineup
it's a bit of a team kill, but it won't matter. You've won out on the
that lineup did look crazy though.
Cadian can secure the bomb plant, so it's all down to the lonesome twosome running background.
Liquid starting to simplify this G side, and it is definitely working.
And the round goes with it. Money in the bank still for Boss, but Liquid starting to clamor back rounds on their T half.
Ponalone is chewing.
Yeah, not waiting for the full execute.
What brand do you think it is?
Flashes and mollies, and that's why they were playing the anti-flash positions. It did catch them off guard with that fast peek from Yekindar, got the entry. So even within the context of going for that execute, there was a slight change, a slight variation. Which
Big Red, dude, Ponalone with the big, dude. The Big Red would go crazy with Bone.
No, they have levels to them.
Big League 2 or Big Red would be nuts.
5-4 the score. One saved M4 will afford them another buy. Got tons of cash, to be fair. They can probably buy for the next 2 or 3 rounds for the rest of the half. But Boss will be calling the timeout.
So it's interesting watching Cadian kind of talk with the hands, the way that he dials into everyone. Boss's timeout, though. With a big
Why is the coach talking to the admin during the timeout?
Being warmed up by the quick pass. Ooh, maybe that could get him back into his winning ways. He's looked damn good when he's been pushed towards the bomb site, but it's the fact they're playing that slower game now, right? They're obviously just trying to toy with him a lot more. And I think that is exactly what you're saying. It's just a lot more respect now off the back of the first couple rounds. They're realizing, all right, we really do have to kind of give it our all into this one. Let's focus back up to where we are.
With the 8-month primer,
exactly.
thank you.
I mean, I'm sure Liquid came into this game knowing the sort of stakes and understanding the very large gravity of the situation. So it's not as if they were running kind of being disrespectful necessarily.
Based on the fact that homie had his headset off again, I think I was just getting bamboozled by the camera.
To free flow into the game, feel your way out, and then they realized, okay, listen,
they're not cutting the live versions of the team each time, I think.
Protocol heavy against these guys,
which is really odd.
When it comes to them holding position statically, they have super good aim on the side of Boss. Like, you're not going to completely bully these guys.
No, not at all. This is a bit of a cage match between these sides. Both locked in on Inferno. And Pone donned the orb. He's taken that early with a 3-player setup towards Banana. This has been the late flanks back where Liquid tried to sell the idea of an A play and then double around, but Yekindar's on the move to support this time, at least with the utility. You've only got 2 players there, both of them round towards pit side. Arch open at the minute.
Oh, damn.
Darty and Freshy looking to work off one another with a pin pulled on the Molotov for quad.
Liquid knowing they condition that B hit.
Smoked off. Skull's going to be spilling onto the side. Back. Gets polished on. He's there. Shuts him down with a
where are you looking, bro?
Seemed completely unaware as to the positions of the CTs.
Homie.
Understandable, he was the spearhead
Homie
of the
literally looked lost.
Liquid into all sorts of problems now. Darty watching onto the smoke, and it will clear as he carves a path through Cadian, locking down the site and surely the round on top
what a
of it.
hold from Freshy and Darty, dude.
And Yekindar and Twists, they're trying to get the hell out of here.
Everybody drink.
Got to clutch on to the AKs in their hands. Tuck tail and turn. Walk away and give this one up. Stalwart defense there on the push. Your 2 players that needed to find frags absolutely deliver. Pone didn't reveal the AWP at all either. There wasn't a single shot fired from the weapon, so you're not going to know that it's in play at this point. Still a bit of an ace in the sleeve for Boss in this opening half.
Is it 2 losses and you're out? Yep. It's a horrible format.
Mate, what was that?
That was the victory call, Vince. That was the victory call.
He's just squawked at his teammates. That's how they stay drilled. Hey, fair play, mate. Each to their own. You know, I'm not judging. I'm just confused.
Guild Eagles just appear everywhere. You can never get rid of them, Vince.
Oh, every reason to be hyped, though. Obviously, that's a straight-up rifle round that you have triumphed over Liquid, and you made it look easy in the process. Skull's got a bit unfortunate with the timing, dropping, checking mini pit the wrong side, shut down in the back, and then everything just kind of fell into place.
Yeah. It's interesting as well, right? Like how obviously you come into it and it's one of those where you think, oh, it's going to be a Cadian classic where, you know, he's showboating.
You might not like it, chap, but Ponalone is what peak performance looks like.
Don't worry about the overall game, kind of like keep the energy high. And then it's straight back to what we had seen last time they were playing Inferno, where it's somber faces, a lot of very serious talks, the one-on-one conversations where you're just trying to fix the issues on the fly. This could be the band-aid that they might
Why start 3B with the op instead of 2 trading places when the op goes to A?
Ponalone, of course, still has his AWP
3B with the op instead of 2 and trading places when the op goes to A. Oh, usually, well,
normally when you see KD,
I'm understanding what you're saying or asking me.
Much slower pace round.
No, usually you 3B and you leave the op B.
Boosting into bedroom for the time being. Twists and Skulls
usually
getting themselves comfortable. And there are no CTs to evict.
You want,
these premises.
if you're using the op on a CT Inferno, you need to be in the bomb site that's getting hit, which is a little like.
But imagine that Liquid probably have a read of the situation.
Like it's not as necessary in some other maps, like to be there that early.
Looks like they'll be picking up the speed a little bit.
But if you're not in it when it gets hit, you're just like, you know, stuck.
You're going for the same play once again. This time it's the jiggle peek round the corner.
I'm surprised Boss is just sitting here like this though.
They're hoping they're going to believe
they're now getting info, but this feels so late.
Start to send those players over.
Whoa, but Boss is aggroing lane? Oh my god.
To play off his teammates' support here to hold deep.
I mean, yeah, they have no nades. I guess they kind of are fucked. Like,
flashbang over the top.
These guys on lane desperately need their homies to get here. They've been here for fucking 40 seconds.
We've had us setting themselves up here. They want this swing brackets. KD with a flick strikes on the first man. Now the twist, take two.
This is
really nice passage of play there for Liquid. As Naf is just cleaning up the rest.
So that round was lost not because of the A players.
Bestia that really shone very bright indeed. It was a bit of a rough showing.
That round is a prime example of what in the fuck are we doing at B, boys?
Was there as well.
They sat 3B for so long, not getting any information and just gambling.
They just waited long enough, Jack. As you said, it almost felt like they got a little bit restless. They wanted information because they had that one player on B, and they wanted to try
I get why they're stacking B, but you have 3 there with a fucking op. You gotta have a little bit of like, you have to play, you know.
Opponents could get peaked as well.
I mean, normal isn't fair to say, but like normal. Like if they,
so it won't matter too much.
If they were playing anybody else, or if they had the names hidden who was in the server, I feel like they go get info there.
Yeah, and this is the importance. This is kind of the repercussion or the positive element.
If it just said you're playing Team Anonymous and you're in that situation, they would have got B info or rotated way earlier.
Gone in for that one. They would have actually. I mean, we saw Guild Eagles go for these kinds of plays multiple times, and it ended up costing them dearly. So saving those 4 weapons now affords them the luxury to go for this buy, as opposed to being down to like MP9s, 5.7s, the usual hodgepodge of weaponry. But let's see if they can make it work. Ponalone, aggressive and apps, but taking that fire damage has to back out.
Oh, the follow-up ticks as well, burning so much harder there. Stripping almost half his HP entirely off him. No contact, just raw chip damage. Nikindar feeling the same fate. As the nade's thrown down, they know it's the common angle he's been playing him. So they hit him straight on the head, and Freshie with
is there a point to hunt that? They have so much money in the last run.
And stabs onto
You're talking about liquid hunting? Yeah, that's why they hunt. They have so much money.
So he wants the rent money.
You're taking away the shit. Oh, or do you mean boss? I mean, it didn't really matter either way.
Oof. Well, he's not taking no for an answer, but Naf decides that he's going to try and squat as best as he can in there and draw fire, alleviate the pressure off the B site. Cadian looking to try an entry in on the site. Says, screw it, I'll do it alone, then, boys.
God.
Gets the pick, but gets smoked off and backs out to pick up the bomb. Another entry, this time going the way of Yakindar. Opens up business on mid.
Darty on the overextension, looking to get the info back towards middle. After Cadian found that pick. Oh,
nice. Jesus Christ.
It rip with the
how'd that miss? What?
Yakindar trying to push his way up. They want to
how did that fucking miss?
Just that. They take the man down, and it's a 1 versus 3. Last round of the half, Brett, all to do.
Now we're seeing shades of the twist that we know. That's a nasty, nasty entry. No hope of being
do you leg him? Really?
Brett out into the open, into the lines, then.
Was it on Yakinder? Because it didn't do that much damage then.
Very low, 14 HP, but Yakindar's not going to overstay his welcome. Backs off, playing the strength in numbers, and the backstab about to come in. There it is from Twist, and Liquid going to seal it up at 6-6 come the second half. I think they'll be relatively happy with that, even though they did get off to a lead. That middle portion of the half was a little bit dodgy.
Yeah, definitely a couple of rounds that were...
Liquid did start to settle into that half.
Dice on them, it probably wouldn't have happened the same way. All in order.
Boss looked pretty good though on a few of those rounds. I think they got a little...
The opening half there on their CT side. Now the question is...
Little flat-footed there.
Unleash on their T half, really, especially coming into this pistol. A lot of talented pistol players on that Liquid team.
I think after how many rounds, like Liquid kind of was early walking into B. I think it just kind of made Boss a bit paranoid
about the fact you've been trailing for a little while. You're instantly in the position to command the game.
Which I mean, it's hard. It's hard not to be worried about that kind of stuff. Like that's all part of the game, you know. But that
round, obviously,
that one round that I keep coming back to, I feel like that one was
all boss for quite a while. So
they had to get moving on that one.
Liquid can rinse and repeat, as you highlighted, very individually capable players with the pistols, and they've guessed correctly. All 10 players gonna bump heads as they ram into one another through mid and second mid, and it's
they might have. You never know.
His account with 2.
And this is a read. This is one they knew about going into it, expected the pistol from Boss, and were able to combat it by sending all players to just scrap, throwing out haymakers down towards second mid, but finally 2 frags come back to back up the Boss boys. They're looking to shut this one down, and they're giving them the 1-for-1s. Okay, tables turn. We're into a 2v2.
Okay.
Hone makes his move through the underpass and looks to fight top mid. First shot goes awry, and they're doubled up. They know they've got him trapped. Freshy's got to bail his boy out on the re-peek from the side.
This was a 3 versus 5. And although the HP still favoring Liquid, the fact that we're even in this position in the first place from these overextension peaks through middle is kind of insane. Now, Cadian's effectively in a 1-on-2. If they peek him both together and they get the clean kill, this round heavily goes in favor of Boss. It is so nice here in fucking Vince again. Is crossing his fingers and
FBJ, thanks to the 23-month recent thank you. Scabs, thanks to the 45.
And now the information's going to come through. Flash proceeds to push. Oh, it's a TK. Freshy leaping into the air. Nullifies Cadian, but shut down by his teammate. Freshy has tons of time now for this post plant. Twist's going to be coming in on the arches. It gets taken down by Freshy.
Well done. Well done.
How have you lost that, Liquid?
Oh, drink twice. Drink twice.
With the read, Vince. They felt like they had it any damn day of the week.
Drink
they
twice.
Keep giving them 1-for-1 fights, and they get punished for it. Freshy with a bloodlust at the end, but it doesn't matter because he still batters them with the Glock. Oh, that's a pistol round with authority. If you can keep this up, if you don't throw things away now, going back into it, play against the anti-eco, this could be hellish. There it is from his POV as well, but it's this one that matters.
Oh shit, Ender's found his way into my YouTube stream after getting permanently his account deleted on Twitch.
Oh my. Well,
I probably shouldn't have said that because now somebody's going to ask why.
At the cost of the likes of Twist.
Chat friendly reminder, don't joke about your age on Twitch because you will get automatically deleted by the bots,
in the meanwhile, Boss
the moderation bots.
The moves on Banana, sending Cryptic by himself into the smoke. He's gonna be trying to wrap around, but it's a freebie.
If you say you're below the age of the TOS, your account will just be immediately terminated by the bots.
Brute force strength is what you need. Claw back the round on the attack towards B. Utilities coming
Every time somebody thinks they're hilarious, they always do it. They usually get banned within about 5 minutes.
He's thick at the best of times, but Freshy with a Molotov. It goes down towards the back of the site, burns out Brett. Ponalone is all left in a 1v2. He's got a bit of time here. Both of the CTs are relatively far away. They're going for the split push back into the bomb site with a retake, but he's paranoid about the peaks, expecting them to be close on the site. The last smoke goes down, blocks off CT, walks round towards Ruin side. He wants to clear it first, knows he's got a bit of time on the clock here. Yeah, that initial uncertainty now may cost him, though, because he's going to have to go in for the plant. This is going to allow Liquid to get that little bit closer. And now Cadian's going to be taking that first point of call. He gets the shutdown from Skulls with the USP.
Holy shit.
Ponalone was anticipating a second player from Banana.
Bro, the fact that he killed Cadian, holy fuck.
Yielding success again. And how many times was that the case against Bestia as well, by the way? These like AWP 5-7 buys on the CT side, they won 3 or 4 of them. They had no right to win. It dug them out of so many ditches.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him with a 5-7 towards second oranges, I was a little bit scared. I thought that's one of those where he just absolutely unleashes, lets it rip like a Beyblade. Unfortunate in some of these fights as well. The boss playing into the hands of the pistols up close. Scrap towards B. This was the team kill that came out. Freshly threw the Molotov over towards Dark Spot, attempting to force the player out of position. As you're clearing around the corner,
man, bro, Skulls put him down actually. Holy shit.
Drops Brett. The round itself is now history. Unfortunate for Ponalone. Tried to make the best of the situation as well. 14 frags to his name. He's been delivering
Freshly
here on
2
Inferno.
TKs. Listen,
15,
he's just fragging out, okay?
It's tied up, but the
Bro,
difference
Ponalone is
Liquid
14
now
and
have the
7,
superior
hopping on the
firearms.
CT side of Inferno.
Yeah, Ponalone, the
Earlier.
newest recruit to the roster. And he is delivering in spades right
My
now.
young opper, up and coming opper.
That's always the issue.
Joe
It's
Chainsaw,
always
thanks to the 40-month resub to
that
IQ.
you feel when a team is doing so well statically on the CT side, are they able to pick that pace up when it's on the T side, especially in a map like Inferno, where your opportunities are few and far between? Will Ponalone have any help? We're going to have to find that one out, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be Mac-10s. And Tech 9s, the run and gun potential extremely high, the threat levels high alongside it. But Liquid taking a leaf from the boss playbook here with the quad play, but there's Molotovs and flashes, but it's the same result. It's a massacre. Skulls, Naff, and Twists all chip in for one.
The different angles of elevation throwing off the crosshairs, but in the 1-for-1 scraps, they win a couple of them. Naff walking up the steps as well into the hands of Freshie. Mercs in with a Mac-10. 40 seconds on the clock, another 1v2, a costly round for Liquid, even if they get it over the finish line. Peeks around the back towards balcony. And Yekindar does starve it off. Got to recover those weapons, though.
I made it just 13-5 wild card on Mirage. Slacks went 14 and 6.
There you go.
That's what you like to see.
Perfectly cut screams.
There it is.
Oh,
Oh, there's
great.
Kaden.
Oh, I love that.
Sounded like fucking
Dead on the
Summit
money,
when he
though.
role
That
plays
was a
in
really
GTRP.
costly round on Liquid, and although they can't make
Or he
the most
dies
of it
in a
now,
fucking war game. That literally was
they
what
get
that
a
noise
kill or two
reminded
in
me
this
of.
round, and further
Gate,
down the
thanks
line,
to the
the
70-month
CT
primer,
could
thank
catch up
you.
with
Uphill,
Liquid.
thanks to the
But
43-month
they do have
primer,
two
thank you.
MP9s, 3 MP9s in actual fact, so this is their golden opportunity to just print that cash once
Sorry, I
more
watch a
and
lot
put
of
that
Jared,
last
alright?
round
Jared's a homie.
and lock it up. It's going to
Oh,
be a complete,
there we go. I got it. Sorry.
devastation through
Pew,
middle.
pew, pew. Bang, bang.
And although Brett
There we
gets
go.
one, he's living on borrowed time. MP9 is out, nearly takes the kill down.
Sorry,
Yekindar.
my bad,
And that
I was
probably
late with
would
the
have been
sounds.
difference maker. It would have been more money in the...
Oh, and now there's... Dude, flashbang. Holy shit.
But Liquid weather the storm.
The chat, just so you know, it wasn't just
Perfect
me.
play
There you
towards
go.
brackets. Really just want to farm up that cash.
I'm deaf.
Get a round over and done with. And Boss take the timeout before
I don't
they
know
go
why,
into
but the
their bye.
Bible Thump... Dude, Bible Thump is still such a good one.
Have a good read of it, Draki. I did hear there, one of the players said they had trash guns, they had 3 MP9s. So they know that Liquids are in a bit of an awkward spot themselves. Do they
No,
want to maintain
Ben,
these
I think you can just,
MP9s
like,
knowing the
email them?
AKs are coming up? Do they want to try and trade up, and therefore they lose a couple of...
I think that there is a
utility
way,
here or
I
there,
think,
like an
Ben.
incendiary, a HE.
Like, just like a
So
simple
timeout
email,
has
I
been
think. I don't
called.
know.
And they're going to know that Liquid are kind of against the
Or
ropes here.
Enders, yeah. They do
sure,
that
you're
because,
behind,
yeah,
yes, you're
legal
feeling the
reasons.
pressure
They ain't
and
trying to catch a
everything else,
lawsuit.
but Liquid are far from ideal. They're far
I'm
from
fat, Bible Thump.
stabilized.
No, they're wounded right now. They are wounded. Bosch can definitely push the initiative here if they keep it going with how they're playing. He took
Oh,
time
well,
to have a look over the
07's
notes
in
as
chat.
well.
Somebody logged into an alt to try
Preparation,
this.
The anti-strats come out swinging into the 17th round.
Yeah, so somebody literally went and logged
Heavy
onto an alt
investment
to go
towards the
try
B
this.
side as well. Banana control. I think a big piece of the puzzle. Yekindar up to his old style of play. Straight down, post up behind the barrels, look to command respect, and this allows the rotate off from the other players. They can go back and bolster the defense on A now with a deep smoke. All faith in Yekindar.
It's good to see as well, man, because he has had a bit of a rough tournament here, so still having faith in him to solo hold. We'll build up that
We're doing a variety
confidence.
stream today?
A
Maybe.
decent map so far. 8 kills to his name, extra smoke and flashbang tossed in, and nearly through that smoke. He delivers onto Brett and gets up close and
The
personal.
fuck was that?
It's a big tag.
I don't even know what's going on, but I fixed it again. We're
Rotate
good.
back around as well. Cadian with the extra utility.
Sound kept going. What the fuck? That was weird,
Late
right?
round on this, but here comes the push. Here comes the boom as well. Nade over the
Two
top
map
for
per
now,
lineup
straight
dropped.
towards
Oh,
Arch.
shit.
Kindar finally confirms the deep control he was looking for onto Brett Ponalone,
Change.
stepping into the crossfire and falls
tried to
because
say
of it.
network?
2 players remain on boss.
One day
into the
Twitch chat will
17th.
understand
Bomb's
that
gonna
it's
get mollied. Freshie
not on
trying
my
to
end.
grab it by
One
the
day.
tips of his fingers. Let's eventually get it back on him. 17 seconds though. You got to do something swift here.
I think it's going to be a save, Jackie.
Dude, thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
other than just raw survival. And this is a great round by Yekindar. Perfect timing. 2 kills with the MP9, trading up to AKs. I mean, this is
have to do the 42-month reset. Thank you.
Liquid. As just we were talking, they weren't stabilized. They were still a little bit shaky. Well, now they have reached that point where they regather themselves, a couple of deep breaths, tons of cash, premier rifles on their side, and a 10-7 lead.
I'm not gonna be third guy. I don't have a mallow. I don't have enough money for one.
Oh, did he get banned, boys?
I think there in terms of the utility that they're going to be using.
Yeah, his account's deleted, I think.
Player set up towards Banana again. You get the smoke round early.
Yep, and it's gone.
One goes out mid, but this is a far
Told you, it's about 5 minutes.
Came right to their hands. Oh, they're going to be running straight into the Liquid squad, defending top Banana. Bombardment comes out as the AK sprays down from Yekindar. He's looking for the headshot as well, but the MAC-10 overwhelms. Molotov forced back Naf, but he's got another one in the back pocket. Oh, he gets trapped and falls the Cadian.
Oh, that was a squashing of the Banana, just stamping on top of Boss. They never got a chance in that round. Just a full-on rush into tons of HEs and Molotovs. And although Freshy's trying desperately to silent drop down to catch off guard one of the CTs, no one's close enough proximity anyway for him to exploit.
Boss was looking all right, but I think there were a couple rounds there that they let slip through their fingers, and then getting eco'd after that monstrous pistol win is like, that's hard.
And this is always potentially the problem, Jackie. You know, you got that really solid hold of both sides on the CT side, but this T
Somebody
side
said they're putting Freshy on the other side of the map so he does a TK. Dude, come on.
Had a few opportunities.
Imagine.
But Liquid, with the confidence resurging.
You just stay at apartments, you keep your gun pointed that direction.
Setups when they need to go far more aggressive towards Deep Banana, when they can afford to play it a bit more laxed. And you've got everything you would physically want as well. Money's there to buy out towards the end of the game if they keep things cleanly. Nades and AKs in play. For Boss, it's just the one rifle that's brought
huge
over.
player.
That's basically going to be
Cam delay is crazy. Yeah.
Into the 19th.
Counter-terrorists win.
Get this man 2 more beers for tomorrow.
2 more beers for tomorrow.
Well, now we know the winning secret.
You can definitely see on the sort of just general body language a lot more calm now for Liquid. They were looking a little bit desperate when it was 5-2 against them. Some heads were dropping. That's no longer the case. Third time out on Boss. Yekindar started 0-4, now 13-9, having tons and tons of impact. He's had 3 multi-kill rounds. 5 opening picks in his favor. He's having a very good map here. Which is great to see because he's come under a lot of scrutiny.
Why, Greg spam? My name is Greg.
Recently.
If you don't have 7TV, Greg, if you type Greg, it's actually Platypus.
In recent times. Someone that you want to
Yeah.
see back his winning ways.
So every
as well.
time Chad's
the
typing
individual
Greg, it's just a picture of Platypus.
He sort of lost confidence in some of the plays, especially in that Bestia game where Harry was playing Banana. It felt very different to his usual flavor. Getting back into his stride here, though, and this is a big confidence round. You get the deep phase mode that goes out, so you can take bottom mid control.
And I did this. You know, I said this, and I realized what I did after I said it. I regret nothing. All right. Yep, now Liquid's back to being Liquid, and Boss is back to realizing it's Liquid. Fuck.
Apart from that, it was one-way traffic. However, Boss effectively into an eco round.
Yekindar is literally, it's insane to think how different this match feels with Yekindar's individual level switching on.
Themselves many map points. This is the choice of Liquid.
I think Yekindar was like 1-7 or some shit at one point.
Stats is Boss's best map. You expect them to come out swinging on that one. So a solid start overall on Liquid, assuming they can close this one off. It's the same smoke, the same aggression. Will it be the same result?
0-5 happens, but he was like sitting single, like he was.
Spots Cryptic neutralizes him, and Freshly just around the corner as well, and Skulls gets himself 2. That should be good enough, especially as Twisters bypass this smoke in a really forward position, going to be catching multiple players off guard, but they pass each other, and Brett checks his
I
ankles.
go through the format real quick. You have to win 3 to advance. Ooh, Brett making moves. Hold on.
Sees a little bit of skin from Yekindar as he walks around the corner, tags him,
wait a
back him yet.
second.
His teammates are still demolishing everyone from Liquid, though. They do not want to go down in the 20th.
Win 3, you
they want
advance.
to keep fighting.
Lose 2, you're out. Welcome to the America's RMR, where everything is fucked.
Rips it back into a 1v2. Walking through the smoke into the crosshairs of Brett. Playing around the edge of it. Brett backs up, round towards Boiler side, very low on HP. They barely pass each other, but he's going to clear this angle fast.
Oh my, Yekindar.
Shuts it back down. It's a
He
1-for-1
started
now. Winnable timeline, but Pone was waiting.
Never mind, Ponalone's got
It's a
55
perfect
years of
connection.
experience.
They stay alive, but they lose everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yekindar did a lot of work at the end. Everyone down to around $3,500, even after success. So Yekindar has effectively pushed him into Galils, some MAC-10s. Ponalone can drop an AK for one of his teammates if they need it.
It's major time to take my primer.
Exactly
I will.
happens.
Wavy, thanks to the 17-month primer. Thank you.
Yekindar did everything he possibly could, barring winning, to bring Boss to their knees. But we go again. That's the kind of scrappy, chaotic round, though. It was a coin flip, let's be honest. Like, if Brett doesn't turn around and check, like, Twist probably wins that round. So, can you get it done, Boss? In more orthodox rounds, in more protocol-centric rounds. Molotov, well-placed, well-timed, will keep Cryptic at bay.
That's the thing, it's just about sustainability now. How many times can they repeat the success? Well, they're fast on brackets. They're going straight up. Molotov's laid round a corner as well. And Twist flicks off. He goes back in and does at least go for the 1-for-1. Traded out by Brett. Labored spray from Skulls. Falls down.
Oh.
Brett, he's being able to cause a lot of issues for Liquid right now. You've got a bit of an edge to play with. Yekindar is fast on the
he pulls it back to a 3v3 though. Oh, he's going.
Looking for 2, but Darty denies.
This is crazy. Their money is
Katie, last 2 players, both
kind of fucked.
Not sure they want any part
They're
of this
gonna
round
save
now.
this, I think.
There are tons of cash,
You can't
but
risk
now
the
it's been
op.
brought back down to reality. Smoke onto brackets. But you already see that Naf has no interest. He's over on Banana's side. It's going to be a save. So the answer to the question is yes. You have a more standard sort of orthodox round, protocols from the Archer's crunch, and they get it done. Brett got 2 massive entry frags, especially that second one onto Skulls. But Cadian is going to try and allow the bomb to do most of the work for him. I think Brett may be a dead man. Looks to the skies and takes his last breath. But it's fine. He'll be resurrected in just a few moments.
That's crazy.
The most expensive of the equipment in the AWP was at least held onto, so you can drop that back over to Pone. Sigh of relief for Darty off the back of the round as they know they're at least still in the game.
Wavy,
Still
thanks for the
alive
17-month
on
resub.
Inferno
Dilemma, thanks for
now.
the 13. Hefty Hooligan, thanks for the
Liquid
42. Poot, thanks for
use
the
the
3-month
third
primer.
of
And
the
Upwill, thanks
timeouts.
for the
The last one
43.
Makes
And
sense to
Gateman
call it in.
70.
You know you're close
God
to closing it.
God damn.
Take that final opportunity
Schultz
to figure
with the
things
12-month primer,
Get the
thank
winning
you.
solution.
Yeah,
You too, Schultz.
was very
Peepo,
quick
please.
You're having a good day, FL0.
to motion the T for the timeout there, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. They still have a huge advantage, but that's going to quickly
Anytime
slip by if they're
somebody
not careful.
saves a singular time.
Rallying the troops again.
I thought
High
MR12
fives
was
all
supposed to have
around.
less saving.
12-9
Me
the score
saving
with
one
those 2
singular
save
weapon
weapons.
and a
It's gonna be
1v5.
full purchase
Thought there'd
with
be less
3
saving.
A4s and the 1 A1S. It's always interesting for me at the pro level of play is which players decide to utilize which of the M4s. I feel like most of them are A1Ss right now, but more A4s are coming around the corner.
This
Yeah, you see the
is
slight differences sometimes
is
if you need
third
the
match for
extra
both of them.
bullets for some of the early spams, depending on if you're playing around the smokes as well, but I just feel a bit like just personal preference. The early nades with some unconfirmed damage towards the T-steps.
Justice, thanks for 32-month primer, thank you.
His HP. Molotov spreads round towards top car, and Yekindar's forced off as Ponalone breaks the smoke to take an opening peek on Banana.
I think Inferno also lends itself very much to that debate because there's so many sort of like bottleneck smoke angles where you want to spray with the A4 and have the extra 10 bullets. Try and do what you can with a surplus ammo and magazine capacity, of course. Although Naf is just shoulder peeking, waiting for a pixel so he can throw in his utility. Yekindar's also laid in wait up close. He's moved to 18. So the second they see or sniff out a T, there's going to be smokes in their eyes, and Pone is watching CT spawn, but time is beginning to dwindle away, and the bomb still dropped back at T-steps. This could be Cryptic picking that one up as Ponalone is going slowly around the side. He may get his man. Did Naf spot him? He did indeed. Smoke's down, and that's going to be the delayed push.
That's a raw.
I saw the op at 30 seconds. Yeah.
Realizing you're gonna have 10 seconds left on the timer. By the time that one
we love Inferno.
The bomb postures back up towards A. You want to throw in the utility and try to sell the idea this will be a B play. You hope they bite, and one man does. The brains of the operation. KDM goes running round on Speedway. The last
they're gonna go dry. They're gonna go dry.
Put the foot down to win it here.
They got one moto smoke in a dream. Oh, they're getting.
They both insert.
Yeah, that should be it.
On the timer, one by one. Boss are being obliterated. They're gonna fall down as Liquid close it, and finally make it to 13, winning the first map of the best of 3.
With a 6-6 half, Boss have finally been able to put up some
I thought that was
rounds.
Liquid still cheering, and then I realized it was the other game going on, and I was just like, what the fuck?
God here.
Wild card one pistol round, that's what we just heard.
Side is a necessity. If they want any chance, they've got to fight fire with fire. You cannot allow M80 to get the space and the mileage they were getting on that first map, or else there's going to be once again rolled over.
Interesting point is, and we talked about this in the first one, the fact that this is not an unknown match between these two teams. The biggest unknown is the fact that Def's on the server, but evidently that's fine because he's putting up numbers. Yeah, M80 and Wildcard have played this map before as well, only a few weeks ago. The Chengdu Constellation Grand Final, where M80 were able to secure that one 13-7, and also for RMR qualification. It was the one map that M80 won. Def going to be able to find the opening kill and to stand here. And it just seemed like it was, a pretty standard one off the back of this force.
Got to be said, that has been a really great pocket pick for M80 for a while. A map in which they've looked extremely competitive on. A map which, you know, at the moment as well, it's had its fair share of flack as well from the pro scene. A lot of people not liking it, and they use that to their advantage. People don't like playing this map, and well, M80 are making it.
My tune for M80 or Wildcard? I don't put that on me.
Being set up here towards B. The right side gen smoke gonna come through and a pop flash around that corner.
Whoever wins, just win the next game. I like dead ass.
Infinite gets smoked out. You surely don't push your way through this. So all comes down to how ballsy Infinite's feeling.
My opinions are
Sonic comes in for support.
Wildcard's been surging. I feel like I'm playing pretty decent.
Like an execution that only had one thing to find has now left Rek all alone. Down by the nade, and Wildcard make it 2-0. Most importantly,
I don't know.
Yeah,
like M80, dude. M80, I would genuinely put as a favorite to qualify if they had Minx.
Only on the T side that they're able to.
But without Minx, it's like it's just so fucked right now, man. It's so fucked.
One interesting point there was M80's approach was kind of delayed a bit. There was a miss molly, and it blocks them off at top of stairs. So maybe a little bit of a minor miscom there. Is what it is. It's only one, so don't worry about it too much. But as we can see from this buy,
like, and it's not that I dislike M80. It's just that I worry.
Oh, he actually got through. And I think, he's been hurt, but
you know, it's like I believe M80 could actually still qualify. It's just kind of
falls back, managed to get a little bit of a tap, but nothing crazy. So
what's the point type vibe, right?
Aggressive angle here, almost Melbs-esque.
Elsewhere as well, right? With Sly already pushed down ramp, it does force them into a pincer of two positions. They either try and fight out mid, which
I just kind of want Wildcard to do better. I think just because I feel like M80 is in a limbo, but I also don't really want to cheer against M80 like or some shit.
There is a saving grace to work with. Rek is being held. Sonic.
In my delusional head, I would just love if one of them really solidified themselves like above the rest, and I feel like M80 did, and then they lost their IGL, so.
Molotov going to help them out substantially here as well. Infinite playing a little bit of fire here. Of course, 20 HP to his name. Going to play human flashbang, but able to find a little bit more damage here as Stan cleans them up. Only losing 2 there, but I think M80, they're going to be all right with it. They wanted a little bit more conversion, but it is what it is. They do now have a buy, though. 3 rounds deep. And it's going to be AKs across the board. Yeah.
Why they lose their IGL? Mental health.
It seems like for M80, just
I
kind
think
of
he was struggling for a while, and then unfortunately, I think
on the CT side,
I think
usually
he
a little bit stronger.
Not trying to like
or your B. It's rare you see
completely assume what happened, but I feel like with the timing of it, I think he really tried to keep doing his thing for the squadron, and unfortunately, then kind of hit the breaking point right at probably at the worst time.
Through the smoke, through the head of Mal. helps exactly what they needed with Def falling to the wayside also.
Yeah, it didn't do that due diligence as well in towards sandbags, and well, neither with that smoke.
Instant was a wake up.
Slightly elevated, lads.
Yeah, I mean,
close.
I think that's a fair conclusion to draw. Yes.
Trades will be fine. But it doesn't
Oh, damn.
even get given
Nice
that luxury. Swisher gets one, and now Infinite can't stick around. Drops a Molotov to keep himself alive and buy time. Speaking of, 1 minute 10 is what they've got to work with. They don't have to commit here, M80. So they double back. Slacks is getting at least some information over towards ramp. But it could all just be a ruse. Boosted up close here. Smoke in the face of Swisher.
Oh my God, he can't jump up. He can't fucking jump up because,
time is starting to tick with. They don't really have a lot to work with. Oh my God, he spots the MP down close. The spam is good. Stanislaus,
dude, that is so fucking annoying, man.
It's getting to a point where M80, they have to question whether to even give this a go.
I could literally see him hitting his head on nothing.
Slacks does have some utility to play around with, though.
So
a lot
annoying.
of ground being gained over towards the bomb site. Needs to be
Phil with the
cautious about
78-month
the
resub, thank you.
Angle being held in case someone gets a little bit too overzealous on their push. Over towards Heaven. 25 now, ticking down is the timer. And with the util being committed, this tells Wildcard everything they need to know. The push.
Is M80 rated higher than Wildcard? I actually don't know the world rankings right now. I would assume they are, yes.
That he can find ahead of at least one.
They should be.
Whiffing his lines there, not going to be able to connect it. Right now, bomb is planted, and Snipes picking up that one. Now brings us to a 2 versus 2. This could be devastating for Wildcard.
There's a chance. Stan is low. He's only got himself an MP9. Of course, this round is still a bonus towards Wildcard, but with how it started, they'd absolutely want to convert it. M80, and Def in particular, calling for the
no
depths
smoke, though, for the bomb. This makes this really hard.
Playing in through sandbags. Wreck is the insurance policy on the swing. If bomb gets tapped, there's a world to work with. Now, though, Slacks is known. But time's ticking. They do have the tap. They do have to stick. Swing comes through. Wreck finds one. And Slacks will see off the last. M80,
nice hold.
A sigh of relief, but a really good recovery in that round.
You mentioned it was a bonus round, and absolutely it was. Like, you saw the buy. There wasn't really anything from the previous, apart from 2 players. And now you'll notice 2 players on their side, 1.5, 1.8k. There's not going to be a buy here for Wildcard. This is the tempo. This is the round that M80 needed to convert.
Feels so fucking surreal still seeing Warden behind there.
And bring that econ into level with the rest of the squad instead of it being fragmented. And that's what we're going to be seeing. Stan, Jaber, and Infinite all buying up to those M4s with util and armor surrounding it. Sonic and Slight, they're down on the upgraded pistols now. This isn't great for them.
Yeah, there was basically, they were very treacherously
timing.
Lingering on that kind of double eco territory. Oh, Swisher, call him James Harden with the fadeaway. That is beautiful. Infinite quite literally did not see what hit him. And now, already M80, not only the firepower advantage, now the man advantage.
Where's Warden? He's coaching Wildcard.
One of the most crucial swing rounds. So win this and you just decimate your opponent's economy. And you start to, you basically get a 2-for-1 special, right, with the rounds, because you know your opponent's going to be ecoing the next. This could be huge. Exactly, man. M80 take this, and they are absolutely loving life.
Launder's casting this event? No idea.
Can you spam that wall?
No.
You can't, right? Because the other side is like 2 thick.
Goblin, chill.
I think, on the other side.
Probably an AWP, but basically, yeah, right?
Maybe.
Not sure.
Yeah, Def is meant to be the coach, yes.
Like that. It's kind of nuts, isn't it?
I mean, Def has actually played in majors before, but yeah, like, he's the coach turned stand-in for them and IGL, I'm assuming.
It all goes a bit P-Tong.
This is a stack, though.
Look at this. Catching them off guard. Sonic with the swing. Managed to find one, but they've retaliated with great pace. Jaber spams out 1, 2. Look at the third.
Oh, Jaber!
Secure the round for Wildcard.
Buzz in the chat. Jaber's in the chat. Holy
stepping up in a big, big way.
There you go.
Jaber was definitely the man we questioned coming in towards this game in terms of what he could bring to the server. A lot of time in North America, a lot of youngsters who come up on the grapevine of the scene when they join teams of wildcard stature under IGLs of Stanislaus' experience.
He got a warning.
Sometimes they're given
Warden
these
got a warning.
roles. They're not given a lot of room to work with. That's not the case with wildcard.
Is this all day?
Stan has given Jaber so much room,
shit, that's
so
right,
much
right.
versatility, and that's why, because that's what he can produce. Without a doubt,
No, the short answer is no, but we'd have to play later if we want to do variety. I could probably play variety though.
4K. And like we said, look at the swing round. It has shattered the econ to M80. They can't afford to buy.
Yeah, it was influential in the way that it went. M80, if they won that round, it
everybody kind of
really
would have to be on call. It'd probably be best around like 3 PST.
Not the case though, and securing that.
But the schedule's rolling.
Magnificent. Sonic
so like the EU games, Jericho, were ending like significantly earlier than what the schedule would show.
Makes it even harder. Jaber again.
And with MR12, I feel like that could still be the case. So
is his domain. He's not gonna lose that anytime soon. Rex is gonna be looking for.
I'll put that in the group chat. If people want a game though, I'm hella down. I just kind of unfortunately got to be a princess, and I need you guys to all wait on me.
The guy a little jiggle peak, and yeah, that's it. I mean, it's basically the entire ruse and the entire kind of OB split that they've trying to set up here. It's just a known quantity. Spam comes down. So much information heard as well off the back of it. Sonic will get one. A nice trade from Slacks. And now he's all that's left. It goes without saying, a big arse. Close Spinoza got. And only the one casualty. It's all pretty damn good for Wildcard. You know, these sort of 10 to 15 minute breaks we have in between maps can be make or break for the mentor. And it seems like, thankfully, Wildcard have completely reset. Stanislaus a man more than experienced these sort of situations, right? Been here many a time before, and somebody who knows exactly what to do in terms of, especially for some of these youngsters. We look at, you know, Jaber, we also look at Slight as well.
Jericho knows how to build a bridge.
Little fresh in the face, right? As who, in terms of the LAN experience, is minimal, and this is what we need to see.
In the words of Jericho, he knows how to build something so anything can get across it once.
Only player on Wildcard to represent a team at a major. Warden, of course, their coach, been there in the past.
I mean,
well. Sonic, Infinite, Slight,
do that,
Jaber,
you know,
fresh faces
use that information however you like.
Major stage. Can he bring this team from the depths of what has looked like a rocky RMR? Oh, did he get spotted? I'm not sure if he did above that smoke. It's a bit dynamic, right?
But did he hear him? I think that's the thing. It felt like he reacted to it. Yeah. So he he knows there's somebody lurking around. You hear the jump. I don't think he would have spotted him, or if he did, it was, you know, probably so much so it didn't even show up on the radar.
We have the benefit of X-ray, right?
Exactly. But it's information gained nonetheless. Molotov comes down. Nade will get a little tag on towards death. Molotov avoids the bulk of the damage. Infinite's got a great angle.
Jericho isn't Chris.
Because of that Molotov. That's so well played. You know, the smallest.
Chat, what's the timer looking like on Liquid Boss?
Killed in, of course, with Swisher falling. He's somebody who is so influential on these T sides, and without him, they're in a lot of trouble. Jaber's got uncleared
2 minutes?
again.
Okay.
He's already sat towards his position.
I'm going to wait to see what Jaber does here, and then I'm going to run an ad. Okay, guys? I do apologize. Okay, I'm running the ad now. And I'm going to switch. Actually, wait, 2v2. Hold on. I'm running the ad, but we're switching this.
Will go down.
2 versus 2. Orban and AK, so red, close angle. Great kill there onto Infinite. A little bit laboured to begin with. Now Slight. A lot on his shoulders here. Gonna jump on through the smoke, might even tap the bomb to try and bait it out. Oh, the spray happens from Rek as he moves himself over towards Sandbag. Slack's a little bit more of an unknown quantity at this point. And while the pickup is there.
Beer back 1 sec. Odd chat, give him a Gamba if we don't already have one. Beer back.
Today.
The gauntlet of the Americas RMR rages on, and Boss are one map away from defeat and knockout. Can they bring it back, Vince? That's the big question.
It is the big question. It is Ancient. This is their best map. I think it is their best opportunity as well in terms of the statistics, in terms of the plays and how comfortable they are. So, I mean, they're going to have to do or die on this map, basically. I think they can do it, though, honestly, Jackie, because I think this is a Liquid that are wounded. This is a Liquid that aren't playing at 100%. They do have problems right now.
They do, they do. We've seen those issues crop up, and if you can find a way and if you can find openings, Ancient could be a battleground where they start to bring it back. I've got a bit of faith in them. Honestly, I think after what we saw on Inferno, the talent is definitely there. They're hitting their shots. Ponalone was coming out swinging. Freshie had his rounds on the T side. There's a lot of good elements. We just need all 5 fingers on the one hand of Boss to deliver going into this. Because obviously now you kind of move away from that conversation of all the pressures on Liquid, right? Where it's a little bit more level now. You know, it's one map, do or die. But hey, you could take that both ways, Vince. It's a BO1 effectively at this point. Just take it one round at a time, one game at a time. We'll see where we end up. We're here on Ancient, and it is a T-side start for Boss.
And this is the kind of map as well where Boss will be happy to be on that T side. They'll be happy to try and dictate the pace of these rounds. We've seen time and time again on that Inferno performance that when it comes to those duels, when it comes to those 2v2, 3v3s, they're more than capable of standing their ground, but they'll be pushing through Donut. Only one player here in the form of Skulls to try and see them off.
Skulls in the back, lurking inside of the temple. You'll hear the information as the digits are punching and Cryptic confirms the bomb plant, playing for the retake in the pistol. The raw 5-on-5. The late lurk from Brett is holding for anyone that comes through cave, but they've all gone CT side with a bleed out through middle. Depending on how he wraps on this one and where they actually go, it could still pay off, but Cryptic's going to be first contact from CT and he beheads Yakindar.
Oh, and a second as well for Cryptic. And he's still healthy, still alive, and still putting down frags. 4 kills for Cryptic. Outrageous round by him, and that should have just secured this one. Cadian should have no hope. Cryptic take a bow. That is a thing of beauty we just witnessed.
Oh, yeah. No, that's right. Holy indeed.
The fuck just happened? I go take a massive shit, and what happened? Let me see it.
It was this double up
every time.
Temple as well. Gets the instant follow-up shots off. Beheads both of them.
Oh.
Closes it down.
On purpose.
Brett's late flank pays off with the clock burst as well. Ooh, he's doing it with style, Vince.
Meanwhile, you saw the reaction of Cadian, just kind of like a disappointed parent.
Everybody drink, by the way, chat. You know the rules.
Just happened.
Toxic Waller with the 19-month recent true. Flying Squirrel thanks for the 19. Thank you. Updog thanks for the 13-month primer. And Capkey thanks for 37. And Gochi thanks for 2-year primer. Damn, goodbye, Cryptic. Well,
pressure dialed up to 11. Darty can hear the footsteps, but we'll just be playing possum. Oh, and he may get the reward as well for his
I'm not
patience.
nervous. I knew this would happen.
He can sneak around the back. He can shut this one down.
Oh my god.
That is dirty from Darty. Walks his way up. Oh, caught off guard by the re-peek from the third man, though. Naf lurking inside the cave. The dink down onto Skulls. He's trapped. And they'll take a bite out of him in the back of Donut as Brett finishes it off. 2 weapons have dropped from the T side, but the bomb is now being planted. You're in a 3v2. Both for the CTs wrapping around through CT side. Paranoid.
I haven't had a lot of those yet.
These T's are going to be at this point. And Naf's focus on the round is just to get out with the Galil.
No, I didn't get to have my morning.
The best.
You know what? Never mind. We won't talk about my shit for now.
Pick up an MP9. It's gonna buffer
Speaking of which, let me get some beet juice and some
apples into the next round. But this is exactly what you wanted to see if you are Boss. Some big highlight reel-worthy plays off one of your players, just to motivate everyone, just to amp them up a little bit, fire them up. And then you secure the 2-0. You make sure you don't get bested by a force buy. And it was looking grim when Yakindar pushes down ramp and gets that first pick for free. You're fearing the worst, but then Darty with that lurk. That was such a huge moment in the round.
Really heads-up play from him to buy his time like that, cut noise. In fact, he got both of the frags. Even though he falls to Naf, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It was very clean. Now, of course, those damage weapons are all you really have to support yourself going into the third. A couple of pistols brought out to back that up. The early spawn smoke
that you guys are overpaid as fuck clip yet? No, did Boss yell that at him?
Just as it blooms to stop them from barreling their way out. And they're actually just working into a main with this. Off-angle setup for Ponalone. He's ready with a hydroponic, Vince. He wants to deal some damage here if they come walking into the crosshair.
Oh, Twist, though. They have the angles, and they have the frags.
Oh my god. Oh my god. How does it get the third? Two.
And they've made both
crazy. Three what? Nah, not right now, fellas.
Oh, Cryptic. We expected it. Tried to pepper Naf and punish back, but the problem is
you got a moment here. Hold on.
Now.
Don't do it yet.
1 versus 4. They could be absolutely anywhere. The CTs have complete control of Ancient at this point into the round, and he knows it. Scared about where they're going to be set up. He's got to take his time, clear all his angles. Fast shot from Twists, and that's the 4K confirmed, and an instant round going to Liquid on the CT side. Damn, the A main push. That is ruthless.
And that will always be why a team like Liquid are down but never truly out. When you have players of these capabilities, this mechanical skill on the likes of Twists and Naf, you are always in with a shot when you save those weapons. And Twists giving a firm reminder to Boss not to take their eye off the prize here. You've got to focus in each and every single one of these rounds. I mean, Liquid may be wounded, but it's like a wounded apex predator, right? Like they can be limping.
Bro, baited the clip and ghosted us. That's what I'm saying.
When you get an animal cornered, Vince, it's when they're at their most ferocious, right? It's when they know they have to fight back. Fight or fight for survival. You can't start being pushed towards cave. They wanted to get ahead of the utility. Instantly,
all right, Boss is just straight up in there.
Their way out instantly. Yukindar fires off all the shots into the smoke. A deep HE goes in. Knows Ponalone was committing onto the bomb plant, so it's a tag onto him, sure, but you're feeling a bit uncomfortable already, realizing this has to be the raw retake up against the pistols on close angles.
Yukindar trying to get through. That's a good Molotov. It's going to force Ponalone off the angle. Still need to capitalize on this one. A slew of grenades still being tossed in. Closing off cave. Another Molotov to the back of the site. Designated to try and cordon off these areas. And now they're going to push back in again. There's not that much time on the clock, though. They're getting some kills. They're getting some success with Nafly, but he goes down to Brett.
Wow.
Boss bounce right back in.
Well fucking played. Nice! Look at that. Look at that mullet. Hold on. Did you link a fucking Reddit thread? Oh my...
That one with the read, Vince. They felt like they had it any damn day.
What is it?
Oh, mate. They go into that one with the read.
That was either Brett or Cryptic.
Right, you're just going to be bombarded by the early Molotovs, the deep
smokes. That was either Brett or Cryptic. I don't know which one.
Instead, they opt to just run through cave as quick as possible. They find the gap. They find their way in.
He said what? He said you guys are overpaid as fuck.
Giving Liquid a taste
just
of their own
just a little bit of banter.
Like,
all right.
Grim, low investment buys, but you've made it work. And it just took too long for Liquid to pull the trigger. They had Molotovs and smokes and flashes.
They didn't want a single round after that.
Like a quarter of the fuse left on the timer, and
facts
that
don't care about your feelings,
it almost
right?
felt like at that stage.
And honestly, my feelers are still the same.
It sucks to do, but the alternative is that you just are now into.
I don't think this is when you would use this saying, but we're going to use it anyway. It's cooking.
We do have an open hands of Cadian and middle control coming.
We just don't care about the facts around here either.
Quite a bit of health though. They can't even see through these smokes either. And Twist takes a peppering through there. Down to 12.
Oh, that is beautiful damage back.
Any details on Liquid's contracts? No, but I would imagine the caliber of players individually across the board you're looking at.
For the confidence play to run down mid, fight for lane
I wouldn't be surprised if this was like in line with, you know, they're going to be one of the highest paid teams in CS for sure.
Off the back of that opening push, they're a little bit more hesitant, expecting closer angles to be in play from the CT side. You still got so much time on the
I'm sure Cadian is probably making more on Liquid than he was Heroic.
Brett walks on up. Freshy holds
I think Twist is probably similar. Skulls, I don't know, because Brazilian contracts are crazy.
Cadian's AWP is still stationed towards the back of B, but no one is coming there. They're going to be going out through middle. Skulls has a Molotov in his hands. If they bleed their way round toward Donut, he can at least deny some time.
Falcons highest, probably.
Oh, they need a pick here so desperately. try and soften them up for Skulls in Donut, but Skulls thinking better of that decision. A Molotov was placed on the deck and he backs away.
Being overpaid is a goal, no kind of a flex.
Boss are deciding that Cave is ripe for the taking.
No, I don't really think in a competitive format anybody ever
an MP9 up close. The smoke
wants to say they're getting overpaid.
Everywhere where Boss want to try and push into just gets locked down by utility. And now, with just mere seconds on the clock, they're going to try and rush their way and brute force it onto the site. But Skulls is here and they line up for him and Naf. Tons of damage.
Better overpaid than not paid? Now that's valid. That's true. Look at the HP on everyone.
And they commit to it. Peeking out towards CT though, and Yorp finally gets an opportunity to punish Yakindar towards Temple.
I saw a world. I saw a world.
Like it was going to be even worse than that though. With the limited time they had, that cave smoke came in with exactly 21 seconds left on the clock. They knew they didn't want to waste time. They couldn't just run through it. There could have been a player on the closed angle. They back off. It looked like you were going to get sprayed down. So the fact you get a bomb plant out of it,
make more of if you get it. You count actually winning.
But a rough round.
To be honest with you, when you break it down across like 5 players outside of the majors, I mean, like
round if your boss as well. It's like you decide to hit cave, get smoked off for 25 seconds. You go back to donut. There's 2 players with a crossfire set up perfectly to deal so much damage.
It definitely is a nice bonus, but they weren't winning most of the tournaments. They were going far though, so yeah, probably help supplement it for sure.
But they're going to lick their wounds, and they're going to come back with 4
be consistently at the top like they were, yeah.
Freshie, who had a really solid T-side on Inferno, off to a slow start.
Not really trying to disagree with you, but also it's not.
But early,
it definitely depends.
Catwalk control is forthcoming, and they have the ledge as well. This is something we haven't seen Boss really utilize too much because Twist has been so
Boss are all nobodies except for Pwn. Imagine not knowing about Darty, dude, with that mullet.
Locked in, and the
Dart, look at that. Look, you better remember that. Yakindar's going to remember Darty.
Makes some ancient history in caves there.
Arias, what's up? How you doing?
Shot with the AK as well. Splintering the wood. Smashing the face.
Darty was making a run last major?
Twists. Clears his angles back towards Red Room. Paranoid about a late play. Gets himself set up to play the off angle in case it's a split push in. Cryptic needs to sell the idea.
He was in the last RMR as well without an org.
Smoke. Rest of the team now goes out through Donut. Twist. He's been waiting for this, but it won't matter. Bested by the Khalil. Goes down. It's looking really bad now for Liquid. Cadium, he's trapped at both angles. Scared about the backstab from CT, but Brett's just holding it.
Like if you're just like casually watching CS, I'd understand not knowing these guys, but these guys are all like, if you watch any little bit of NACS,
it's really a bit of pill to swallow, isn't it? It's
you would know who they are.
It's not a shot for a defuse and success just to hold on to the AWP.
But I also don't blame you if you don't watch NACS.
It is 3 weapons saved. We saw how Liquid prevailed in a previous round with just an AK and an MP9. So again, that cornered and caged Predator going to be difficult to contend with. The shot
oh my god. Oh, the Ancient.
Shot in the back. The ball actually finishes him off, so Cadian is going to have the last
we love Ancient.
In the round.
You are running down middle.
Need to only look at the overall tally of rounds, and they'll be feeling pretty happy still about how this is going.
Shadow giving him away as he jumped round.
Cryptic the IGL. Yeah.
Nice tag into the bomb plant then. Look like the M4A1S was at least scavenged towards the end there, so if they want to keep that in play, they have it in their hands. Liquid going to be taking a timeout now as well. Take a few seconds to talk about it on their CT side. It's looking pretty good though already. T side coming out swinging. We expected their T half to be where things would allow them to set the pace of the game, play a little bit more aggressive into some of these rounds. They're hitting some shots as well. Darty has got to be set coming into this one already.
So, and that's just not something you guess about in a chat room with thousands of people.
Yeah, that intro to Yakindar.
Why do I got to tell you that?
I mean, there was a smoke down, still just removed his head. And it really was off the back of how aggressively they took mid-control in that last round. So I think an obvious change to make or a slight adjustment or tweak for Liquid is to get that aggression again, like get Twists, get Naf.
It's just not something you want to let.
Taking mid-control. Twist is out here early on. Molly smokes and flashes, but he has been smoked off himself.
Another day.
And with no one pushing through on Cave, other than Cadian, who nearly connected that shot while flashed, this is exactly what Boss are hoping for. Having this mid-control allows you to assert dominance and poke and probe many facets of the map simultaneously. It makes it very uncomfortable for the CT side. Brett just pins around and takes off the head of Yakindar.
Wow. That was a nice flick back. Looked like he was going to be overwhelmed by the
No treadmill. I was thinking about booting it up here in a second, to be honest with you.
Trade still makes it manageable. Weakens the setup towards B that's almost non-existent with the gravitation round towards A. It's Naf deep towards the back of the site, playing for the rotate from his teammates deep from CT. Clears it out now, looking for a headshot, little jump spot, but no info on the ramp setup. Molly can go over the top when Pone goes in for the plant. Can they pull this one off, at least denying it? It was a nice Molly down, follow-up shots also on target, twists. He's punished the first, but it's Nafly that pushes up, looking for the second deny. The nades are there, they're ruining with the utility.
They actually missed, did they miss both nades?
Freshie tries
I don't think it mattered, but I think
the angle, understandably. In a 2-on-4, knew he had to try and take the initiative.
Loser's out, yeah.
Yes, that dynamic duo of Naf and Twists again, just so good. Skull's gonna clean up the rest, gets them up
They
and
missed both the nades earlier too.
A third for Liquid.
Yeah, that little, it sticks out just a little bit further than you expect.
The first time, then there was HG's the second time, and Naf was waiting in the alcove. If the
Who am I
player
rooting
tried to
for
go
here?
for the wide swing, would just shut him down
Listen,
anyway.
if Boss beats Liquid, I'm not going to be really heartbroken for Liquid because
after getting
that's on you.
Control, that was one of the
but I would prefer to see Liquid advance.
In the round prior.
So similar to like watching Complexity yesterday, I cannot stress to you guys enough like how much we need the heavy hitters to actually be looking decent at least.
Somewhat broken by
because unless you guys forgot, we're fucked. Like who we send are like our representatives in the sense that like if they don't, oh my skulls, if they don't perform well, we lose more major slots.
Make it look like there's still a chance in the round. The deep Molotov ahead of the smoke as well. Oh, this could get interesting. Bombardment from Nafly goes sprinting out through CT one by one. They
oh my god, how is this a 1v1?
Into the cage match. Does he know the player's in the back towards Donut? He's seen his back. He knows. Yakindar's aware of the potential angles he could be playing in. Can he get the drop on him here? Wants to peek round on the left-hand side, lines up the headshot, gives him the lights-out play, and brings back the fourth and the carnage.
That was a 2 versus 5.
Skulls literally started that round by 3King and doing 50 damage to the fourth player, and they almost lost.
Shades from Inferno pistol round came up. This time Yakindar does clutch it out. But that triple spray from Skulls should have been the round just done. The most convincing, easy, economy-building round that Liquid could hope for.
We need Cole to win because if they lose, there's a very good chance we get Liquid Cole tomorrow for the major spot. Christ.
Away from Brett. The 3 kills he gets in amongst that smoke.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
So well
like
cultivated. He played that perfectly.
This is why we just need all the big boys. That they shouldn't be losing anywhere. But
at no point do you feel confident.
Liquid did lose to Furia in a best of one. I mean,
for Liquid.
It's always
not like a horrible loss.
It's always going down to your 1v2s. It's really, really different to potentially what you'd expect, right? I mean, you kind of sum it up with.
Yeah, back to what I was saying is like,
you were saying, it felt like that was it. It was just
if
be him
whoever we send or whoever qualifies for the Americas region chat, if they don't perform well at the major, we lose more spots, which is just going to make it even harder in the future for the scene.
I mean, I can't imagine how Skulls would have felt if he just landed a triple spray down and then they ended up losing that round. I mean, that's going to be a gut-wrencher. So the pumped fist of relief. But again, Liquid getting success, find themselves with barely any money accrued and built up across the board.
Which is why I don't mind. I didn't mind that they do it performance-based, but it feels really bad that basically after everything consolidated into EU, after the Louvre agreement and COVID, it's like, hey, by the way, now it's all regional performance. Like
the troublesome tech on deck.
Not that NA was like close to EU or something, or the American, but there was definitely a point in time where we had multiple Brazilian teams that were dangerous, NA teams as well, and that all went to shit, and they're like, yeah, now actually we're going to do performance-based shit.
He's quite low at this point.
It's like, fuck.
In the rear, ready to respond.
Oh, fuck.
And Freshie finds himself late on the flank, out through red room, backs turned. If they don't expect it, thinking that he's still towards
the timing's good.
He can make a bit of a play out of this one. He's going to get into the back and pulls out the butcher knife, and the man sliced his way through him.
Oh my
Only
God.
good for one, as Cadian stops it there.
Holy base, he got the knife.
That's money in the bank from the knife.
That is a lot of money in the bank.
Additionally, he's thinking like, maybe if I can get that knife off, get the money in the bank, and no one is close enough to instantly punish me, I can still push forward into this round. I thought for a second he was going to play possum for a while and see if a secondary component came back from the long side of the site. They lined up with the Tech 9 and, you know, kind of a Pasha play from the old
Doesn't it get more spots if we do bad at the major? No, I'm saying we get less. I'm just saying basically after everything got fucked up in North America, they changed the major format to basically be performance-based, which I don't think is bad. It's just like, god damn, man.
First time in a while based off spawns. And they have pushed back boss a few steps.
It genuinely does feel like everybody does whatever they can to make sure that everybody's just constantly fucked outside of EU.
In this round, Cryptic straight out on mid with a 2-player setup. They find
I'm not saying EU isn't the strongest region, by the way, and doesn't. It's just like
there for the second peak if necessary, and you've got the wraparound from Skulls. Oh, if they can just buy a bit of time on this one, the round could be entirely over in a few seconds. Lines up the headshot onto Freshie. They're trapped at middle now at this point. One by one, pressure mounting. Brett on the off angle, but Cadian will clear.
Kenny, thanks for the 28-month reset. Thank you. But yeah, it just sucks that like people just shit on the scene too, and they just like don't even understand how we got to where we're at.
By twists as he snaps it across. And Boss just can't weather that storm. And it feels like if they don't have mid-control, Boss do struggle quite a bit. We've seen a couple of hits onto that B side of the map, and they've had...
UCAN deserves more spots. Way better teams that don't qualify.
No, it's
not what... See, that's what... Like, you guys are missing my point. It's okay. I'm probably explaining it poorly. I feel like you'd have to, like, really understand the full context of everything I'm saying.
Try and push into that smoke.
Penguin with the 32-month reset, thank you.
Tossing in the nade to clear it. Doesn't really spot anything for his troubles, though.
Black 6 to the 28-month reset, thank you.
The longer the game's gone on, the more Yukindar's causing issues for them as well. And Cadian's been repositioning with that AWP, always in the right angle to cause problems. Skulls on the top rope, ready to spray down, hitting the head boxes as they will fall one by one. So the Pistols not getting too much done there. As Liquid, again, pass on that test and build themselves a nice buffer of rounds. Getting a bit more vocal now as well. Feeling like things are falling back into their favor here on the second map. The final boss for them at the RMRs is right in front of them.
It's not even less spots than NA, bro. We split it with... it's all the Americans.
For boss, you're one map away from that very fate. They've got to claw it back at the very least.
Also,
though,
hell no.
Again now.
As much as I want the Asian region to do well, you're on... I think Mongols is doing well. It's been a little while since I've seen Linvision play, but no.
And Yukindar, make sure he doesn't miss his opportunity.
The third team, if they had another team, would have been Greyhound. And no disrespect to Greyhound, but
if mid's no longer available, no problems. We'll just rush it down onto A instead. And Twist is in hot pursuit on Donut. Another flashbang comes in, and it's so successful. This time tossed in from Yukindar, and although Twist is burning alive, no post plant has come in just yet. They managed to stall this with Molotovs and smokes tossed in. Another trade goes in favor of the CTs, but Ponalone,
I mean, I wanted Graham to do well, but those dudes went into every tournament, every interview is like, yeah, we expect to lose, we're probably going to lose.
Kills, but it's not going to be a third.
God.
It was nearly such a brilliant play, such a nice try from Ponalone. But 8-4 going to be a halftime score.
Replaced Rocket with the RMR.
Oh my
NRG.
God. I thought that was the most sickening thing we had seen with a scope in quite a little while there. God damn. Ponalone.
Bro, he's one off.
AWP. Almost looked like he had that last one as well. I'm right there with you, homie, but doesn't happen in the end. Liquid at least get past that one. Would have been a horrific way to finish that one off for them.
Oh, you got to be devastated if you're Ponalone. He was so close to greatness in that round, and it was also not just in terms of like being selfish about wanting his moment, right? It would have been a 7-5 scoreline on Ancient as well. It makes a huge deal of difference going into that second half.
The fact it would have been such a sick round was just the extra caveat on top. The double no-scope, he was primed for it as well. All in the past now, though. We set our focus on the present. 8-4 being the score line. The T-side pistol coming out for Liquid. They go sprinting out through A main. Deep setup from Freshie. Takes the opening head off, makes it uncomfortable towards Donut, trying to bait him in, hoping Skulls will overextend. Brett finds it.
The numbers dwindling. It's getting a bit iffy now, but Naf towards the back with a Glock, good for only one.
Bro, what? This is Liquid's like favorite fucking play.
And there is not a single soul on the site
Holy
to hold
shit.
them back.
I think I've seen this play from Liquid on Ancient with this version of it.
The problem is, though,
at least 10 times. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, at least
they're going to have to clump together and hope and pray with this firing squad they have established that they can land nothing but headshots. First kills go in their favor. Twist now up to the plate, and he delivers as he smashes it over the head of Boss. A 2v4 clutch. The smoke and mirrors proving.
Bro, that angle is so fucking hard to deal with. It is why it's called the end game.
My God, was it close.
That angle is fucking brutal.
And those connect. Punishing round to have ripped away from you. All 4 players going in one by one and comfortable on the choke point. Liquid set themselves up for success there.
I peek one by one though. They weren't trying to. It's really like, so you have to know they're there first off, so you'd have to have x-rays. Then you'd have to swing past the angle hard. So the first guy gets bopped. But that's why you can't really line up the single if they kill you because they have a shadow angle. So for those of you that don't understand how that angle works, you could try to swing together. Like you could be shoulder to shoulder swinging together and it doesn't matter because they have such an advantage on the shadow. You're killing the first guy before your crosser actually gets moved off the angle. That's why it's so difficult to push in there. And why a lot of people, if you smoke it, it's called the end game smoke. It's like that angle in general is just terrifying.
Get the bomb plant down.
And you can't really change the angle of your approach either because of the box.
Walked into the close angles. They were just hoping to get those cheeky plays off, obviously realizing you don't really have the best weaponry to work with against the full buy. So all in all, Zeus isn't the worst weapon for it. You get that insta-kill if you're on the off angle.
So the only way really to like the best possible solution in hindsight for Boss there, chat, would have been the first guy to first off 100% have known they were there, and then he probably just turns with his back and jump across.
Does a bit of damage, but not too significant. They do well not to
like that. Probably like that was probably it.
Now from the side though, pinces in with one, and Cadian will get his kill.
Rolling schedule, yeah, it's rolling schedules. Yes.
$4,200.
That's what they were playing for at the end there. The extra money to build them up on this one, make it as easy as possible to have the weaponry.
Flom, are you farting as much today as you were yesterday?
Here on Ancient.
Not yet.
Don't let the game go on too long and get out of hand. But for Boss, there is the investment. A magnitude of Famises brought to the server, 3 of them in play here, supported by the 2 full rifles that were picked up.
I was packing protein yesterday, my God.
This has to be around for Boss. This is a
you share a fart with chat one time, dude. Now they want daily updates. That's crazy.
4 MAC-10s and an AK. You have got to win this round if you are Boss. If Liquid win this, it is a golden fast-track ticket to a 2-0 and an elimination
RJ,
for
respectfully,
Boss here.
do you know anything? Man was talking about NA spots when they don't exist anymore.
Towards the site. The 3 players pushing down mid.
And asked what level I am. God damn it, dude.
Them in. The carrot on a stick that Freshie falls for.
My girlfriend hates me since I started protein farting. Mother of God.
Easier for the T side of Liquid to pick
protein farts are so vicious.
For this one, all the nades left outside of the site as well for Cadian.
Man said Asia should get more spots in the entire Americas region. Basically, he said low-key Greyhound deserves to be in, and Furia and Liquid should be fighting
this
still.
one deep flash round using a little bit of delay tactics onto the ramp, but the T's are going to be ready for it, and they're barreling in.
They push.
RJ, professional NA hater here, man. I was reading your messages. Don't you worry. I was keeping track.
But Brad is still standing here. He's still anticipating this. He still tries to go in for the clutch. And Yakindar denies another. Cryptic's going to get splattered by the MAC-10. Looking to pulverize the economy of Boss.
Hating on NA is easy, but at least you got to be like
they basically already have. This was 4 MAC-10s and an AK coming into the round, and Liquid gets success again.
I think this is going to be chalked. This is about what I expected from Boss.
Down the CT side economy.
This is really fucking bad when you consider how Boss started, by the way, each half.
Safer with it. Nade around the corner, 84 HP left on him, but it's the flank from the back. If they can strip all the weapons from their hands, it makes it even worse here, but the FAMA's at least good for one.
Why aren't they playing the RMR? We suck.
He does get through it, but that's all you get. The single M4 carried into the next, facing a scoreline where Liquid is sat at 11, a single round away from the series point and closing down. Boss's run hurt the Americas RMR here for the PGL Major Copenhagen.
Yeah, Bradley, it's the same.
MP9s, 2 M4s. And a vast deficit to navigate your way through.
Wildcard 1 map 2, 13-8. Oh shit.
Come out ahead in the opening trade. Oh, it's even worse than that though.
Boston black t-shirts because they don't have an org.
Soon. He wants to put this map and this series to bed as fast as possible, and a touchdown grenade will drop Cryptic to 54. Spray from Twists.
Best style? That's all subjective, man.
And it looks as though Boss are on their
the most fun
legs.
team to watch.
The round in the palm of their hands. Cryptic again fighting for
snappy
survival.
Version of Emps was probably my favorite.
But as Skulls finds him, the bookend of the round.
Like Falcons aside, I feel like they actually don't play the same anymore under Falcons.
Them on 12 now.
I don't know if that's Zonic or what, but I don't like it as much. I'd say now.
Knowing that you've starved off elimination.
Chat, we can't talk about old. Wait, are you talking about new VP or old VP? Old VP's base. New VP, you're psychotic. Shut up.
But being able to mount a combat like this would be unfathomable. Everything has to be absolutely flawless, round in, round out.
Astralis very good.
Leave nothing unspoken for on the server now.
And whereas that first half was scrappy, Liquid didn't quite look like they were firing on all cylinders. Now we're seeing some of those heavy hitters find their stride. Skulls having an excellent map. NAF at 113 ADR.
Trying to think like current team that's my favorite to watch. I feel like low-key FaZe isn't that fun to watch. I feel like they're less explosive with Frozen. They feel very like
is also in horrible
even
shape
now. Like I don't even know how to describe. They really lost a lot of explosiveness, I feel like, but gained consistency.
They're gonna have to try and turn this back around real
Spirit's
quick.
Just literally the donk show, but
there is
yes,
no more
the donk show is fun to watch.
Elimination beckons.
And with a fragmented setup of weaponry, how do you make this work? What's the heads-up play for Darty? It's
I don't really have a favorite, a clear favorite right now, if I'm being honest.
Goes for a quicker pace, wants to bypass the smoke and gets his teammate in Brett set towards the corner. Cryptic finds
maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing.
They don't expect
oh!
And a Deagle, it goes the right, it goes west, doesn't deliver. And you've got
oh,
an edge
Darty
to play
just
with
like
now.
me for
you
real.
Take site control, you set up for it one by one. They funnel into the crosshair of Skulls and it's all on Freshie. Liquid know that they are just moments away from closing this down and grabbing 13.
Yeah.
One more player required, Freshie. He can look around for help, but it all has to come down to him. He has to be the hero of this story.
RMR stands for regional major rankings.
Fuse ever so quickly. Flashbang up and over. He will make his last stand, and stand he shall no longer pass.
All right.
As Boss will be eliminated.
Boss is out. 33-year-old talent Ponalone has been eliminated. Sedge. That sucks. That sucks. So we could watch this game for now. Yeah. And then what match is next? Oh, is the EU Dallas quali going on right now? Oh shit. That's so crazy that open qualifier games for Dallas and the EU get on HLTV. Not a bad thing, by the way. Just like, that's cool. Wait. Oh no, I'm high as fuck. There we go. Paying Imperial or ooh, I guess. Well, for sure we're watching this. For sure we're watching this. And then yeah, we don't have an NA team to watch right here, but Paying Imperial will at least, I think, be a better game. Yeah, okay. And then, so what does this look like right now? We have some time, so like, let's look at the calculator. So this is what it looks like right now. Christ, dude. We need complexity to win so bad, chat. If Cole loses, there's a chance they play Liquid. Does this change at all? Oh, it can change a little bit.
Pogue slide, pogue slide, pogue slide.
Wildcard's gonna win map 2. I think they already did win map 2, but I think it's map 3, if I'm not mistaken. Complexity's game is later today. It's gonna be the next set of BO3s. How long do we have till the next game? 7 minutes? Okay, so I'm gonna run a Flom size ad. I'm just gonna walk around for a second, see if Nori's up, let out the dogs. I'll be right back, right? Close the Gumbo. Why would I close? So, I'll be right back. Behave yourselves while I'm gone. No, it's all rolling schedule, so no pugs. No pugs.
one more map to decide who goes home. Which of these North American sides do we have to regrettably say goodbye to, and who stays alive until tomorrow with qualification on the line? Inferno is going to be our canvas for this next masterpiece off the back of a brilliant response. Wildcard, who looked down and dejected off the back of map number 1, turned it around on Vertigo.
I mean, they even looked at it a little bit on Vertigo as well, right? Yeah. That first half was dominant from M80. After a strong lead from Wildcard, they turned it around and, well, then it came straight back. They flipped the script, then flipped it again, and it was like, okay, we're back on the A side of things. Fantastic. Now we're on Pugger's Paradise. Now we are on Inferno. We had a Mirage, we had a Vertigo, so it's like, okay, an interesting dynamic here. I'm here for it, and now we're on Inferno. Your favorite map, right?
Oh, shut up. That's my favorite map on that display right there. Oh. The king that is Nuke. But
you're taking this home.
Generally speaking, generally speaking, if you don't steal a prop from every set you work on, I think you're not doing life right. All things considered, we're looking to see who can steal away this map. I mean, Inferno does open up a lot of doors and a lot of conversations. And I did say coming in towards this series, it was, you know, it's a choice here. And Wildcard had the choice of going towards Overpass, but they picked Inferno instead. So the question is, what do they have in the locker? What did Stan see that maybe he's like, right, this is where we're gonna have a little bit of an advantage? I do think inherently in any situation, especially coming down to basically a best of ones to the side of series, leaving it up to chance of Inferno worries me. If one person pops off, if Rek has a first half the way he had on Vertigo, 16-6, that already starts to spell misery. Granted, it didn't on Vertigo, but you know, who knows on a map like Inferno, just because all it takes one or two people to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an incredibly safe and strong CT side from Rek on that first map of Mirage, and we didn't see him do the same, what we expect from the same caliber of him on Vertigo. So maybe Inferno, reinvigorated, comes back, and then he's fine. Just a little bit of a quick stat. This is wildcard favored, 70% win rate on it right now. M80, not the case, 38%. However, if we did everything by the numbers, this would be very boring because Vertigo, wildcard, haven't won in like 2 months. Like they had a 17% win rate coming into that one. M80 have only lost it once. Either way, here we go. Our third and final map between M80 and Wildcard. The NA derby soon to come to a close. And here it is. It's M80 on the CT side. Honestly, probably their most beneficial side for them. Really works out
I'm going to say it, chat.
Of the individual players. And with Wildcard side,
the Americas region deserves all the pain for playing as much Inferno as we have.
Vertigo.
Oh, well. For the first, actually, so far, I mean, what we've seen in these pistol rounds, quiet. Very little happening.
Like, we deserve this, chat. I'm going to be honest.
So Infinite and
for how much Inferno we've been playing as a region, we deserve to be made fun of. Fuck it. Honestly, take all of our slots away at this point.
Or kind of committing to late,
Cortex, thanks to the 6-month primer. Thank you. Jordan, thanks to the 40-month reset. Thank you.
Sonic will drop a smoke. He'll drop a Molotov out towards long as well. Still not actually going off it. Now he will. He pops out, spots one in towards that of Pit, and he knows his Rek is poor. A split coming through though, and his 2 through library as Def will answer back, looking for more, and Def doubles down. Infinite falls, and the opening 2 go the way of M80. Maybe Wildcard overcomplicating this as Miles will find one of his own.
Yeah, really nice pick up there from Miles. Swisher going to be able to make this pretty damn easy and convincing for M80. That is, I think, the cleanest pistol round we've seen so far across this series. Most of them have been a little bit scrappy with like 2 or 3 players surviving.
Chat, who you guys going for?
At the very beginning.
I really feel like it's like no matter who you cheer for, it's kind of fucked.
M80 are going to be able to commit pretty damn hard. I love the fact that it was Def leading from the front on a couple of those kills.
I gotta say, I really think
M80? Okay.
That.
I'm down to go more M80. Just like, bro, I do feel like Swisher deserves to be in a major, but holy fuck.
And, well, they opted against it and did not expect a double stack through library. M80.
Pain Imperial starting? Oh, is it starting? I should remove... Ooh. Let me actually remove my stream off of Pain Imperial then. Hold on.
As that.
M80 aren't messing around here either. Look at this.
As I'm going to finish this map, so I don't want people to be confused. Hold on.
They really want to make sure that they can just shut Wildcard down before they even start getting anything going. The keys are in the engine. They want to make sure they're not dead. A little bit laboured there to be able to take down Stan, but Rek and Slacks are going to ensure that there are no qualms. just slight remaining. Incredibly vocal towards the end of that.
I removed it.
That second map on Vertigo. A little bit quiet now, of course, but we're still very early doors. Don't worry about that. He's just exploring the apartments. Might want to buy one of these up if this game doesn't go too well for him.
Yeah, and of course, over on the other stream, there was another North American derby there too.
Yeah.
Liquid and Boss. Liquid made that one pretty comfortable at tail end. I think it was 13-5 on that second map, 39 map the one.
Yeah.
So pretty comfortable. Maybe, you know, expected, but after a little bit of a shaky map.
I do feel like no matter who's IGLing mobs,
shadow without question
like this entire team individually actually is like really fucking talented.
To see. The question now remains, though, who joins Boss?
Like, they need more reps to really become, like, formidable, I think, versus the big boys. But in terms of where they're at, they're, like, ready to make that jump, you know?
And it's not a tactical one, so it does mean there's no conversations to be had just yet. But good thing to see, coming in towards a bye, this first gun round, it goes without saying, it feels like it holds a lot of importance this early on. We're still feeling like we're playing quite tense to Counter-Strike.
Obviously, they have to earn it. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, when it comes to, like, M80 versus Wildcard, when I think of, like, players in the server who are the, like, best players in this server right now, I'm looking at, like, the M80 side, you know what I mean?
Yeah, these have always been the important rounds to convert.
That doesn't mean you should just for sure win by any means. It's not like the margin's that huge, but...
round for both sides. If Wildcard can convert this, history tells us anything, it means, okay, we're in for a close one. Yeah. If they can't, do we see shimmers of a mirage in the distance once again, where they just couldn't get
that reactor Greyhound dissolving? I saw like their tweet was pretty cryptic. Is it confirmed that they're
We're
done?
hoping for a close one, though. We're hoping.
As fucked up as this is going to sound, if they were ride or dying that much on the major, like, I mean, that's kind of just inevitable, right? Like, I feel bad. Like, I'm not. I was just
a little thin over towards that T side.
A couple of smokes still available. A few flashes as well.
The thing that worries me is they're gonna have to burn both of these smokes on the execute and then post.
Or M80 really bad in Inferno. This is statistically their worst map. Yes. I don't know if that's changed. Oh my god.
Burning at the crisp.
One dude running the org. Yeah.
All that matters though is that he is alive. Another Molotov will come down out towards Long as Def trying to just pause this T-side wrap. What it feels like the Wildcard.
Yeah, that's just tough, man.
Not
like,
being given any space to work with. This time it looks like they want to commit towards A, but they're not being given that luxury. Slacks out through library.
Then they beat Liquid in Inferno. They can't be that bad, right? M80, I think, like out of all their maps, had a positive win rate on every map, and Inferno was like 25% or something. It was really bad.
Fight coming his way. Or up close, only going in one direction. Infinite and Jable will combine, but so will Swisher and Red. Back and forth.
Like 25%, and they're forced to play it, so they actually had a lot of chances to not have that low. Nice. But I'm sure that means they've looked into it too, though. You know what I mean?
Towards the A side, but Def making sure we know who won it.
Yeah, Infinite had an amazing opportunity as he pushed over towards Arches there. Just
what up, Ip? How you doing, bro?
Quantity for the
All right, chat, let me put on my clown shoes. Time to go for a walk, boys.
With his first shot, does manage to trade one more. It looks like he's going to be able to get them out of the weird situation, this rogue unit of a T player. But he does just get overwhelmed by, honestly, more bodies than on his side. It's the third round here for M80. We mentioned how important that round was for Wildcard to win, and M80 are making sure that Wildcard know that they are still here. Nades, smokes, you name it being committed. Ground being gained again by Malbs. I mean, just pushing up a little bit towards wood and spamming down in case anyone gets an inkling that they can go over towards B. He's ensuring that's not going to be the case. And, well, he's going to have to try and lock this one down. But the Tech 9 of Stanislaw, he's good on it. The shot there from Swisher trades it straight back.
And another big thing about Swisher's kill there, not only finding the kill to level things, but it's while smoke is in hand. The smoke actually works in his favor. He's basically been given a freebie.
Going triple with no nades.
Bought time for a rotation.
I mean, maybe he's just risking they don't have a molly, but they picked up his teammates, so
aren't given that luxury. The double pump execute comes through. Second time of asking for missed shot. Slack's not punished.
Oh,
goes to line up a couple.
That lineup looked crazy.
Trade, but Def at range sees it off, and a 4-0
just farm read YouTube chat.
M80
never
not pulling any punches now.
Yeah, Swisher being that spanner in the works there during that round.
The team, the Greyhound team's still going to try to stick together and come to Dallas. That's good. I always feel conflicted with the Greyhound team because I want to cheer for them, but dude, every time they do an interview, it just seems like they're ready to just lose and like go home.
Their mind, a bullet enters the head as
I can't tell if it's like the Aussie just like realism or like
tempo off the back of Vertigo. They were getting vocal, they were getting loud.
Yeah,
it's like I always enjoyed the interviews because they were goofy and funny as fuck, but at the same time, it's just like, bro.
But hopefully, off the back of this timeout, they can use this to convert around. We saw him being able to do it almost with consistency, taking a timeout and then gaining the follow-up. Can Wildcard take a trick out of their book?
Good to see Miles getting a little vocal as well. I mean, somebody who is so crucial to M80 in terms of their success, and I want to see him getting confident. And so far, he's been playing confident. 4-1. Def 5-2.
Geeky White subbed to me on both.
6-1. Def continues to put up numbers, continues to be the man to, and Tanner's make a difference. He's been caught on the masterclass, but playing at 1 as well. Up close wreck. This could be dangerous. It could work in his favor. 1, makes that 2, lines up a 3rd. It's a meal deal worth.
As a fan, you want something to believe in. I swear to God, Greyhound interviews never do that. Exactly. A Greyhound interview always left me feeling like I wanted them to win more than they wanted to.
On the corner of a smoke, Slacks gets a freebie. And man, one man's antics of one, M80 yet another.
25 seconds into the round and it's already said and done. Yeah. I mean, a hell of a push there from Rek, ensuring that Wildcard know that he's still in the server after a quieter end to Vertigo. It's a 5th round on the board.
If M80 can figure it out with Def,
it's always going to be in the back of the mind. Yeah, look at him. He's happy, man. They're all. If
M80 can figure it out with Def, I do think there's real potential for them at the major.
There's a mid smoke, which they've been throwing a number of rounds now, but not pushing off the back of it. Now they need to be cautious about getting this set up and getting the pushes, because Rek just could be there. Stan did an amazing job to be able to,
like, not to make like a crazy run, but I could see them at least doing some damage and making it. If they can figure it out with Def just a little bit.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think you're spot on. Stan gave
That's a huge if. It is. It is. I'm not not making light. I literally have Def on my fantasy team, and I gave him the noob roll. Okay.
Slacks wasn't ready. And Slacks was just
I'm well aware. Okay.
Like, I don't need to back him up. He's ready and waiting for it. Another push for the smoke though, and it's going to be Slacks to be able to face them at the start.
That's the Slacks they need. That right there.
The backup there from the CT holder Def. Is Slight going to be able to pick up a single kill here as the smoke gets cleared by the nade. Chip damage there.
I want Def back to coach. Yeah, and I think he wants to as well, to be honest. I think most of the interviews Def is given, he's very much
single kill to Def.
He's trying his hardest to make it work for his team right now, but I think he enjoys the coach role actually. Like
Sonic, he's making something of this. Still a mammoth task ahead of him.
It's no armor as well.
Which is 55 seconds. I mean, he's going to go for the long rotate. You know, I'm going to completely count this out. The only question mark, of course, still remains the bomb, right?
It's not not really trying to shit on Daps, but it's not a Dap situation where homie actively is like, please let me coach. Like, just exactly can we get an IGL? Literally Def, dude. He's like, please, dude, just get me out of this server.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Defs across the side, right? You've got Slacks who... okay, this could be interesting. Molotov goes down. Sonic might be able to find another kill hit.
Guys, M80. Okay.
Ever so slightly. And this is why...
Does M80 have a coach? Well, it's Def. Right now...
while the rounds haven't been converted by Wildcard yet...
Bobby or Stamina is helping Def, I think, prep
the board. It's not like
remotely.
There in the bin. It's, oh, I've had to rebuy
with analyst work, I think.
I've had to rebuy my full util, along with my armor and everything, kind of across everyone. So yes, why they are going to be able to afford themselves a buy here.
Why not get Bobby in and Def coach? Wouldn't Bobby perform better on paper? With no disrespect to Bobby, Def is literally qualified and played in majors before.
Let's see. Slacks up close, second mid.
I ain't trying to hate on Bobby, but yeah, I think Def is actually better suited at this stage.
Silver lining in the early part of this round, and of course, the fact that he isn't,
especially when you consider the fact that you add in the fact that Def is going to know everything that they do already, right?
6-0 start, and M80 are bolting away with the CT side thus far. Wildcard. Similarities, as we said, of Inferno between Mirage. We see this at the tail end of Mirage. If this is to go towards Inferno, you know, inherently the fundamentals of this map are
So
similar to
Bobby
Raj
wouldn't have been able to play no matter what, but I think it was fine this way either way.
Control, Def, up close, spotted. That would have been at least alerted on radar. Doesn't want to overface though.
That was a fat fucking nade.
Sonic has an inkling here. Of course, nade committed. Should be good for the tap. Should be good for the kill. Yeah,
Def?
weakened up early on.
That was ambitious.
Slack's just waiting for the cross.
There's Bobby's stamina, and he's an analyst right now for MAD. Like I said, I think now that Def isn't coaching his IGL, they don't have. He needed somebody to basically help him,
straight down speedway,
like review for teams and shit.
But right now, Bomb is in no man's land. It's still over towards T-Ramp with 30 seconds on the clock and no util or anything committed here yet. They need to burst onto the site.
The only thing that does work in Wildcard's favor is actually no smoke on either Malbs or Swisher playing site. There's a flash to work with, they're not going to be able to keep them at bay. And talking of a smoke, one comes on towards Swisher.
Seconds.
Time ticking, 1 kill is all that Malbs has to get. There's one, that'll slow them down at the very least. Sonic is trying to get it on towards the side.
Look at the time, it's already over.
Got to hit this plant.
Deadass, it's already. Oh wait, no, he might have got it. Maybe he got it. Wow.
Lifeline being extended.
Fantastic plant spot. I don't know, was that from Infinite?
User, they're not giving Slacks the fights here. Neither side got the utils to Slacks. A wall
I think that was whoever pathed with that bomb was actually genius. That he went straight to triple with it.
They have a kit in the back pocket of Rec, but they might even just be calling this.
Yeah,
that was actually such sick pathing.
Oh, okay, there is the kill. Maybe they can continue going. Yeah, again, 10 seconds earlier, maybe that's a different story. Slacks is just going to be holding to grab a couple of frags because that T-side economy is not built up. This was a bit of a Hail Mary play.
Yeah, the plant was sick.
Falling back, saving
fantastic. Thanks to the 2-month resub. Thank you, Sack Joy. Thanks to the 11-month resub. Gridler, thanks to the 14. Charles Bells, thanks to 26 with primary.
Perfection. But M80 find 1 kill there. If the bomb isn't planted directly in front of the backside hold, that round's over and done with, and you've got 4 people not getting econ next round.
Yeah, and I think, again, this comes down to what we were saying out of, you know, that sort of T-side play. You know, when they're going for that bomb plant, it's such a risk, but they play it perfectly. That one smoke in towards Coffins basically completely nullified M80 there. Swisher, he knows as well that with his one flash, he basically can't gamble to swing through it. Pick your poison scenario. Swisher, this time gonna go for swing. Finds one, and he finds a second as well. The third, not exactly favorable as Malbs will fall, but Swisher might have done enough alone. And he
Max, M80 already dropped their Overwatch
Swisher,
team.
that's beautiful.
24 hours later.
Wildcard caught napping. And they will be punished. Numbers advantage now for M80.
Yeah, the double CT push
unless they re-signed another team in that 48 hours.
When you think M80 might have to fall back on their laurels a
bit. Wait, they signed another team now?
Considering how that last round went from Wildcard, drawing down the time, they just completely subvert expectations. They turn it around and they go, hey, we are still firmly
I love
here.
esports,
We're gonna swing
bro.
You. We're gonna try and go for frags. And again, it's caught with util in hand down second mid, not expecting
That's actually incredible.
Of course, the changes to the spawns and stuff on T side aren't in effect here yet.
Exactly that.
Overwatch esports actually might be decent here soon because they're gonna finally do what you should do, and they're gonna have an open circuit. I think ESL is literally running it for them.
Most time to work with. The biggest thing is
I'm not saying it's going to be huge, but bro. Oh, well, thanks, BGL. God damn it.
Big ask. Isolated with the ult. What can he do? 30 seconds. Flash
on
towards that corner. Jaber's going to be the first to appear around.
Scope, though?
And actually, Slacks.
Dude, PGL, stop.
Give them up this space. He gets.
There you go. Just so you don't think it's me. It's not me. It's not me. It is them.
1v3.
Slacks at the 1v3, but I wasn't a 1v3 there,
but. Yes, they get a bomb plan, but nothing more is nothing gained. Slacks has gone massive.
Maybe open more
you
tabs.
said it was
Bro,
difficult, and it
why
was
does
not
it matter? I have 32
there,
gigs. What is the tab
opening,
doing?
Not getting traded straight away.
Is me closing tabs going to make PGL stop lagging out or what?
The opportunity to be able to leg one through the wall. I mean, hell, if that was a kill.
What am I going to lend them some of my RAM?
Taking down the fellow warpering slight as well. Oh my god. I don't think you could have asked for a better B-site hold. And there was no one else near as well. No. The round was over and done with when the rest of the CT pushed on through. This is, remember what
tickets better. Kick literally pays Amazon Twitch for the same exact video player. It is quite literally the same.
It should have been a much cleaner round for M80.
Watch for everyone to watch, but holy fuck.
Hey, you give him the opportunity, he's going to absolutely take it. 12-1 now.
It is quite literally the same exact player.
Massive overfaces. And the tail end of that post plant. You know, the first, we can give Wildcard the benefit of that on the first, right? We're looking at, you know, a swinging towards apartment. It's traditionally a one-and-done angle.
Watch wherever you want, but
I like his information play. You know, you get a kill. Getting 2 there is massive from Swisher. But, man, Slacks should never, alone on a B site, with an AWP, be able to isolate 3 fights. It's poorly played. You know, the spacing and the trading from Wildcard there is inherently just so ineffective. Yeah, so many question marks. This is looking already like the wild card of Mirage. Slacks jumping across, nothing spotted. Gonna go for a peek towards second miss. Stanislaw would have been heard coming through that first Molotov. A second one to come through. And Stan finds Malbs, who was caught in the flames there, but he was also flashed, hence why he didn't know what damage he was taking. Full blind there. Malbs had no clue where he was. Not a bad start. Wildcard desperately needed opening kill.
Thought he was safe in the corner, and then Molotov just spread ever so slightly more. Blind, of course. If it connects enough, you're not going to be able to hear anything either. Sonic. Oh, I don't think that's where he wanted that one to go. But hey, that might change up the pace
I forgot to get batteries.
Looks like you're going long now, boys, instead of short. It's a 5 versus 4. Wildcard with that man advantage. Slight on the back lines as well, in case there is a lurk from Banana, but the brakes have been pumped. There you go. That's the smoke he was looking for.
It's not turning on, boys. The battery might be dead.
Now the smoke comes late. It's giving them time to set up on towards site. And it's a nice little double setup as well, but I think Def overfaces there. Doesn't need to peer around the corner. The question is, do they expect Wreck? No, they don't. As Wreck finds 2, Infinite and Sonic will fall, and Wreck is locking down the A site. Slight all alone, and
M80 is looking switch the fuck on.
Is Wreck once again. Another huge round for him. Another time he's called upon to save his team and bail them out, and that he does.
It's always in his anchor positions. We saw it on A where he was hiding around in a cupboard. Let the rest of your team peek and take the early fights. I will clean up when it's
Twitter full leak proof? What do you mean? You mean IPs?
It doesn't matter at the end of it when Rec can go absolutely massive like this. Slacks helping out from Library also, but it was all on that young
Nordic with a 37-month resub. Thank you.
Nice from M80. 8 rounds on the board, and Slacks. Oh, hello. He might.
I straight up just turned off the fucking.
That's the fallback. The smoke's coming.
I just disabled that shit.
And waiting for it though. Nade going to be committed from Malbs and Swisher. A lot of damage.
Sure, go ahead, Truck.
JBA really puts that one-tap potential even
Nordic
further
with a 37-month resub. Thank you.
For these M4s. Flash as well to be able to delay them. Plenty of time on the clock. Wildcard's about to change the pace here if they want to.
What do we got now?
Looks like they are just fully committing here and they want to do it quick. No more running down the time until the last 2 seconds in the round. Slacks incredibly experienced hold there from him to not fire straight away and instead wait for the smokes. Taking out Stanislaw, the absolute epitome of Tech9 players, and he's getting taken down. Malbs picking up one of his own as well. He needs to get the bomb down at this point. Sonic's going to be able to trade one. If they can get this planted, they can take that to consolation, and it does go down. But slight on 3 HP. It's never going to be a round that they're going to be able to secure. M80 find themselves at 9th, 10 rounds deep. They're looking for double digits.
Dude, I was telling you guys, like,
10-2.
remember when I pulled up Slacks' stats the other day, chat, and I said, like, he's him, and they need him to bang?
To the final whistle in this best of 3. The finish line is just round the corner, and Slight, I mean, you can just see from a guy who was so vocal in Vertigo, and really popping off at the tail end, he kind of epitomizes
Truck.
Now in terms of they're just quiet. It feels like they have no response. Nothing's working. They're not gaining anything. This is starting to look extreme. Or starting, it already is looking extremely problematic.
Truck every night grinding, getting his view count up, actually growing. Every day sees a new person in the fucking CS directory view botting.
Of course, off the back of the text from the previous round, get that bomb planted.
Oh shit, that's another one, Truck. That's crazy.
Well, too little, too late, I would say. We're 11 rounds deep. Gonna be able to buy into the next for sure, but
it's like a new raid boss every day.
Oh man, Def falling back, waiting for this push. little bit differently if
Bro, it's so funny. The one day when homie's shit didn't work.
Aggressive play inside of mid, trying to get that first opening pick, and then kind of forcing Wildcard to fall back and then change
Stone,
up their
thanks to
plan.
22-month reset.
They are
Thank
now
you.
allowed to hold on to exactly what they wanted to do in the first place. Push out on towards this A bomb site. Wreck is still here.
Just because you didn't believe me that I said you had a bigger stream than him, he was just view-botting his fucking weenie off.
Infinite. Now we need to see the
You
rotation
didn't believe me.
from the B bomb site. Digits get punched in. Stanislaw and co. Ready to hold.
Got really good use on the retake here. Only issue is retaking.
Man, homie's viewbot didn't work one time, and holy.
That's a great Molotov though. Stanislaw gonna be forced out, gonna be heard.
Muerte with the fucking 72-month resub, nice fucking cock. Bully, thanks for the 18, fantastic, thank you. Nordic, thank you. And Stone, thank you. Save.
Dodging flames left and right.
Surprised they were actually up there.
Is they've got the site, and that
I mean, because they got some money, maybe, I guess. They just want to do some damage.
A little bit of damage towards Stan. Yeah, exactly. Not an issue. And Infinite actually going to hunt on the tail end here. So a second going to be put on the board for Wildcard. It's a sigh of relief, and actually Infinite does fall. Stan goes down to the bomb as well.
That's really bad.
Yeah, it will actually make this a little weird. Thankfully, Slight and Sonic both can drop one over. They've got enough to buy. They'll be fine. But the only question mark as well is about Util overall. They still should be able to squeeze out full belts.
I think with the drops from the 2 surviving players, it should be okay.
They're going to be better. They're going to be fine. But M80, there's no need to worry, even if it's a 9-3 half. All the expectations, of course, is them to continue this run of form in towards their T-side. T-sides we actually did quite a lot of decent work in towards map number 1, even map number 2 at times. It was a little bit more inconsistent on Vertigo, but we'll see. Barrel spotted. It's not actually wall bangable. Yes,
it's fine. I don't know.
Nothing actually gained off it.
No,
you probably could.
I think it's like, oh god, there's gun barrel. Let's shoot for that wall. Hopefully.
Max adds, my god.
See that he's crisp though. Would have been a great kill if that wall was wall bangable. Evidently not the case. Ground being gained here again from Infinite and Sonic. Not usually the kind of pushing players. Instead, usually.
If I've learned anything with this treadmill is that the right lube makes all the difference.
Usually aggro. We usually like seeing him perform big
Recall of the 38-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Pusher, able to bail him out and trade him back. It's about to bring us to a 4 versus 3. Util is limited for this T side. We mentioned this may be a problem, and now there's only 2 flashes and a smoke on him.
I'm still going towards B. There's 2 players there.
Squeeze, thanks for 21-month reset. Thank you.
Sonic could be the difference maker here in this round. If he can get 1 kill in the next 10 seconds,
learned that with my dick.
I've
never had sex, so I don't know.
It gives them a chance. But the question is, can he? Flash is great. The peak is not off the back of his Swisher. Will find it. And now the second he finds that fight, they can pay a 2-2 split.
9-3 curse.
Doubling back towards the A site.
Or
and
10-2.
Back into trouble just where
Marcus
Swisher
with the 45-month reset. Thank you.
45.
Now the Orb gets the freest kill of his life. Jaber gets caught, gets clipped, and Infinite secondary Orbing trying to make something work, but Slacks will mop them up and mow them down. M80 locking in double digits at the turn of the half. And Wildcard have got nothing left in the lock, it seems. They look out of this.
We said this earlier, Wildcard beat M80 to get here. They need to beat
Is it the person who's already shown in Asmon's video?
And it's looking like too much of a tall order.
That's actually not who we're talking about right now, but that is, I mean, that is one of them, yeah.
We saw on Mirage.
It's like 5 or 6 people now that every day load up and just view-bot their ass off in the CS directory.
And hell, if they can convert, get
you know any players who use inverted mouse?
First 2 rounds of the half, I think
is it Mezzi?
Wildcard, they've looked like a shell.
Mezzi moves with right click, but is he inverted?
But it was the second
Somebody
half
plays inverted, but I can't remember who it is.
Second half team, their CT
Fasher, that's right, it's Fasher.
Absolutely.
It's Fasher. Thank you, chat. I remember they're on because, dude, at one point, Mezzi and Fasher were on the same team, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Tastiest at the 53-month primer, thank you.
If M80 find the 11th here, it feels like it spells.
Moving with right click is so fucking insane. It's the norm if you came from Quake, man, but most of you aren't that old.
We'll get out in towards apartments at the very least.
Like when I was back in my day, when I was playing with when I was like 16,
triple stack.
And I was gaming, most people I played with that, like, if they were in their 20s,
If Slight can...
All moved with right click. And the mouses were way worse build quality, so all of them would just break.
Stanislaw picks up 2, but it's enough damage dealt.
Damn.
By the T's of M80.
The Palace popped that good, huh?
Bomb gonna get planted by Rek.
That's extra wild card. This ain't even close, bro.
So much time there. Wild card. It's falling apart.
The flash missed as well, so it wasn't even like they were blind. That's the real issue. Def had to go for his flash on top of it too. Popping their way through.
Sure, it's a horrible idea for binds. Has nothing to do with binds. It has everything to do with movement.
But only as Rek finds
Quake is hyper movement based game, and right click was a fantastic way actually to for how you move in that game specifically.
And surely now there's nothing, absolutely nothing to work with. Def will make sure that there's no overfaces, nothing too audacious to come through, but at this point it feels
it's not like a troll. Like it was actually very good.
Even if they do lose this next round and it's 11-3, there's enough of a buffer where they can just win.
Wildcard talking shit after map 2 to get mauled map 3. That's why it's great that everybody talks shit though.
Ahead of their opponents that they can give them a bit of ground. They're not going to want to do that, and Def is too experienced.
How old is Flom? 47.
To give them that. But Wildcard, I mean, they're digging into their bag of tricks.
I'm also president of the Walking Pad Club for gamers.
And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. A little bit of team damage, but it's nothing crazy. Def picks up 1. Malbs and Slack's good for more as well. Slight finally finding his pistol kills, and he missed last round. The damage done, and that's going to be a 12th on the board with almost certainty here for M80. Juggling those weapons back as well to ensure that nothing can be recovered, and it's just the IGL of Stanislaw.
Show them what Quake was.
From Majors for a while now, and well, it looks like this is going to be another one as well. 1 round left.
Most of my teammates that used right click to move,
dominant in this first map.
One of my teammates actually broke his mouse like 6 times.
13 rounds secured.
Because the right click would just give out.
Tested, tried on Vertigo. Wildcard
fucking build quality. I mean,
strong, and now look at
mice break all the time now, but I feel like for different reasons. But holy shit,
he was performing well, and now it's just a couple of rounds just haven't strung together. Look at the frags as well. Jaber,
20 and 1.
2 kills to his name. He's
Editor,
so vocal.
clip me talking about how Slack needs to pop off and M80 will bang. Then take these stats. Thank you, editor. Make me look incredible.
And a lot of space to work with, and if he can't find form, he is the win factor for Wildcard. So it basically sums up the miseries and the woes. We find ourselves now at an interesting crossroads, and it could be the end. Both sides of a bye.
Liquid already played Cole plays Furia later today.
Stanislaw might have just spotted 1. He will make that a couple, but Mal's in for the trade. Jaber needs something. He's got the support of Slight, who looks to find a second kill of his own. Orb up close, met with a nade. On the corner through Boiler, will get 1. Tickling in the flames.
I didn't realize we were on a scam.
More.
There you go, Slight.
That's more like it. Jaber gets 1. 3 kills for Slight.
And you can see what with the 5-10 gifted chat. I'm looking for hot girth duelers, and I'm matching all gifted.
It is absolutely not impossible.
What a round to win there as well. I mean, you're down in the dumps completely. Stan, only good for 1, but it's enough damage dealt with this stack here from Jaber and Slight. I mean, hell, what a shot that was to be able to close out the round as well. It's the 3rd on the board for Wildcard, and you look at this and you think, God, I mean, it's good, but is it enough?
Slacks really fell off, dude. He had a 20.
Not right now.
20 kill death. Sorry, I'm not even gonna make this joke. I just fucked it up anyway.
I mean, the buy here from M80 is
fuck it. You do what I was gonna say.
Pretty stacked. Everyone's kind of fine right now. Mal's gonna swing onto the corner. He is going to be good for that first opening kill. Sonic yet to trade him. Needs to pick this up.
Oh no! Oh no!
Round after round. Oh no! Consistently. Captain consistent on the side of M80. And now with the smoke coming down, Stanislaw needs to do this.
He's backing over rotates. They're actually too slow. Stan could be in trouble. He plays this right. He had to get out of sight. There's no way. If Stan sticks around in sight, he is, without a shadow of a doubt, dead here.
God, I can't wait till Trek really finds his final form and just carries me to a major chat. It's going to be so sick.
In the world, and they've left Def as a kind of a lurking presence in that cubby on mid. So there's no need to face it if they don't want to. Only real issue, I guess, is the quite limited utility.
Why didn't they just run in there? You have an entire minute left in a 5v3.
Of Swisher. So
and multiple guns.
His way forward.
Why risk him getting a multi-kill when 2 of you don't even have armor?
He can wrap all the way round. Jaber He obviously would have relayed that this is a possibility, but this is a timing play. Def's going to get in behind.
You don't know the routes area. You have a 5v3. If you can't win the round at this point, that is on you. You know what I mean?
Stanislaw finds Wreck, but back turns. Def bluffs his lines.
Like this. See, they kind of... Oh, never mind. They're bringing it back again.
2 versus 3. Bomb goes down, and Slight can't show his cards just yet. It's an all-in buy. It's an all-in call on the poker table.
That's what I'm saying, Trek. Just carry me, bot.
But can Jaber come up for support? Slight retaken with the AWP is a big ask. Flash on the corner. Nade in the back pocket. Has to be good as Malves is spotted in towards Dark. He chunks the nade, but stays alive as Malves finds one more. All that remains is this kill.
Malves round.
Will close
Malves round, baby.
Slight, down go Wildcard. Eliminated, and it's commiserations, but congratulations.
Let them know.
As M80
Let them know.
A scare.
They've got one more best of 3. One more best of
GG's
3
for
Def
Jaba
to return to glory,
and
return to the major circuit for the...
All right. Back to Pain Imperial real quick. Where is this match at? Gonna add my stream real quick.
Here for Pain. But moving
Holy
into
fucking 9-2.
There's a lot of emphasis going to be put on this pistol round. Imperial have been just a force to be reckoned with so far on this Mirage.
The fuck happened over here? Chad, I 10 gifted. I'm still looking for hot girth thrillers, and I'm matching all gifted.
And that is one of the big differences.
Surely
right?
we're getting the 10K subs, boys. Surely.
As far as the years are concerned, right? He won't have the shakes. He won't have the nerves on stage. But he's not a calming figure to look down and see that, oh my God, it's
9-3.
He's made semifinals. Oh my God, it's Henny. He's made a grand final. Oh my God, Zach standing behind us also made a grand final of a major. The calming aura isn't there. So Imperial's youngsters.
Was it no way that's supposed to be really fucking cracked, chat, that I heard about?
These late round difficult situations. Now Henny.
Gecko with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Flom. You're fat. Yes. Simple. Also not fat.
Get onto that A-bomb site and have that lurker activate, but Beguzera is taken down, and with that, Noah is committed to another quick frag. NQZ trades, finally, and Vinny and company are trying to move in. The bombs are planted in an ideal location,
no way.
But that said, at least it goes down. Vinny does go down as well, but Cowards doesn't realize there might have been a second player nearby. Feltz is the one who he's fighting up against. Henny and Feltz back to back, trying to fight out with a jump through. Henny's the one to collect. Now, Nassim and NQZ. NQZ to try and cover off that cross, but with a smoke down, that won't be particularly helpful. They're on the defuse, they're sticking to it. Henny's still all the way in. He finally gets the
nice
shot. They
3K.
seem to save the day with 3.
Man, good heads up. That smoke on the bomb, there was a way that could have fallen out of their hands. Henny had a kit. That 5 seconds ticking in their head.
Bro,
and once they
the admin just side-eyed the Pain coach so hard. He's like, don't you do it. Don't you fucking get excited.
Look how far that progresses before Pain
you
finally
fucking keep those emotions to yourself, motherfucker.
For Pain. They move in as underdogs to this series, but there is still some fight left in them. Even after getting brutalized in that first half, they can still right the ship.
It's Laxo 21-2? Yeah. They put an NA team in front of him again, and he's just ready to feast.
Is it often
Coaches
led
can't
by
celebrate?
Zeus?
Nope.
Electric trains are all the rage these days. I think they call them trams or something. These kids, what are they going to come up with next?
I was thinking more maglev, to be honest.
T-time is like...
I don't even know
T-time is like...
What? Magnetic levitation?
Anders... After like 2 monsters.
Listen, I won't talk about the railway infrastructure of my country, but we don't have those.
Yeah, not many places do.
Swear to God.
Tulsa's rather simple. A nice lightweight round for Pain to chew through. Pretty stressful pistol, but now some time to reorganize your thoughts.
Correct, Sniper. That is the logic. Yes, is the coaches can't animate or do anything because they could give information to the players.
Starts to get closer and closer.
If you celebrate the pistol really hard and he slaps your ass in the right butt cheek, that could mean go A next round. Which is also probably on the notes right in front of you, but that ass cheek is a little bit too much info.
So all the rifles saved over here for Pain. A bit of a walkover on round 2 of the second half.
This is where the real test begins, though. For Imperial,
Sounds
no matter how
cheeky.
much we might
All right.
rant
That's
and rave
enough.
about how good these veterans are,
Shadow,
how
you 15
much
gifted, by the way.
experience
Don't
they
let me
have.
forget.
Everyone knows 1 or 2 gun rounds, and suddenly all of that experience doesn't matter because the momentum's on the other side. Now, Henny doesn't want that to happen. He's found the first frag. Gluck's taken down through a smoke. Never fun.
Not an ideal way to start, but they had a lot of utility to be able to flush him out of that position. Nice protocol from Imperial. Pretty base, but their
Are they all
willingness
cheating
to
like they do in chess?
instigate. in
Yeah,
that
everybody's
Look
got a
at
little
how
something extra stored.
aggressive Norway
Actually,
is right now.
funny
They can
enough,
fully
they got
start
metal
to
detectors they
rotate
scan
away from
people
this A
with
site.
beforehand, so they might
Descendi
get
and
caught.
Henny's job is made so much easier right now.
Imagine the
They're getting ready for a
admin
potential
that
rotate back
fucking
towards B. They know
scans
this
you
Molotov
before you
doesn't
sit
mean very
down,
much. Feltz also
and your
knows that if
ass
it's anyone
fucking
going
makes
forward through
noise.
connector, he'll be able to spot that out because Zera is basically a dead man walking.
Beep.
Will he check this angle?
Beep.
No, it won't matter. Feltz misses the jump, but he might just take the duel outright and
Ah,
win it. He
shit,
does.
dude. Oh,
Now
man.
it's time for Vinny to look for the
You think
wins.
the
He won't
admins
be
are
able to
trained
find
for that
first kill.
situation?
No. Just ahead. Molotov to the back of the site. He continues forward. Vinny's got the quick double. Feltz on the assist. Did just force them forward. Funnels them into Vinny's waiting arms. NQZ.
Oh, my
A 1v4.
transmitter's for silicon? Holy shit.
Would have to pull out the full ace clutch, but with 25 seconds left and the bomb not down yet, any possibilities that were already minimal are looking impossible. Instead, will he even be able to find one? No.
Okay.
He will not.
Yeah, a lot of patience
Imperial
displayed
on the
there
board,
from
on the
Imperial,
CT
even in the
side.
4 versus 1. They're happy to allow him the plant, but they weren't going to give him opportunities to win out that clutch. They had a flank coming as well. They had a lot of players sort of mustering their strength inside of Kitchen. And unfortunately, there is not much of a path for NQZ to clutch
Bro,
back.
no
and as
shade,
much
but
as
is
Payne
Imperial
would have wanted
sponsor
it.
a
But they
betting
saw
website,
that man down,
a CS
and Big Uzera, there was actually a
gambling
world in which,
website with
Feltz
skins
just didn't
and
have
then
that
a crypto
engagement
sponsor?
because he missed the jump. It was kind of, it was almost fortunate for Feltz.
We need a little bit of
because that was
variety in
a
there,
frag waiting
goddamn.
to be found.
Fortune favors the bad movement. That's what they say.
What a hard angle to clear. Vinny is playing on that.
Sounds like
big bomb side. They
esports,
were
just
still pretty
sounds like
spread,
sports.
even
You
with
could
no
just put it
forward
that way.
spot inside of Palace. But that's just the strength of the spot. Vinny knowing his positions well, and look at some of the aggression implemented here by Imperial, playing round that top mid smoke. They call the all clear. There's a lot of presence and utility, but not a lot of bodies.
All gambling always has been. Not anti-gambling, but I'm sure all of those sites are above board aware.
Coming in for more, why not? The A4 will always be helpful, and No Way is as well. Trying to prevent the cross from coming through. Vinny goes down to the flames, but he doesn't care at all. Imperial on 11. They cannot be stopped.
Pretty much the worst way that could have gone. Throw presence towards mid and top mid, and they face clear it. They play around those smokes. They start challenging and seeing that there's nobody on Payne available. So even though it is just Vinny on that bomb site, he has that additional heads up. He knows that fights are coming his way. And Vinny just, I mean, feasts on them. Such a great hold from the back of the bomb site.
I'm going to stick with this match,
That's an anchor's
Polly.
dream.
Thanks for
Just
asking,
being
brother.
given duels like that one by one.
Yeah,
You probably
we'll
gave
switch
fours
to
as
the
well,
other
so you're
match
not
in
worried about running
between,
out of
but
bullets
we're
like
going
that.
to watch this
Or
game.
is it just to allow
Nicely
more room
done.
for ease
But once again, just good positioning as well, not getting hit by some of the utility that Payne tried to throw his way.
£46 now, but feel like I've plateaued of late.
Down
They are playing
46
with
pounds?
simply
God
a
damn.
different
I've
class,
definitely lost weight with the
different
walking
caliber
pad, but I'm not really
than what
like,
Payne are presenting currently
I'm not
here
looking
on
at
map
it
number one.
because it doesn't matter. Like,
Vinny
if I lost
finding his
0
duel over
pounds walking
towards
every
B,
day, I should
so
still
Payne,
do it. You know what I'm
even
saying?
on this force buy, left with that extra man down, and they've
But
only got
that's
so
sick,
many
dude. You're down
resources that
46
they can
fucking
pull
pounds. Whatever
together.
you're doing is
Smoke
working.
is
You might have
kind of
plateaued, but
funky.
you also might just be like
Kind of allows
recomping a
team
little
to
bit, you know?
weirdly drop into the bomb site. They would have a sound cue, of course, but
Henny's is inviting them at this point.
it will keep their attention. Maybe a little longer than they actually wanted.
Trill, god damn it, the fuck.
Payne are desperate. And Henny's the one to meet that desperation, that charge in towards him. Is there any help? No, Descenti's flashed off, but Henny doesn't need it. It's a free duel given. Nassim trades, and Descenti now can activate. Moves through the smoke, looks for more, and he delivers every single time. Imperial
12-5, and no reason to believe this will be anything
Fuck yeah,
but
Biostage, get it, man.
It's just been so consistent from Imperial throughout this map.
Make
Even in
sure,
the rounds when we were seeing them on T sides, where Phelps was tearing it up, and
If you're
sometimes
losing,
he
I don't know how
was
fast you
found,
lost
there
all
was
that
always another
Biostage,
player
but
willing to step up
make
into
sure you're
the
lifting in there, so
responsibility.
that
You look
way
at those kill scores on Imperial.
you're not getting
it
like
is
any loose skin or anything like that,
not
bro.
a weak link to be found. As
Hard
much as
to
Pain would
kind
hope
of
that
like get it back
someone
the other way
exposes themselves
if it goes
as a
too
bit
fast.
Of a liability. Unfortunately, this Mirage is looking pretty damn clean from Imperial.
Being a ref is probably boring in this sport.
No way just doesn't stop going.
I mean,
Really wants to.
that's pretty straightforward, but you're also, like, admins here are kind of like tech support. That's actually good. They're like a Formula 1 pit crew out there.
Casualties on the side of Pain will not be limited to just one. Phelps might be able to get more and more here. He's waiting for the smoke to dissipate. They've turned around and they've
Phelps. That's disgusting.
And
That's
only
disgusting.
He's got
Well
nothing
done.
to
All right.
offer. Imperial now one map away from Copenhagen. They look untouchable.
He just can't keep getting away with it. Phelps.
No, yeah, Bio, I'm not trying to scare you. I mean, keep going. I'm just saying, make sure you incorporate some lifting in there, because if you lose that weight really quick,
great caliber, Imperial,
can sometimes,
Mirage.
you know,
Imperial on
cause
their
some other
T-side,
issues that you
winning
might not have
7
thought of.
back-to-back rounds. Phenomenal performance coming out from them, taking away the victory on Mirage, their very own map pick. Fantastic performance all around. What did you make of that, Dust?
I mean, I don't think
Alright,
I can
15
really do it more
gifted real
justice than
quick,
you
hold
did.
on.
I think maybe I think you could be the next analyst.
Bro,
at
I'm
this
so
point.
scared for complexity,
I
Furia. We
it's
need
not much
complexity to win
break
that
down,
shit
is
so
there?
bad.
You got an
Hold on.
Imperial team that's firing on all cylinders. Top fragger at
Gifting
18
you
kills,
15
bottom
subs,
fragger
chat,
at
hold
12
on.
kills. Dominant T side, 1 pistol. They lost the opening gun round, but then from that point forward went on a 7-round winning streak to put themselves up 9-1. A little bit of recovery there, you know, from Pain. They win the last 2 rounds of the first half. They get the pistol in the second. Try to get a little bit of something going, but in the end, Imperial kind of just shut it down before Veto.
Yeah, Bio, I fucking
do
bet,
a little
dude.
prelude
I
to how
fucking
strong these
bet.
T-sides were going to be with that graphic before the game, and it looks like there was no.
Meanwhile, I know the exact calories going into my body.
Imperial, yeah, that was a very solid showing
But
in the first
there's
half.
also a giant
really have to do too much
canister.
in that second
I'm gonna
half,
literally
of
call it a
course, doing
canister because it is
decent
huge.
work.
Of
We saw Pain win
homemade
this one. That was a classic round. This is one
banana
that
pudding in
I
my
watched
fridge.
many a time, and he even pulled that knife out,
And
expecting to go
let's
for the
just
knife when
say
that clip
for the next
ended
week
on
or
the Glock,
two,
but
I won't be
unfortunately
losing
from
any
there,
weight.
it didn't get too much better for Pain. Imperial in that first gun round, really able just to
Like, I just
lock
gotta be
on
honest
in,
out here.
and then just a stellar way to end the game with that little performance. This one,
Like,
right
bro,
here,
like,
sneaky,
that's not even my fault. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is not my fault. Like, it is not.
I think in terms of the form, it feels like Red Cannon's come through looking a lot hotter. Otic, yeah, not the best looking Counter-Strike we've seen from them. And then we've got Legacy MIBR coming up later on. That's a very exciting game too between some.
But I'm not putting on weight either, and I'm plowing some banana pudding every night, so win-win, right?
Red Cannons versus Otic. We have already cast Red Cannons once here between us, and it was a pretty good game. I think the way they play, pretty dominant, some would say, as they opened it up. Was it 13-1, I think, over Wildcard?
Yeah.
Good way to start your armor.
Putting on weight?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it was really clean, and then the best of one yesterday against Pain.
Why? Wait, hold on, let me take off my camera real quick.
Number of rounds on overpass, they were able to work it back. It was 8.5, and they were
why
able to
does
turn it
Lucy's
around.
shirt just look like
10, honestly,
Stop
it's a
staring
really
at me
fair
like that.
scoreline of what was represented in that game. It was unfortunate for them because whether on the CT side, Pain were able to break the economy to the very end, but Pain have been looking really good right now, and overpass has always been a really questionable map for Red
Picasso
Cannons,
shirt. That shirt's
especially in
fire,
recent
though.
times. So for them to be
Look at
prepped on
it.
it, for them to be a little bit more prepared, I think it's still a good showing compared to what we've seen out of Otic.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of felt that should have been Red Cannon's map. If you like watch it back, there was like 2.
I'm the fashion critic? What do you mean?
Unfortunate post plans from the T side. As you mentioned, the economy rose when the side swapped, so could have really.
I would never go at anybody's
so
fashion
they could have been
negatively.
battling in the 2-0 games today against Imperial, but instead
Unless they don't let me wear Crocs, and they can go fuck
For Otic,
themselves.
I gotta say, I wasn't super impressed by what I saw. They did take down Elevate in the game after their M80 loss.
That was wild.
Chat, we're going to watch Pain Imperial more, but I'm just putting this on in the meantime.
Look, that decided map of Overpass was just unbelievable. That relied a lot on Matthias just going absolutely nuclear on that map and really bailing Odic out of a situation that, to be honest, they should never have found themselves in. On paper, you feel like they're going to be the team that should blow Elevate out.
Did you ever manage if you made it to the major? Oh, that's simple. I'd literally just take off my shoes.
And for Red Canids, they've got a lot of experience here. Their core's been together for a while, and you feel like it.
Maybe I'd wear the clown shoes to land,
However, we know how
but I wouldn't go to play in them.
Is for the RMRs. You lose 2 games, one of those being a best of 1. You lose a single best of 3, and you're eliminated.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary place to find yourself in. One of these teams will be going home today. We mentioned kind of the head-to-head. These two teams did
the graphics are fine. They're just so fast. They're just like, he's over here. Now he's over here. Now this guy's over here. This is Nate. This is Ponter.
They played an online card.
Have you seen this guy? This is still Ponter. Now we're back over here. This is Ponter again. Now we're at Turtle. Now we're at Turtle again. Now we're back at Turtle.
Beat them out in the qualifier. I feel like with the form we've seen so far, you've got to put
Woody 2.
Yeah, no, you do.
Woody 3.
You also kind of come into this. We'll talk a little bit about the Veto later on, but it's the depth of the map pool that Red Canids have compared to Odic. I feel like they can kind of
like what's hilarious is I've probably zoned out every time they do that sequence because it is literally like that, but I don't even. But when I actually pay attention to it, holy fuck!
It also becomes a little bit too predictable.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of the individuals, actually, no, we'll talk about it in a moment. The Veto's going to come through. Obviously, we're going to see the permabans come through, so Inferno's not going to be played. Mirage won't be played.
No Mirage.
In terms of the picking, I think.
Wait, no Inferno either. Wait, I kind of love these teams.
Vertigo against this team. I think both of them should be feeling pretty good up against Odic. I know it was very rough versus Pain, but I think they've had the reps here on LAN already, so they should be feeling comfy on it. The Vertigo could be a really cool punish pick to come through.
Yeah, it could be potentially, but I feel like Red Canids should just play to their strengths quite a lot. They don't really have too many reps on Vertigo. Odic here should always be the nuke pick. Yeah. This is one that they go for pretty much every single best of 3. If they're throwing out a curveball, I wouldn't actually mind kind of even maybe them going for that Vertigo as well, because it's one of those where it's such unknown territory for both of those teams, but where, as you mentioned, they got blown out on online. It makes a lot of sense for them to pick nuke. And yeah, here's that conversation. They can take it anywhere.
Is he walking? I'm walking here, yeah.
To be honest, because despite the low win rate, look, 2 wins, 5 losses for Red Canids, really doesn't reflect the true picture of what is going on.
It's always so funny to see like one mod time somebody out, like 10 minutes,
them as well.
And then another mod sees the same message.
Yeah, I really thought Ancient was going to be the decider.
So like 10 minutes is how many, 600 seconds or some shit? What is it?
Just take it there.
I see timed out for 600 seconds. Then I see the next mod timed out the same person for 1.2 million seconds.
I feel that it should with this Veto. Vertigo would be pretty wild. Yeah, okay, Anubis is the decider. So I think this is a pretty logical Veto. The Anubis is a little bit left field, but the opening maps are the comfort to these two teams.
Yeah, and absolutely. Look, this is a very good Veto. If you're Red Canids, you always wanted to try and force Anubis for that decider in the first place, and you know that you can pick Overpass, and that's probably
Madfish was the 1.2 million, yes.
Necessarily weren't expecting. I feel like they were maybe thinking Ancient might come into the fray, but Red Canids banning.
Are you walking? Why not?
That they can probably try and finish this series in 2. That's exactly what they want to try and achieve.
Yeah,
exactly. With the primer, thank you.
A little bit about some of the individuals. I think one of the really interesting parts of both these rosters is they're both AWP IGLs, right, in terms of Woody and Nython, but neither of them's the star of their team. In fact, they're quite often among the lowest rated players on their respective teams. So this is really a battle of the riflers. We saw Matthias, you mentioned earlier, the performance he put up against Elevate. He single-handedly won that series for them. If he wasn't playing that lights-out Counter-Strike, honestly, it'd be Elevate playing here today. So he's been really impressive. Obviously, Turtle is a very consistent force. I think he's actually been one of the better performers in the past few months. So they're kind of 2 that I'm looking for. I think Ponter as well, and some of those lurk timings has been very pivotal for them.
Yeah, look,
lean in, he says.
As you mentioned.
Well, no, it started off with 10 minutes.
Very much system-based AWPers. They aren't your flashy sort of like.
Like I always tell you guys, man, I'm too old. You know.
Getting like the junior players.
If you don't have too many messages in chat, and like we look at your messages and they don't pass the vibe check, we're just gonna kind of time you out because like, dog, what are you doing? Jay Hammy with the Twitch primer, thank you.
You mentioned day 1 for Red Canids, the fact that you.
And if that pisses you off even more, good. You know, don't come back.
You can let off the leash just a little bit, and you can really set them up to be pivotal.
Did I go to Ohio State, or are you just a fan?
Which much you need.
I'm an Ohio State dropout,
When
baby.
it comes down to these matches, historically, between Odic and Red Canids, it all really leads into who can disrupt the other's default, who can make the other feel the most uncomfortable. And we see that a lot kind of in that head-to-head.
I dropped out.
It's going to be very interesting to see the
After
fights, especially for the middle of the map.
basically being a senior at Ohio State, so I accumulated the most amount of student debt possible and didn't use it. W.
It's really interesting when we talk about the way
Codename, thanks to the 18-month resub, thank you.
Because it never really felt like Red Canids were feeling uncomfortable, right? They just played their standard setups in the CTs. Rotation and comms were on point, but they never felt disrupted. So that's something that Odic are going to have to bring to the table because they were looking very good when they were
min-maxing debt.
And it's a case of we're going to see Nuke now, the very first map, and it's worth talking about. Knife not feeling the pressure outside against Wildcard, that will not happen here. Typically, Odic are going to go for all of these outside smokes. They're not going to commit off it.
Why are you always exercising? Maybe eat less burgers, fat man.
But at the same time, Knife is going to
I was going to check your messages, and honestly,
come in immediately and just take these
your
messages
two messages ago was so much cum in the water.
Where they left isolated. Odic starting outside again. Look, immediately Knife and feeling the pressure. There's players top main. There's players out red.
Yes, I can't say I'm surprised.
They've already done secret. There's two that just run all the way through. Matios gets that first kill, and he's still fighting them outside, keeping 3 bodies.
I didn't time out, by the way, chat. He was at 69 total messages in chat.
Up the top side
I was feeling generous.
Matios is keeping every single one of them present here, and he continues to fight. The bomb is being planted on B.
That's wild. Venom Zero will finally deal with Matios, but the rotations are so far away, and that means they have to reroute from the entire same direction. Everyone
3v3.
down ramp. And there's no kit either. Time is of the essence.
3v3 no kit in this situation is
so
fucking
much of it. Matios
balls.
just kept them distracted for so long. Venom Zero with the dualies can go for the clear, but it's a double up in towards single that's going to be difficult to disrupt. Nice shot there from Hard South Turtle, immediate trade, and they're not on the bomb. Now it's impossible for Destiny to win this one, even if he finds his first kill, finding the second, won't leave him with enough time, and Ponta closes. Odic taking first blood.
Yeah, really smart from Odic. And again, this is historically
Dev, don't get an ego about it. We literally timed you out yesterday.
Outside. They'll put pressure over on Knife and a garage.
You literally haven't even gone 24 hours.
Here, it's a little bit of a variation. Red Canids think that's exactly what they're going to do, but no, instead it's one player applying the pressure, everyone else going down to the lower bomb site. Red Canids are too slow to rotate, and they've just got not enough time. And Odic, by doing that as well, set themselves up really well in the afterplan, which is so essential.
When it's cold, Furia is going to be after Pain Imperial, which we're watching. They're just in between maps right now.
Just got the pistols into
This
one.
is the
Zeus can play
official
Destiny. Imagine that one.
Complexity Furia waiting room.
Popularized thanks to Robs. Matios is again fighting all the way over towards Hell.
Bookman, if you're really interested in all that kind of stuff, the score did like an interview with me, and you can like watch all that shit.
Cleaning up these kills. Oh,
Although they might be slightly exaggerating.
Almost catches Matios, trying to bait him in. Hey, gets the Zeus kill.
Hey!
A little bit of morale, but
why
at the
does
end
the
of the day,
Zeus
won't really
noise
amount to a
of the
great
person
deal.
getting Zeus never get old?
Woody now just trying to close the net.
Lazo, the 2-month primer, thank you.
All audio being very vocal, just trying
I don't know why.
to ensure that Davideus can potentially get another kill. It seems very unlikely. It's only a matter of time before Odic lock in this second round.
Oh yeah, Lazo, welcome. It's called You're Addicted. Thanks for the 2-month primer, thank you.
In the lockers?
Yeah. Homie just recharged it.
Locker room, really.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have to get changed here?
You're addicted, man. Once you start
Separate
playing like
the facilities.
open, you play on a team and you just like, even if it's just for
So
fun,
I
man,
build
it's really
doors
hard to
like
stop
this
playing
side
the
of
game.
building. This is just not an architecturally well thought out
3 minutes till the next game flom ad check. Is it actually 3 minutes? Because if so, we should run one then.
So it is
Actually,
gonna maybe prop up. Just to see if anyone's hanging out. But all good. Just the one casualty, and it was the Mac 10.
okay.
Yeah, Woody says.
Chat, I do apologize. I'm running an ad because we're switching back to the Pain Imperial game, and I don't want it to run in the middle of that one. Okay.
It's getting active.
Heads up, heads up.
Especially
Here's your
over towards
warning.
Lobby. Common reaction typically for CTs is once they lose outside
I know,
control,
King Boss. I know. We've been through
being
this.
applied is to walk through lobby, take the space. Davideus is never really this player over towards ramp that will go for that aggression by himself. Almost feels like he will remain rooted and protect the sole area of the map he's been kind of position
Toaster, bro.
down. But I really want to just see some intuition just from some of these players. Odic lining up utility.
Wish for the gifted sub to my beard, thank you. My beard low-key needs a trim though. My hair is out of control right now.
Through, but Destiny lines them up.
Ooh, nice hold, bro. Wait, no. Bro's on Astralis now.
Space over. Don't want to put it back into the 2-on-2, but Hardzao just catches Hunter.
I just really want the Fury complexity game to start, chat. I'm cooked right now.
Oh, no, unlucky. Hardzao again finding success with the spam. What started
Drax,
so well
thanks for 39-month primer, thank you.
Quickly.
At least I got to meet you at Cologne.
One plant something.
Love the IMR streams, Papa.
Woody clutching this one.
Hey, Drax, I appreciate you.
Points. Gonna be a very
I'll be back at Cologne, I think, this year, Drax.
Extra kill would be great, but it's just a headshot, no finishing blow.
Wish for the gifted sub to mod smell bad. True.
Utility from red cannons as well. Immediately as a flashbang comes over the top, it's Venom Zero with the incendiary and it's Destiny that can.
Will I be in Copenhagen? Well, now that it's not happening, I can tell you that that almost happened. But no, I will not be in Copenhagen. Yeah, unfortunately, things just didn't line up quite right. Almost, though.
Denmark might be thousands of miles away from Brazil, but for Imperial, it's just one map.
Bet. I want to run it back. That's a pricey ass trip.
Certainly
yeah.
Not.
Yeah, I mean, a very convincing first map from put forward by Imperial. They pick into Mirage, and they certainly show exactly why. Doing so much work on that CT
As
side.
somebody that's been to Germany
on the T side,
3 times now, live.
Everything they wanted from that initial pick, and now moving to a nuke where the last time
I'm probably not going to drink any beer on there.
Battle, but I think in terms of form, from what we've seen so far in this series, Imperial are here to play, and I wouldn't expect that same result.
Every single player from Imperial.
I've tried so much while I'm there, and it's just still not for me. Just give me some bourbon or some whiskey, and I'm good.
Playing their A game, be it Phelps with his magical lurks, with his magical aggression, be it Noe with his perpetual W that is pressed, be it Vinny's calls.
Furia complexity will start after this series, chat.
And it's all working. The system is looking perfect.
If
and when you think about
really what we all want right now is let's go Imperial, let's go.
These relatively newer
let's get a nice 2-0. Actually, wait, is that good for the standings?
On this Imperial side, but they've also got inexperience with them.
Wait,
but they didn't put
hold on before we cheer too much. Hold on.
Imperial one map away from Copenhagen, and it's
I'll look at it after this round. Hold on.
Series Pain need this to keep hope alive.
The Senti, my God, he seems to do it every single time. The missile round surprise that he presents a double kill. And sure, NQZ is able to keep himself alive, but alive for what? Alive for certain death at the hands of Felt. It is a quick war between them in the lobby crunch, but at the end of the day, Imperial comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, quite.
Oh, come on, PGO. We just started.
Versus one, but I mean, Descenti, I actually just don't know how he gets away with these 2 kills again. He did the exact same on the P250.
This is a different game, chat. Different game. Somebody said, why are we on nuke again? What happened?
The man just doesn't stop clicking, and he doesn't stop finding heads and past those first 2 bullets. Maybe there's a few more problems, but I mean, when you can have an extra man advantage, Imperial will take that monkey's paw.
Hey, what up, Dust? Good job on the desk, bro.
Immediate force back from
I will say, Dust, this is not a slight, but you said one line
on their mind
about complexity that you did the day previously. So, like, you said it the same exact way in the same exact wording. I thought it was a rerun for a sec, right when I started my stream.
The late smokes do
when you mentioned complexities run in Sydney,
no gets one for free. Lux is down as well.
You said like it was like to open the segment, and you were talking about all the matchups for the day.
Must have gotten at least 1 kill. That's what they thought. They thought wrong.
It wasn't bad or anything. It was just funny. You said it like it was.
I
was like, wait a sec. Is this live?
But Vinny's there to deny.
Man, I mean, really wonderful stuff there from Phelps. Catches those 2 players trying to go down secret, and then just able to re-navigate back into
B. Where do I
find
that cool graph?
He made that call. And he knew that the ammo was going to be low on that M4. Had to commit to a reload, so they were going to be audibles.
So this match doesn't matter much, is what you're saying?
Hit some lovely shots. First to a little
this match doesn't change shit. So let's go Imperial!
Yeah. That's always the risk whenever you're throwing the
Been so long since I worked on CS. Nah, dude. Doing good.
So much information given over to anyone who's actually made their way down secret. The seam, knife out, buddy.
What, did he lag out?
I know it's just a missile round,
or was he trying to
put up a fight,
was he really trying to timing the corner like that, I guess? It might have been.
That's just the case across Pain Gaming.
I mean, especially if you're going to be going against a shotgun. Okay. The shotgun is just making money. No way.
Holy shit.
$900 a pop. Thank you very much.
And that's the thing about Norway. I really feel as though he's sort of the Stewie 2K of Brazil in the same way.
Stewie 2K of Brazil.
Being someone who plays unconventionally, a streamer before he got into this team, someone who was really ridiculed for, oh my god, he's pushing through smokes, he's doing all of these weird buggy things just for his stream. But Imperial, they find him and they're really turning him into a diamond. Phelps has really taken him under his tutelage, Zach as well.
Well, you know, Dust, like, I mean, I already know you've done this grind before, but
yeah,
with the partnerships going away, them doing more co-streaming, and just in general, like, I feel like the bracket's like a lot more open. You might have a lot more individual opportunity, at least on your own stream.
One of the first teams to make it to Copenhagen from the Americas RMR.
Darth Mike's been crushing it, like, just casting different qualifiers and stuff like that.
But still to be realized, Imperial a good start, but a full buy now here for Pain.
Floofy's in my chat fucking just started doing it. He's been doing well.
That's built. They even implement that little waterfall in from main as well. So information.
I'm just saying, like, you know, to at least supplement yourself in between gigs and shit like that.
They do at least have Phelps towards those secret steps, and they're trying to feign that he's not here and in position. They're going to try and use this Molotov as an advantage, and there ain't no way Lux saw a thing of Phelps spamming past those flames. They really want to hunt this trade, but Phelps has evacuated.
How frustrating must that
Urson,
be?
Thanks for your 13-month resub, Asper, thanks for the 43-month pounder. Thank you.
Corner for him to take down. Obstacle upon obstacle, and Henny will be a wall. One that apparently doesn't fire out bullets, though. Walls don't do that. I got that one wrong. My bad, guys. No way, though. Maintains. What does he maintain? Success with the shotgun. That's what Vinny now pulls out the Tech 9. Knows there's an offer around the corner, and with NQZ having the game he has been, Vinny doesn't feel threatened.
How's this Imperial team been doing in Brazil? I'm assuming. Oh wait, no, were they boot camping in EU before this?
Built up, and now he makes even more money with another XM kill on top, as well as the free upgrade. Imperial, I mean, everything going right, and just met with complete carnage by Imperial. They don't do anything totally out of the ordinary, totally unusual. This isn't even hard cleared for No Way on top of fight. He was ready for that fight, but that XM can get you.
Seems like more often than not it has been getting you. Biguzera down early on as well. Not a good sign. He was one of the few players actually able to find much.
What the fuck did Warden do? He threw water at M80?
Game. Vinny. Oh, Phelps is in just right behind them. Oh. Misses out the movement, unfortunately. Otherwise, that could have been a quick Kinder surprise. Descenti down lower, spots out the hip. The bomb will be planted. At least Cows has something to talk about, but Lux shuts down conversation immediately. Descenti gone. Lux keeps himself alive, and Henny is aware of NQZ.
Hell yeah, baby. NACS at its finest. Let's go.
4 versus 2 Imperial once again. An absolute advantage, but the clock is ticking down low. Maybe there's still some
just
fight
good
left
vibes since they beat him, you know? Good vibes.
Playing from behind. Oh my god, Henny just adjusts immediately. Nassim is gone. Lux had real his position earlier on, but while the defuse comes through, the smoke is there as well. Quick headshot connected. Lux trying to maintain that spray.
Imperial.
But it will
fuck it. Yeah, let's keep it rolling, baby.
Round, it gets close, but they still keep 3 players alive. They are more than happy.
I mean, just too much to ask for. I like the idea there from Pain as well, being able to get those flashes.
Exotic, don't bait for subs. That's my job, bro. Okay.
They actually got a lot of space on that lower side
chat,
because
this is
of that.
So sad. Exotic doesn't have a sub anyway.
Trying to keep them contained and actually limit the possibilities of them setting up in an after plant.
Holy shit, we have 2 exotics.
You know, he was cut short.
Exotics only and exotic gamer, my god.
Into much more. They couldn't get their hands on those rifles. Lux found the kill on Descenti, but that rifle was being safeguarded from ramp. A little hairy, perhaps, for Imperial, but still maintaining a flawless scoreline start, 5-0. Pain need to be able to find some kind of a vulnerability.
Trill with the gifts of
I think
the
that's one of
exotics
the
only.
things that
Thank
they'll
you, Trill.
reflect
Thank
upon
you.
the last time they played Imperial on this map is they've struggled to get opening kills on this T side.
Oh shit!
Look at how confident Imperial are looking.
Extreme, thanks for the 13-month
recent.
resub.
Single
Close
man
enough.
on the upper A bomb site. There's so much presence and outside. Vinny even stays down underneath vents. If that had been anything like a fast play onto upper, then no way would have been all alone. Descenti doesn't fall. NQZ, he's not watching.
Punished from secret steps for a third time. And they're caught blissfully unaware. That has to be an adaptation that's made. Someone has to commit to it. They throw Molotovs at it, and they think they're all good, but they let their guard down at the worst possible moment.
And it does feel like Bane was expecting that. NQZ was in a position to keep an eye out with his AWP. That's supposed to be the end-all, be-all in the secret exchange.
Why are you wobbling in your chair? I'm sitting on a massive fucking... Never mind.
Because they're inside of the vents. They just try and link up with those players.
Oh,
on the top
he's
side. Flash
hella
is
blind.
beautiful. Vinny flushed out, but they have a high-low setup on this A site. No way.
Official co-stream chat, shut the fuck up.
Contained. It's NQZ that trades back on that AWP, but Phelps is such a nuisance.
Dude,
a hard
Phelps
man to
is
pin
so...
down. And Descenti
Bro, where has
ascending
this Phelps
up the
been? What the
ladder.
fuck?
But unsure about whether to commit or not. There could be watchful eyes on him, but they're so concerned about Heaven.
The flashbang. At no point has Bugazera considered anyone
Oh, he
coming
missed
in
the
from
fucking
vent,
flash.
But the self-flash from Imperial might make it so Descenti's got no
Oh my
choice
god,
but
he
to
waited
do
so long. Oh, now, well, it
Descenti
worked
finds
out.
NQZ scoped into Mini, and Bugazera is just a dead man standing. Not for long. 6-0 Imperial again, untouchable.
And it felt like Descenti could have gone up that ladder at any given point, and the play would have ended up kind of similar. Nobody was
Yeah, it's
watching
been
for
fixed
it.
for a
By the time they
while.
reset inside
Even
of
the
lobby,
time you said it
actually
wasn't.
gives NQZ the best possible
I just
chance
didn't
if he's
change
looking at
anything.
Mini and he's coming out that vent. But it's the fact they just keep
It
getting
was at
caught
one
off
point,
by
but I
this
fixed
player
it, and then you
inside
thought
of
it wasn't
Secret. So much
fixed,
has
but
been
you just came
centered
back
around
later,
taking
now it's all
outside
good.
Control for Pain on this T side, and they are getting pummeled.
I was gonna say, you might manifest one, though.
And this is such an earth-shattering situation for Pain Gaming to be in. It's an immediate ramp rush that's called out, but they're
Gaslighting?
met with fire.
Gaslighting
and then
isn't
all
real.
Henny finds the first, that's a bomb as well. Henny can ask for some company to be given over. He might not need it. They're focusing back on Hell instead. Phelps nearby is making a fair bit of noise. He's realized they're nearby, though.
Oh.
Careful, but he is being quite loud.
Ooh.
They know.
Well, they definitely know where he's at now.
Idea, but the glass
Well, they're
will
gonna see
stop
his
them from
shadow.
tracing him, and now he's got the advantage of verticality. One he doesn't
That was
make
weird.
use of. Deep nade, but they might not be ready for No Way. Playing up on top in the rafters. He's good for the first. Does he expect to? Now he does. Nassim reveals position with a nade chucked out, and he does get the kill eventually. A second as well found. Biguzera and Nassim on the upper side. Will they expect Descenti so close, so personal?
I think he shot,
Very
right?
audible rotation here from Henny, but they don't double up, and Descenti revealing in from Hut. It's Henny on this AWP. Seems already low, but hard to distinguish between which player that would be. What would be the best chance? In two smokes up, they could reposition.
Why are you watching this?
They could
What
have
would you
taken
like me to
back
watch?
Hut. But Henny's still creeping closer and closer. They watch for it, and Nassim able to lock it in. A 4K for Nassim is what's needed for Pain to finally break through.
Bane are able to fully find Phelps unaware, but even there, it felt like there were so many
We're
opportunities where they're
currently
going to drop
cheering
the ball.
for Imperial,
Fortunately, they've
and
got their
this
hero,
is the
Nassim.
complexity Furia waiting
That
room.
first kill onto No Way, but the
Officially.
follow-up and follow-up and follow-up. Really nicely played post-plant as well from him. And Pain can't let this be a standalone. They need to
All
use
these players
this to
were
turn
lost in the
ship
sauce, and the
around
coach
really
oh, you're talking about
set
Zach?
full
Zach's
sail
a good
forward.
coach,
I mean,
man.
they lost the first kill at ramp, but you gotta appreciate the call to just simply contact through in towards Heaven, because I made it very uncomfortable.
The point though, Vinny is holding down the ace side. He won't be traded too quick. No Way nearby. He's given some more time, and he's used it perfectly. Gets two big frags.
Well played. Well played.
That extended kill onto Vinny.
It's last round of the
No Way
RMR
fully
today or
recovers from
tomorrow?
that flashbang, and he can just
Tomorrow.
play deathmatch on that A site.
Maybe they were expecting an adaptation in from Imperial. Pain were on a dry spell. They go with that fast ramp take, and it works out for a round, but Henny didn't need the extra help. He got his kill, he stayed alive. He didn't feel like he was gonna receive too much pressure. And this time they still go for that faster pace, but they're met with more players on the Imperial side, and this time they're not given the space for free. Now's the problem with the ramp rush is that even though Henny picked off one of your players, you got a lot of territory. Yeah. And that's one of the struggles that Pain have been having anywhere they've gone on the map, whether it's been outside when they throw the smokes, they're constantly getting poked and prodded by that secret steps player. There's still activations in for main as
Imperial
well.
looking good. Imperial is looking good.
There are problems with taking outside, and Pain have realized that they may just be funneled away from that prospect.
Like,
but
I would desperately would like it to be like M80.
Other avenues of attack, you have the upper side.
Or who else we got in right now?
In the past couple rounds, and only one has been able to net you around. But
like, I want to see. Obviously, I want Liquid and Cole to go through, and Furia to go through.
4 frags and getting very solid trades onto the play.
And the other problem you have right now
M80 is there any other NA team, or did we cannibalize the fuck out of ourselves?
So unlike
we did,
Mirage,
right?
now in your own map pick, you are completely lost on your IGL and Fragger. They need this half-buy to give them something, and something is around, honestly. Even a bomb plant's not enough. You can't really punish the CT economy at this stage. Not without winning a couple of rounds. Vicenti this time is the one holding out and ramp. Flashes overhead, he doesn't find a frag, but with the Molotov to try and prevent them from rushing in past him. The MAC-10s have still closed the distance. Lux has moved past, his teammates cannot do the same, so Lux pauses.
Bro, they're playing well right now.
Doesn't want to be in a similar position as the Mirage hit out where Vinny gets a quick cleanup. Vinny is now here as well.
They took a lot of damage from that one Molotov.
There's a bit of an over-rotation though, but I guess it's because they have one player in the door.
To close the gap.
They have so many down here actually on the side of Imperial.
Set themselves up to be prime fodder for any rifle.
The schedule is rolling, yeah.
And those rifles, they're getting aggressive. Vinny and Decenti are getting ready to peek into ramp. It would be a 2 versus 5, and still Pain can't feel comfortable.
But baited audio for Vinny to simply catch them off guard, but no. Kawes clears it. Decenti activating as well on the trade, but Henny still locking them in position. He finds Biguzera, and Nissim also floored. This pistol trying to run Henny down, but Henny, a fast flicking offer, he just runs right back at NQZ, but NQZ
surprised he didn't pull out the pistol at any point.
It's his weapon of choice, but maybe not the weapon he's been delivering with so far in the series. Time ticking down low. NQZ, that fast movement that he's made back towards that
first so play, he was playing for a bit, but I think he stopped.
That he'll be able to get the bomb plant easily. There's no smoke either, and Phelps has just been a silent killer. Lux needs to die early. They don't want to commit to the duel. No way swings out and gives him some comfort, gives him some mercy.
Yeah, I mean, finishing towards that lower site was always going to be a problem.
If Legacy
but that was
beat
the devil they
MIBR,
knew,
the bracket saved even if Cole
devil
lose to Furia? Really?
So many
so we're
corridors
cheering
to
for
clear.
Cold Zero?
Not enough personnel, not enough utility.
That's kind of a big ask, though. I think Legacy will probably lose that
MIBR. It does get a
MIBR.
little precarious. Once again, Imperial are pulling through, even in these more chaotic
Chewy
rounds.
takes the 38-month primer. Thank you,
Pain
thank you.
A couple of swings at it, but none of these seem replicatable. You know, these are very independent on finding these individual frags, and Biguzera does strike first, but this trade is instant.
Well, Decenti's moved past his own smoke, and he's found a kill and backed off, so you're looking over towards a menace. Well, look no further.
Imperial have read it. You know, they're not starting player secret anymore. They were doing that the opening 6-7 rounds, and now they just simply leave it vacant. Pain wanted to investigate outside. They probably have more success doing it now, but Imperial are basically reading their strat book.
They're burning their strat book. Well, honestly, Imperial look like they might have written it. Vinny, Decenti, no way. Not quite at the right positions, but they will be able to rotate down quickly. Henny is here to try and stop the cross. Misses a shot. Rare miss from him, but a Molotov at least will be tagging up Kawes. Nade as well. Kawes is gone, and NQZ, before the Flames finished off cremating his teammate, has also fallen.
Keep cheering for Imperial. The better Imperial does, the faster we get to Complexity Furia.
Not ready for the window frame to cut him off like that.
We'd kill with the 56 with primer, thank you.
Shots up in the rafters, and Seam is crisp, but a 1v4. What can you really do?
How long do I walk? I do about 10K steps
No
a day.
dropping.
That's sometimes.
And
Hey,
a
yo.
little bit of teammate love being given over. Imperial are feeling in rhythm. 9-1 on their CT side. And listen, it was mainly CT rounds the last time these two teams played, but I said it before, form-wise, Imperial just look like they are untouchable. This is not the same one that they played before.
Chad.
Pain are in with a lot of struggles coming into this series as a whole. Mirage was not much better.
Every time we've seen them on the cameras, it feels like no one's really talking. No
Imagine
one's
they do it in
really
Valorant.
in a position to contribute. No one really knows the solution, and I think that's.
I think more matches were played in this RMR than the entire Valorant Pro scene.
Well, I mean, you want to try and come up with plans. You want to like leverage experience.
All right,
These
sorry,
are the
I was
types
just
of
teasing
moments
chat.
where
Somebody
players
calm
that have
down.
had tournament history have
Somebody
been able
started
to make it to
typing
major
some
main
angry
stages. That's where
shit.
you're able to
Relax.
sort of leverage that for ideas,
Relax.
for
I could feel
opportunities,
your
maybe
fucking
vulnerabilities you're not aware of.
your
as an
fingers
in-game
on the
leader.
keyboard getting
Because
crazy
Zera's
right there. Don't is
the
this a
leading
joke?
man, really, on this Pain roster.
And every joke has a bit of
You know,
truth
he
behind
has
it.
NQZ, sure, but he was also kind of a breakout star when he was, or like a prospect when he made it with 9Z in the first place as well. So these are not players that have deep delves, don't have different philosophies they can weigh on in from previous teams, really. There have been it's a lack of ideas.
Fnatic Valorant played 4 maps and they're on break till April.
Like we've been mentioning, Imperial just making a lot of, honestly, good opening CT rounds. And out of the timeout,
That's
this time
actually
again, and they
fucking
start
wild.
another player down secret. Whether it's been Decenti or Phelps, they have been, I mean, massive problems. And sure enough, Pain lining up for smokes towards outside.
Yeah, Salty, I'm
They get
currently
punished from
farming
those
on
secret
Twitter.
steps again.
Look at how much util Decenti has as well. He's not using any of this early on. He knows that he's just going to serve as distraction, and now as a Molotov goes forward, Phelps is using the Pillar of Flame to try and scout out, sees that there's no one here, so the call is clear.
Ain't no way he did the Super Bowl.
Reinforce elsewhere. Bugazera worried, and rightfully so. But Phelps has still got the timing, and now he starts to creep forward again because Zero might not be expecting him at this stage.
Sometimes when the
With
main
35
chat
seconds left,
bleeds
this is going
into
to be
my
massive.
chat, it's
This duel
okay.
could be
Sometimes
everything,
it's
but
all
Beagles
right.
instead avoided it, moves past, no way still. Back of the A bomb site, and there's a player in Hut who goes uninterrupted.
Yeah,
but
it's
now
a rolling
spotted
schedule,
out. They
so
get the openings,
as soon as
they
this
get
is
all
over,
three. Bane
complexity
out of the
will set
tactical
up.
timeout,
Fuck.
once again showing life at 9-1. And it doesn't feel like Imperial want to contest this any further.
Well, they have money to commit to it. Not everyone able to go in with the most mustard buy, but last couple rounds of the half, Phelps is certainly going to try his hand at it. And he could save that.
Everyone
AWP,
walk
but
like a
he's really
penguin?
waiting to
I'm
see
on
what
it.
Phelps fishes up, but
So I'm
it
just
seemed like a
walking
whole
around my
lot
massive
of
nutsack.
nothing. So even though they've looked good, they've got money to spare, they want to cut short some of the opportunities.
Standing on that door
maybe
ever
for
worked for
Pain
CT,
instead,
talking about
setting
on
up
top
for
of Hut?
exits instead.
Because Zara is hunting down on basically no HP, and he...
It works
you know what,
sometimes.
fortune
It's
favors the bold.
out
he
of
really wanted to
necessity.
kill
Like
Phelps this round. He waited so long on that red peak.
It's
Knew
all
somebody was going
like
to play those
what
secret
makes
steps, but this is the right call. This time
this
there
really
wasn't as
difficult.
much
Why you
presence
end up
outside.
playing
This
there
time
is if
they
you
set
go
up for a
top
lobby
Hut,
hit, and those
teams will molly
flashes
it,
working
and it's one of the
beautifully.
few spots that doesn't catch fire.
And I was just checking, Michael, so far
And that's why
Imperial,
it gets
the most
cleared is
rounds
because
they
they
have lost
clear
to a
like
team in
it
this
works
RMR was in that
more
first
often than you
map against
think, but
Spain,
on a
which
round
was
like
5
that,
rounds.
they know that's the only place he could be.
Lost 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 5 over there. Even if you go full Fibonacci, Bane isn't going past 10.
Yeah, Imperial have been hard to touch at this event.
They have been monsters.
Have they found a solution? No secret start, but a leaning wall, and Biguzera out wide. Didn't try and cross with those smokes. Looked to take the challenge. A nice kill through it. Phelps was spamming, and NQZ right back. Lux as well, picking off No Way on the top site.
They know Vinny's the only threat they have to deal with, but it's a big one. Good damage dealt, and Henny's here for the closer. Bomb down, Nassim nearby. Henny buys time. His clock hasn't run out, but Decenti, will he be expected by Kawes? Decenti certainly seems to know there's a player around the corner. Kawes is gone, and Nassim The only one
How we feeling if Liquid and Complexity play each other? Fucked.
That first round they won, and now he needs a double here, but in such precarious circumstances.
Like, I really hope
No
as like
bomb on his back.
as an entire region that just doesn't even fucking happen.
And
Like,
all the time
not
in the
even as an
world to
NA
sit
fan.
and dwell and think and hope and pray that Imperial
Like,
will
fucking
make a
A.
mistake. But Henny's drained in, Henny's zoned in.
Desperately need Cole to win to unfuck the bracket, basically.
Past. Nassim, it's all on timing as he creeps further and further forward.
Why does everyone keep saying it? Because it's if Complexity doesn't close it out versus Furia today, it's incredibly likely. I think it's actually pretty much guaranteed.
Performance.
Unless I think the only way we get out of it is if
3 rounds is all it takes.
Legacy beats MIBR, I think is what somebody said.
Stat up. Not many teams have been able to touch Imperial at this event. And they could be our first out of the Americas region that breaks through to Copenhagen. A team already.
I mean, Hobo, considering that was literally my tweet, yes.
They bring in players
Matt,
that
thanks for the
so
17-month
fresh,
primer,
so
thank
new.
you.
And they may just make that stage as well with them. The calling.
Let's just hope Complexity wins. Yeah, chat.
Rounds, the calling.
I mean, we were already gonna hope that, but now we like we fucking
Imperial.
need this.
Really have to give so much love out to Vinny. Feels like he's really stepping into the shoes of contending with the best of the Brazilian IGLs. And this major,
What do I think of Imperial so far? I mean, I've only really ever watched them here, but I mean, fucking this series, holy shit, they're insane. Helps looks like he's fucking back. Henny's banging. There's no way kid's cracked. Like, I don't know.
Goduli's ready and rearing to go on this top side. A smoke that's down that allows access to a plant.
Quickly, what happened with Warden? He threw water at M80.
Careful, but that's why Cowes goes forward, tries to take the challenge, but a whole lot of missed shots, takes a lot in return, and he's hunted down. No way breaking in, but Nissim round that smoke, finding heads, and their Lux activates, but Vinny answers back with 2.
Come on, Vinny.
Into a 2-on-2, Big Uzera, that smoke fades, and he's out and Colt with his pants down. It's a 1-on-1 between NQZ and Henny.
Hit the reload, Henny, hit the reload. You have like 2 bullets, don't you?
But Henny, that level of experience,
oh, no, he had more, okay.
Gonna miss out on the shots.
I misread, nice.
Done, and Henny
well done.
survives on so low health, but that hope that Pain needed, extinguished.
Even at 10-2, they're coming in with the pocket strats. They are risking nothing. The wall of smokes to isolate.
I think Henny just said, I'm him. I think it's a direct translation. I'm him, fuck Flom.
Into that peak. And sure,
that's kind of a cool hit, though.
His best, but that seems to be all Pain have. Nissim doing his best.
And he's not the player you would have highlighted coming into this game ahead of time. You know, there are other elements, there are other players that you look at to put up the numbers, but Nissim hasn't had that. You know, he had a bit of a shaky hand in a couple moments on Mirage, but he's come through at some pivotal points. You want to try and save face, you want to try and build rounds. Nissim has been able to actually convert on those frags.
Henny even know who you are?
The rest of Pain.
Yeah, Henny dicked me down one time in a scrim.
Start coming into this America's RMR. They wouldn't be here otherwise. 2-0.
I've chatted with them a little bit.
They have to play Imperial.
Maybe a little bit.
That's a different beast.
Cut that clip short and send it, dude.
What more could you do? A force buy here from Pain. They just need something. Even if it's not to make it to Copenhagen in this series. They need something for the confidence. They can't get completely dominated here by Imperial, but they may not have an option.
Holy
5-7
shit.
Activating for a couple, and Cowards at the back of the bomb side with the MP9 there
stupid.
to trade as well. Henny trying his best, but they're getting crunched. They're getting
so
run
MP9s.
down, and it's on those hyper-mobile weapons that Pain don't just keel over and die. They answer back with the force.
And that'll be the 13th round that Imperial has lost this entire tournament. Takes 4 maps to get them to a point where you can even think, oh yeah, but that's kind of one game all across.
If we combined all of our efforts, we may be strong enough to defeat Imperial.
And it feels like they're going to need a lot more efforts than just in those 5 men on Pain. This would be this would be historical if you started to bring it back. Sure, you did it online. Sure, the 0-12 was turned around upon in Anubis, but listen, LAN is LAN. When you can see the players sitting across you, getting up, screaming at your faces, is that where the comeback comes in, Pain? Is this where you prove your mettle? It would be historic. Bells.
Oh.
Head found, bodies next, and QZ in the ground.
So good on some of these
thanks for 3 month reset. Thank you.
Been, honestly, I don't know how he's gotten away with so much in so many of these rounds. But he's
How long did it
played
take
to
you
a
to get
level he might not
approved
be
for
the
the
top of
Premier
scoreboard.
leaderboard?
That's eclipsed by Henny.
I think mine was instant, but that's because I had it like day
Bells
one
was
or
just
whatever.
Such a problem. Wow. What?
Wait.
That tech from Henny as well.
What the fuck? What the fuck did Henny just do? Wait.
20 and 5.
What
right
did he
now.
just clip
Henny's
on?
with the 4KD.
Wait, he's got a clip. Where did he just clip? I need that spot.
Defense that Pain tries to present.
Yo, he just wait. Where was that?
From nice technique to tech nines. Pain are getting brutalized on the anti-force.
He's got some tech chat. Write that down.
Imperial
Clip it. Clip
answer
it.
back, investing into this round, and they leave a lot on the shoulders of Kawes to keep that dream
No
alive.
shot. That's on purpose. That looked very deliberate to me, at least.
As a kit on his belt, that's sure, but
That man didn't even look
like
somewhat confused. He was. That was
and
pathing he's done before for sure.
Percentage isn't that high, so he bows out. He tries to run Henny. Okay, he heard the door. I know that for sure, but he's thinking, oh, that's my player coming out of decon. So blissfully unaware to the escape of Kawes. But Imperial just that one round away. Pain have only been feeling pain. They were saying that on the desk a whole lot.
I saw Warren's
didn't
apology. I
change
read
coming
it.
into the second map.
Matt with the 39-month resub, thank you.
Initially assembled as the last dance, but it feels like
Yeah, no,
Imperial
that's way
Disco
too
is
smooth.
just
Are you
getting
kidding me?
started.
Are you kidding me? Nah, he.
I mean,
that is clean as
when
fuck.
Henny's doing this to you.
Yeah, then you know it's time to boogie.
He dropped off silo. I'm thinking he's going to take full damage, and then he teched it, and then he hit the headshot. How can you not love that?
I'd say their backs are against the wall, but it feels like Pain has been pushed into it, made a tapestry at best, a painting of brutality.
What? He got
and Henny,
one?
the man holding the paintbrush for most of the work, has fallen early this round. Traded, yes. Fox. Oh, have to love the attempt, but that's all it is, an attempt. Nassim as well goes down, and it's just two men standing between Imperial and Copenhagen. It's just two men standing between the first Brazilian team at the first CS2 Major and NQZ. He's relying on Kawes to extend for just a while longer.
Oh, wait,
Phelps will
2v2.
not
Wait,
be
he's
noticed,
pulling it
but
back.
Kawes will not care. This might be the story of Imperial, but Pain want to be more than just a full stop.
Never mind.
They want to be a thorn in their side.
Any savers?
And they'll
All right,
hang on for another round. Decenti's called it quits.
Nico, thanks for 39. Thank you. Travi, thanks for the 3.
Kawes holding on to that M4
Fucking
does
A.
have some value. There were certainly weapons available for Pain, but not a whole lot of them. Those rifles able to strike through. It was that initial aggression outside that Imperial get caught. A little awkward as well. Some team damage being thrown in there, but nothing that I'm sure that Imperial will linger too much on. They've got a whole lot of breathing room before they have to worry about Pain breathing down their
Pain money is
necks.
real rough. Yeah.
Just try and lift the spirits as best you can here on Pain. It's been such a one-sided showing within this whole series. Mirage, also a dominant display here from Imperial.
Shut up, SMJ.
Transitioning into Nuke. They
That
just
really
need to
is
be
what
able to
people are
find
doing, though, every time,
some
SMJ, every
level of
time.
consistency. It's a big ask in a moment where they feel, if they didn't feel like underdogs before this series, they certainly do now. I feel like you almost have to take some chances.
6,100 steps, chat.
They
W.
should know where Gowers is, but Bigazero might be able to take that into his own hands. Phelps just takes his life, and NQZ and Lux though wants to respond. Lux still alive, trying to duck away in the corner. A smoke to give him some more space, some more room, and a flash actually will be what betrays him further. Still not down though. They can't trace him away. Nassim falls, Lux falls to his death. And what a way to lose the round. Imperial might not know it themselves. They're on
no fucking way.
Over to Copenhagen. They go celebrations galore.
Such a
Imperial.
No fucking way,
Incredible
bro.
performance from them on their CT side. 6 back-to-back rounds, and this is the consistency we continue to see from them as a team. Celebrations left, right, and center, and rightly so, being our first South American team to make it through the RMRs and qualify to the Copenhagen Major.
What was that?
Oh
like
my
5 bloody
God.
rounds lost in the first map and then 4 here. That was just absolute domination, and it feels so good. You look at them celebrating. Wow. It means so much, especially, look, the core, they've been here for a while now, but you've got a couple of the newcomers into Senchi as well coming in, and that's going to be his first major. So it must feel good. It must taste good. And Vinny as well going to be able to get over there again.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy. Not only will this be No Way and Descenchi's first major.
Wait, Dust was just in my chat. How is he here?
Which I think this will probably shock you a bit, Mac. This will be Henny's first major since he came second at PGL Krakow in 2017.
That's actually crazy stat.
Henny has been around the scene for so long, but he has fallen short in so many RMRs.
That's actually a crazy fact.
Along the way with Made in Brazil and 0-0 Nation and so on and so forth. But now Henny will finally get an opportunity to hit a major stage yet again. As we talked about, first major for a couple of these players. For Vinny, you know, and the coach Zach, and you know,
Ace to the 39-month reset, thank you.
For another shot at a major as well. So it's just awesome to see. Like you said, Imperial just dominant throughout this entire RMR. They played 4 maps. If you add all the rounds they lost, they still didn't lose a map.
Yeah.
That's
actually
12
crazy.
Total rounds lost in 4 games played at this RMR.
That's so wild, actually.
Now we can have a quick chat.
Hopefully
about
they
things
can
like
keep
their
up that
strength of
form. That's
schedule. Everyone
crazy.
Went up against, of course,
Yeah, holy
like
fuck,
more domestic
13-2,
competition,
13-3.
Teams
They
that they played
13-5'd, and then what they
against
do
time
right
after
there
time. So
on.
you know that they were capable, and you know that they were ready. So
Well, it's not showed up yet, but that's actually crazy.
Never a factor. And we thought that this game was going to be a little bit closer than what it was, right? Payne had been looking pretty good in the last couple of days of games, but Imperial, they knew exactly what they wanted to do.
And he was in Boston, Flom?
And their plan.
Yeah, wasn't that literally, that was before Krakow, no?
So
it's,
yeah.
It's awesome. I mean, you see Vinny, who has molded himself from a support rifler into a true in-game
And just
leader,
naming majors where he's
that
at.
has Imperial looking like a well-oiled machine.
After Krakow?
You have
Krakow's 20...
players like Phelps and
was
Henny who are hitting the
2019, no?
twilight of their 20s and who are showing themselves in individual form.
Krakow was 2017?
In very
and he was in
aggressive
Boston,
roles,
so
and Henny
Dust
has the
just
offer.
lied
Now
to
you
me?
have No Way and Descenti, who again, this is they're just 18, 19 years old. This is like their first
That's
team. I mean, it wasn't that
impossible.
long ago.
Oh,
Descenti
Katowice
playing
was
for Furia
2019.
Academy.
Ah.
You know, it wasn't so long ago that No Way wasn't really on.
And he didn't play Boston. The roster disbanded before the tournament. Twitch chat lied to me? Oh shit, chat. Perfect timing. Wait, get the violins. Chat, I need you guys in form. It's the fucking major. Come on. There you go. Good shit, chat. There you go. Everybody knows Insane Cat Hyper Violin is the preferred combo. Come on. It goes so crazy. I don't know why. Fuck. By the time this game comes back, Complexity Fury is gonna fucking start. Kimper, thanks for 200 biddies. Thank you.
Catalina wine mixer POW.
It's a fucking Catalina wine mixer. Hashtag Warden made me wet. Nah. Yeah, Surf, yeah. Oh, man. Well, fuck. Do we just stick? How long? Well, no, hold on. What is this? What is this looking like over here? What is this looking like over here?
How do we think that they're going to fare up in
How long do we have?
crowds in Copenhagen?
Give me a timer.
Itself.
Oof, that's a big question. I feel like, look, in front of...
Come, dude.
I feel like, look, in front of their home crowd here, look, they're not too far away
Dude.
from home in Mexico, and there wasn't really a crowd, so to speak. They were doing well. They weren't feeling the land pressure. They weren't feeling anything at all except themselves, right? And that's what you want. That is exactly what you want as a player moving into the major.
Well, speaking more about themselves, let's go ahead.
No, they
and
do
check
rolling
in
schedule,
with
chat.
Zach
That's
as
why
the
I'm
coach
staying here for a
of
sec.
Imperial. Zach,
Oh,
I gotta
Zach's
say
wholesome.
congratulations to you and the entire team. I feel like you guys have continued to give us a consistent performance. We've been saying it over and over on the desk. My question for you is, how have you found that success being such a consistent team? What is the secret behind Imperial?
Well, I think first, thanks for the congratulations, but I think playing a lot of competitions, qualifiers in Brazil helped us a lot because the practice sometimes is an illusion, you know? Like you think you have a strong map, but then you play on the tournament and many problems, many mistakes just appear on the tournament. So I think we didn't did a boot camp in Europe. We just stayed in our region and we played a lot of matches. We lost matches as well, and I think we learned our lesson with those losses and the winnings too. So I think the competition helped us a lot.
Yeah, look, you're talking about mistakes. I felt like there was absolutely no mistakes made by you guys at all this tournament. You learnt going into this one. Now, talk to me about the Veto. Were you guys ready for exactly how that Veto played out? Because you looked like you fully had Payne's number in this tournament today.
Yeah, we prepared for those maps and the newbies as well. I saw that this tournament they were banning, the second ban was newbies on every series they had, every map they had. And I thought it was weird because last time we played on the Army R against them and they picked the noobs on us and they played very good. So we prepared for those three maps and the newbies as well. Yeah, that's it.
Congratulations.
Zach, this is Dust. It's been a while, man. It's awesome to catch back up with you again after all these years. I have a couple of questions for you. One, why don't you tell me a little bit about Vinny as an in-game leader? Because back when I was in CS, you know, he was a supportive player for Furia, and now he's evolved into a whole new role. What's that process been like, and how do you grade Vinny as an IGL these days?
Well, Vinny, he had a rough moment in Brazil, to be honest. Like, because when he was in Furia, all the hate was towards him. So it's very easy to crumble a guy like that, you know? Like, many pro players, the hate, they cannot handle. But Vinny's a very chill guy, very smart, very intelligent guy, and he learned a lot with Fallen. They have a very different in-game leader style, like very, very different. Fallen is more like he adapts on the situation very quick, and he does the math really quick on what's happening in the map. And Vinny is sort of a leader that he gives a lot of freedom to the team to take decisions, and he plays around them. I think from his first event, I think it was Cologne last year, from now, he evolved so much because he's dedicating himself a lot. He's putting a lot of hours on the game, on studying the game, and also studying the people he's working, you know, because every player they have their own personality, they are so different. So I think he needs to understand who he's working with, took a while, but I think he's getting the way.
All right, I just got 2 more questions for you, Zach. This next one is, Noe and Decenti are certainly 2 newer players. This will be their first major. You know, you just picked them up back in October, so they haven't been on the team for, you know, that long of a time. But can you tell me what these 2 young guns have brought to this team?
We don't have one.
Like they just bring so much talent to the table.
But I flame a lot in practice to help us.
Well, it's cool to see, like, because when you play with youngsters,
I think it works,
this
though.
was their first event in LAN on their life.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it's magical, you know, like, it reminds us, like, the old guys, like Kenny, Phelps, Vinny, and I, it reminds us that passion, you know, from the first event. You see everything's so magical, like the city, the players in the lounge, the casters. When you see that, like, your eyes are glowing, and I think he also captivates everyone around them, which is very cool. And they bring a lot of happiness, you know, like they are very positive people. They are never complaining about anything. Everything is fine for them. If they're sleeping on the floor but play CS, they are happy to do it. So it's a good vibe. It's a good vibe to have them. And they are eager to learn every time.
One last question for you, Zach.
7K,
Again,
boys,
this is Noe's first major. It's Decenti's first major. This is Henny's first major since Krakow in 2017. And it's a chance for you to return to the majors as well. What does this mean for these players and for you?
Well, my last major was in Rio. We almost went to the playoffs, was very good. But I was very disappointed last time we played with Fallen that we didn't prepare, in my opinion, didn't prepare in the right way. We did a lot of mistakes in the Vetos in many ways. And I think we did everything I wanted here. We did a good preparation. And it means a lot. It means the word. Like every day that we wake up and we argue or we fight or whatever is for this moment, and it's all for this.
Well, Zach, I just want to say congratulations once again, being the first team representing the South American region to join us at the Copenhagen Major. I want to open up the floor to you if there's any thanks you'd like to give, and now is your moment.
Thank you very much. For the people that speak English, thank you very much for supporting us. We try our best to be better every day, and it's good to see that I see a lot of international fans. Thank you very much. A little bit in Portuguese. Galera, muito obrigado por torcer por nós. A gente dá a vida por isso. Eu sei que a gente tem hater, mas eu sei que tem muito amor. Então, muito obrigado por dar esse amor. A gente sente daqui. Valeu. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and go on and celebrate with the rest of the team. Amazing, absolutely amazing, fantastic run from them. What a lovely guy as well. I couldn't be happier for them. Seeing all of those players celebrating with one another was getting me a little bit emotional, a little bit teary.
You could tell Zach was emotional in interview as well, and Zach is such an upstanding ambassador of Counter-Strike, in my opinion. He has really been one of the leading figures of Brazil. Obviously, you think of guys like Fallen, you think of guys like Zeus, but Zach really has been behind the backs of many successful teams, you know, coaching behind the table of this Brazilian side. Some of these players he's got on this team are players he has helped in the past, and it is really cool to see him get an opportunity to be at the first CS2 major and see some of these historical figures mixed in with young talent be able to be a part of the first major of Counter-Strike 2. And yeah, it's awesome to see, you know, it all come full circle.
Well, there we have it, boys. We've just had our first qualification matchup. We still have one more best of 3 to go, and that's going to be the Furia versus Complexity showdown. We'll be back very shortly where we're going to dive into all of that action.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Orlov who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker. Odyssey.
Good shit, chat. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Hell yeah. Good shit. Good shit.
While Imperial have just claimed one of 5 spots
3,000 steps to go,
join
chat.
us
We're
from
fucking in there.
the Copenhagen Major. This time around, we've got yet another qualification matchup. Boys, it's Furia versus Complexity in a best of 3. Pimp, talk to me very briefly. What did you feel about that Imperial matchup that we just saw?
Oh, that was very convincing. You know, I think Imperial have looked hot from start to finish. I'm always happy to see some of the old guys, you know, do well. Felt's been around for a long time. Henny obviously been in a major final before. Has been around for a long time. Vinny as well. It's good to see that he's still kicking, and then joined by 2 new young talents. So for my money, Imperial so far have looked stellar, and it's only fair that they qualify.
Thanks to 6 with primer. Thank you.
We've got 3 remaining NA teams in the running for the Copenhagen Major.
All right, Fury, Cole in 5 minutes. 2 minutes, I'm going to run the ad, okay?
They need to make this work. They need to make this happen for NA Mac. Talk to me in terms of the likelihood that this could happen.
Well, I'm feeling like the likelihood against Furia should be pretty solid. Complexity yesterday looked like a much better, much more solid
Perfect time for a primer forgetter. Hawk takes the 6 with primer. Thank you.
And I'm expecting that to happen again today. Furia have shown some great moments, but they've also shown some very shaky moments. But the thing about this matchup is
now, please. No, you don't want to run them too early.
We finally get to see them go to their
Gotta
home
min-max it as much as possible, bro.
a little bit and really show what they are capable of.
I would agree. I think it's 2 teams who are on paper looking to be equally strong for different reasons. Obviously,
the scenario is that no NA teams make the major, bro. Don't
That's
talking.
not a secret. Haven't seen the best coming out of Yuri. Haven't seen the best coming out of Fallen, but it does feel like they're getting slowly but surely gelled together, you know. And what we've seen so far in the best of ones have looked all right for Furia. Complexity, on the other hand, have you asked me 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I would have said Complexity are going to win this game. It's going to be a clear-cut victory for them. But they've started to struggle as well. They had a very slow start, slow ending to last year. They've had a slow start to the beginning of this year as well. They are seemingly slowly but surely coming together as well.
I see Botas has them all. No, he's had it for a while, hasn't he?
Some things are starting to trend up.
All right, ad incoming now, boys. Heads up.
Like these 2 teams are meeting. You know, both have been struggling and both are
seemingly walking. This motherfucker walking, bro.
Put him on blast again.
Heads up.
Yesterday, it decided, hey, look, Paul Dirk, buddy, you really got to lift your game. And, well, he bloody did. He really kept them in it, a couple of big clutches. But they can't just rely on individuals clutching up to get these rounds on the board. Not against the individual prowess of the players on Furia. You know, if Case Dorado's feeling it, he's going to be popping off. If Yuri keeps up this form that we've seen the last couple of days, then Complexity could definitely be in trouble. And I just don't know, man. I feel like Complexity should be going here, but the gravity of the situation is if Complexity lose, there's a world where you could see Complexity going up against Liquid tomorrow in that 2-2 bracket or 1-2-1 bloody whatever bracket it is at that point. And that's a worry. That is a huge worry because you thought both Complexity and Liquid should be making this major coming into the America's RMRs, and if there can only be one, that stings for an A.
Yeah, well, I know that Dust was certainly mentioning over and over again the fact that, you know, for some reason, these NA teams continuously struggle against a team like Furia. So Veto underway. Talk to me about this, Pimp. Do we think there's going to be yet another struggle?
Potentially for Complexity, we'll see. They're not going to play Mirage. That makes an awful lot of sense. It's the permaban in that regard. If you're Furia, you don't really want to play Overpass on Anubis in that regard. Anubis is the one going away. That's been their permaban.
The real Dex for 2 month primer. Thank you.
Complexity, where do you go? I think, you know, there's a couple of maps you could go. Vertigo or Ancient would be the 2 obvious picks. Which one of them are you going to lean in towards against a team like them? Oh, you're going for Overpass, actually. Whoa. To me, interesting, because it feels like it's a punish pick. It's a map that Furia haven't played the past 3 months, so they're going in completely in the dark, but they're also going in with the sense that, okay, listen, here's a potential punish pick for us. Furia picking Vertigo, they're picking into a map that I feel like Complexity have played quite decent on as of late, so I'm not too sure what I feel about that one.
I feel like that's the lesser of 2 evils. If they did go towards an Ancient or something else in the map pool, maybe they're expecting Complexity to prep for that some more. So I feel like they're just going in blind in a lot of these and hoping that they can, you know, we were talking about the idea of flexing the map pool, and Nuke there as the 3rd is going to be an interesting one for sure. We haven't seen a lot of that out of Complexity lately.
I forgot there's no knife rounds.
Stellar on that. So if Furia don't get going early, it's going to have to be another one of those reverse sweep angles.
Hey,
I'm still feeling like you're not going to be able to stop the flop, to be
man.
honest. I feel like Complexity with this map pool, Can they take it in 2?
Well,
That's the big question.
I feel there's one storyline that we have to touch
A lot
upon,
of people said they've been getting like walking pads and shit, which on one hand, fuck, I should be getting paid for this, but on the other, kind of a dub.
The guy who, even when they've
cool to see people getting it. Makes me
lineup.
almost want to stream my lifts, but I don't feel like dealing with lifting Twitch chat.
There's not enough firepower, but we had the exact same conversation when it comes to this man on your screen right here in Elise. Without Elise playing well, complexity will fall apart as well. There's not enough firepower, there's not enough individual skill level, I would say. So if there's ever been like a one-to-one matchup right here that you wanted to watch, it'd be Quesarado versus Elise. I have a feeling whoever's playing the better matchup of those two is most likely also
and the
going
homies
to carry their team
fucking
to a victory.
Any indication
actually
on
knows
how
what he's doing? I'd be so annoyed to retweet chat, I won't lie.
map on Overpass?
Good question. They're starting on the T side, right? They picked the map. I would love to see a lot of the B executes. That's something they've been very, very known to do. JT loves to call the B executes. They love to play with fast pace as well towards that bomb site. So I reckon that will be tested early on, and then you can always play the mind games of whether or not you're going in towards the A bomb side or you continue to powers on the B bomb side. At the very least, you're going to see executes.
When's the major happening?
How's it against Formy real quick, Matt? Who's going to take away the victory on Overpass?
End of
OP,
this month,
13
essentially.
to 10 to complexity. I thought it was going to be easy, but starting on T side hasn't gone well for almost anyone at this tournament so far.
I'll go 13-11 for complexity there.
Okay, I'm liking that from you two boys. Well, without further ado, another qualification spot on the line. It's complexity.
Yeah, that's kind of the other thing, Kubies. I do like having some time to myself off the stream.
13-10, 13-11. Gentlemen, take some risks. I need to hear some 13 threes. What about you, UM3? Can I get some threes from you?
No, I mean, they explained it quite well on the desk. I mean, T-sides have been very difficult. Also, I mean, these are two Goliath teams within this America's RMR, so you're expecting this game
We need the bald eagles to activate, Halser to fucking let the flow go with the fucking mullet, and we're in there.
And it's Furious starting CT. Complexity's
I need a vintage Grim performance on Overpass right now. I need it.
Complexity are just freezing early on. They want to let Furia aggress into them, and Fallen has to try and recover.
Hell yeah, there's one bald eagle activated.
It's another one forfeited.
There's one.
And if you were looking at Elige to see which Elige would show up, well, it's a pretty good start.
It's a nice way to sort of pull that into question. I mean, you want Elige to perform, you want Quesarado to perform, and right now Elige finding those two entries, it makes Furia very uncomfortable. In fact, Elige not just finished,
let's go, baby.
Content with 2. A third found is Art
Let's
trying to
go.
hold on to the long side of the A attack, but this round is pretty well cooked. These two remaining players here on Furia stuck on B, and I don't think they want to gamble. They want to try and even chance it. They're hightailing it out of there. A very
the eagle has landed
from Complexity. It's all Elige.
Furia had a plan, and then they met the big bald man. Elige has been taking a shine to the world.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Michael, it's all about losing the hair. That's what gives you the game.
I'm telling you, dude, T-Time is Anders 3 monsters deep.
Has been present at every major since he first showed up, save one. Krakow in 2017 being the only exception. Quesarado falls as well over here. Complexity, very good start to things.
But in terms of
he gained a monster, I did say 2 earlier.
That's actually escaped Elige, even with all those attendances.
I'd be so mad if I went bald and that's all anyone talks about now.
Looking at a much more present
Well, then definitely don't go bald. Elise came in chat, heard me call him the bald eagle, and showed him all the emotes we made for him, and he loved it.
Well, it's just the one, really, but... Furia as well, of course, a team that does have more than their fair share of demons to try and conquer. A pretty poor showing at the Paris Major. Finishing last in their stage. Of course, they went into the stage on the basis of the RMR. They're hoping to try and make something work with this force by coming into it. Fallen still set up for the AWP, had the scout dropped over to him.
Iron, thanks for the 31-1-3 sub. Thank you. I'm scared you should be. It's NA versus a fucking eco round.
He knows that the easiest way to lose out in these situations is versus the force buys. We've seen so many teams fall by the wayside because of it. And a lot of presence
Mod check, can we close the Gemba?
The D's are making no secrets about where they want to go, but is that really their final destination?
An initial round of utility, but they're waiting to see if Furia decided to make any sort of reactionary play off the back of it, expending some of the utility that was available here for those CTs. The Complexity have just sat still and are ready to re-exec.
I'll close it after this round.
Furia
20.
have pulled one of those players away. There were 4B before, now 3.
At the same time, there's no Molotovs, and that's going to be an absolutely vital
Close? Okay.
point to keep in mind. Quesarado with the re-smoke out on the monster as well. Elige is good for the first with a flashbang. Gives Quesarado blind. Good for the quick double. Can he switch up for the AK? No,
this
just
is
to get
why I
it
hate
found.
this
Elige, in the
shit,
meanwhile,
dude.
still locked down
They
the
just
B
sat
bomb
here
site.
for
Short
fucking
was
1
volleyed.
minute.
This is where Quesarado needs to find more, and indeed he does. Both him and Fallen coming alive in Complexity.
Everybody drink.
Into a trap. Elige the only one to find
At least
frags,
keep
but
this
he will
AK.
not find the round.
I mean, right now, it does feel like we're getting the battle of the two titans. It's Elige and Quesarado that deliver on rounds for each of their respective
man.
teams. It was Elige in the pistol, but on the answer,
Everybody
on the force
drink.
buy, Quesarado overperforming that MP9.
This
that
is
swap out to
expected
the
though, but we
Galil
still panic, but not
just
as much as
rips
we
them
normally
to
panic.
shreds. And they just kept on chain smoking Monster. Complexity had to run straight through it, even though they wanted to re-exec on that bomb site. The fact that they didn't have that Molotov certainly comes back to bite them. There were players in positions that would typically be Molotovs
Cole
on an execute that were
was
able to
playing
just
the
sit pretty.
patient game and just going to an execute, which
Isn't
isn't a horrible plan. I will say this, Furia perfectly gambled the setup they should run there. And
it doesn't feel like it'll be
I would
easier.
say this
Furia
is
come
the
into this with
disadvantage of... So Furia hasn't played this map in 3 months. What does that mean?
started off this
That
tournament with
means
a
you have no
fiery
fucking clue what they're
performance
gonna
on his
run.
own on Inferno
So on one
versus
hand, it
Canals,
should be
and
good to
now this
pick
is a
it
great start to things.
because they're
Long
clearly
range
not getting
EG
match reps on
flash
it
being
and tested
dodged
on it.
Largely irrelevant.
But you have no idea what they're gonna do.
Yuri and Quesarado are taking things off, and Yuri almost getting the full ace. Grim
Jesus
denies,
Christ.
but it's 499 damage.
Fucking
You might
hate
as well
Chris.
give it to him.
Yeah,
Chris,
one
thanks for the
health
66
on
month
Grim.
resub to IQ.
And Yuri was fighting by his lonesome.
It's okay. We knew they were gonna get
Finally
ecoed.
finished off
It's
by
normal.
Quesarado, this tag team. But if the A bomb side is off limits because Yuri's there, and the B bomb side is taken up by Quesarado as well, the map suddenly will begin
BK,
to
thanks
feel
for the 100
very,
biddies and
very
one off the
small.
scam
A
train. And
nice
Iron,
start
thanks for the
both these
31.
stars on Furia.
And Chino, thanks for the 4.
Good to see. A lot of that recent downswing from the Furia side has been characterized with a slightly quieter performance from Yuri as well. Yes, he's had a good showing so far at the RMR, but not against anyone like Complexity. Maybe not a juggernaut anymore, but definitely Titanic. In the North American scene, can Furia be the iceberg for them?
Time is cooking, bro. Ram, thanks for the 100 biddies. Shout, I'm looking for hot girth thrillers, and I'm match it all gifted once again.
As I can. Of course, they're only moving in with pistols here on the side of Complexity. Furia have been able to take handle on this game. Start off with a little bit of a back and forth with those 4 spies.
By the way, guys, I do appreciate everybody that followed today. I've seen quite a few fucking flying in. Just got a nice little wave. New followers right there. Thank you. Thank you.
That
Welcome.
could still be a worry. Grim hunting with that deal.
Shadow, thanks for the primer.
Way for the squad. If he's able to
Zol, thank you so much for the 5 fucking gifted. Thank you. Thank you.
Reinforce their arsenal. Boost up for Grim, but it's quickly spotted out by Yuri. So a bit of an indicator. A couple of players spotted over towards Banana.
Floppy.
Oh.
Wait, good dink.
Gets a falling Quesarado on Yuri on the bomb
Oh,
side,
no, he's
making
long.
it
Hauser,
look very
quick long.
simple. No one's really
He's out
able
of
to
bullets.
trace out Fallen either. The
Fuck.
USB followed up by the quick scope on the
Fallen has plot armor. Changed my mind.
Clean it up to
Gone with the 14-month primer.
Starts
Thank
a bit
you.
awkward there for
Javis, thanks for the
Yuri.
Twitch
Looked like he
primer.
was
Thank
maybe
you.
look at his minimap or something, just as they decided to swing from the front side of bathrooms. Slow on the uptake, but there's Fallen to keep a handle on things on the A play. They're up against pistols, but you're kind of expecting, you know, Yuri in a forward position.
Ram
like
with the
that.
5,
He was
10
gonna
gifted
do
Shadow
most of the dirty
15.
work,
God
but
damn.
It's Fallen and Quesarado that sweep up.
Fucking.
Now
All right.
to the rifles.
We're cooking now. And we're
This is
not
a map
burning.
that, you know, JT, when he was on his come up as an in-game leader, felt like Overpass was kind of his bread and butter. So no surprises that Complexity have picked it into this series.
Oh, they're triple stacking on a fucking gun round.
Demo work to look back on
Ah,
Furia,
this-
and so they won't be ready for plays like that.
They are getting some tricks up their sleeve right now. Fuck me.
You have to love the fact that
On a
Furious is
gun
pulling out
round
all
is
of these gimmicks
so
in their opponent's map. Like,
fucking
this was the
toxic.
most obvious direction Complexity could go for.
Like
The
that's
pistol round,
a
and now
great
we have
move
seen
by Furia, and I
plan
kind of hate
things
it.
out very meticulously.
Furia knows that the first gun round out of complexity, they ain't gonna rush, chat. Like, they're not gonna go somewhere fast.
You have to keep in mind that there is history between Fallen and JT in
So,
particular.
they gamble, they put 4B, and they literally just put 3 players on a fucking triple boost on a gun round.
Fell to Imperial.
That was actually nice from Furia, but
process for Antwerp.
I'm mad.
You are still going up against some of the finest minds of Counter-Strike that the Americas regions have ever had. Complexity might be favorites on this map, but that doesn't mean it's going to come easy. Furia's proven it before, they'll prove it again.
It's a good time to do it, though.
Fallen
I
to
mean,
cover out the toilets. Oh no. He's given away his position. They might realize there's a man near flower pots. At least the audio cue should give it away. Holzer's found Yuri in the meanwhile.
They got past the nade.
Open the smoke and he continues forward. Fallen found out Quesarado.
But Quesarado, man,
gives them the advantage again.
This guy,
3
man.
versus 1. Elige unable to find contact. And for now, unable to find the bomb as well. Time's ticking down low. A player's moved up close and personal. It's Art. Elige doesn't spot out the foot in time. Art will overrun him. 4-1. Furia looking unstoppable.
That's all he needed to hear, that one tap, and it's Art
Oh,
that's willing
dude,
to
T-side
aggress right into
overpass,
his first
fuck me.
frag, but to deny Elige a
this
clutch.
is basically the
And
perfect
talking
storm
about
of
on the
shit.
desk, the idea that Complexity were
3
in
minutes
some
remaining.
instances a bit reliant on players to clutch back. It was Holzer that was
I
really
just realized
stepping
you're
up
walking, not randomly
that
bouncing
sort of
around.
port of call.
Hey, man, whatever works better for you. Like, I'm just
But
here.
now
I'm
Furia
just
have
walking
taken
here, you know?
control.
You do you.
You need some activation on some of the map control here from Complexity. There's already been thrown a couple of curveballs by Furia, whether it's been Yuri on his AUG that is ready to tear heads clean off. Even on a round like this, running in with a half-buy, they are getting destroyed by these scoped weapons, and Yuri didn't even zoom.
Fallen looking like he's having a quick flashback.
Oh, fucking professor's here. Farming, Christ.
Might be just against the anti-ecos, but remember. A confident Fallen is one to be terrified of. Especially when it comes to qualification processes, especially when it comes to majors, especially when it comes to anywhere where he might be able to farm up some nervous players.
Yeah, and in terms of form, you know, Fallen, when they were winning majors, when they were competing and making it into playoffs of the major circuit, you know, you wanted to see a very unformed Fallen. He was able to have so much impact on their rise, and it's only really been in the past couple of years where we started to question whether or not his in-game leading is really up to scratch. You know, they had that debacle bringing him into Furia. Art is now taking the reins a little bit. I'm sure Fallen is still calling to a certain extent, but the majority of the game planning seems would probably gravitate towards Art. But having that secondary in-game leader
thanks for the 11-month primer,
nice.
thank
But
you.
you want Fallen to put up those types of numbers again.
Crow, thanks for the 9-month primer, thank you.
You also want JD to put up some numbers. Of course, he's a player who's had a big, I wouldn't even say resurgence. He's had a big peak in form.
He's had a great
Yo, what up, Frizzy? Looking jacked, bro.
He went from being a player who everyone was saying, you know what, this guy is one of those Hunden type characters as far as, you know, aim is concerned, as well as brain for the game.
But he's been fragging on CS2.
And that's been the expectation now. Elige having unburdened his shoulders with some of that secondary calling that we're speculating Fallen provides. But for now, a very quiet game from both JT and Floppy.
Sympathies out to Fallen, of course. This Furia core played over 1,100 maps together. Competed together
Derelict
for
with the
5
81-month
years.
resub, thank you. Goobs, thanks for the 43-month resub, thank you.
So, you know, sometimes it's kind of hard to teach old
Keeping
dogs
this
new
game
tricks.
train rolling.
Even if they're new dogs, new
My
tricks.
mind is eternally yours.
This Furia core were touted as the next wave of Brazil.
They have proven it. But the question is, do they still have more to show us? And you'd hope so, you really would. Olzerk doesn't know that Yuri's nearby, and the flash is good, but Yuri doesn't peek behind it. Is there someone to fly through? Yuri's being spammed. Holzer will find him as well. Yuri might regret not peeking out earlier on, but Fallen is here to quickly salvage the situation. Quesarado's fast
Fucking
as well as
Quesarado,
Fallen's
man.
fast hopping. The A side impenetrable.
If you had any questions about whether Fallen would show up to this series or not, There is your
Fallen's
answer.
literally rolling back the years right now.
He has been locking them down. He
And
feasted
Quesarado's
from
here.
Divider, and now as well battles them back off of this A play. Quesarado right behind him to help sweep up those frags. Even if Fallen were to miss, I have basically, I can almost guarantee you Quesarado would have cleaned them up as well.
And it does feel like Fallen is coming into his own as sort of that third player of the team. If Furia is striking as well, I have to remind everyone, contrary to popular narrative,
thanks for the one gifted
in the
IU16.
classic lineup, it was Gold's there, Fur, then Fallen, most likely. Fur was just an absolute menace as well.
Like,
so if you can get something similar to
Wind
that
pistol,
dynamic
get
going,
E-code, send economy into spiral on T-side of overpass.
Rifler, the same way Fallen does. He's been doing
Pray
it
to
for,
God
what,
you
10
get
years
3 rounds now.
So far, none of the defaults, none of the setups that
Great
Complexity have been going
foo.
for have been actually working for
Hope
them.
you've
The
been
only round
good,
they've
bro.
attributed
Thanks for
so
the
far is that
5.
pistol round
10
where Elise
gifted, you
found
beautiful
3 kills.
motherfucker.
Great nade as
IU
well.
26
onto them
gifted.
creeping
Nice
into that
fucking
short
Willy.
side
Thank
tunnel.
you.
These players on Complexity, they get moving with a half buy, but they're wounded, they're weakened. Floppy trying to lead in, but there's Cello to chew them up from short. Cello not done with just 2. It's Art right behind him, and it's all 4 for Cello on the B hold. Furia cannot be moved.
The A side is impenetrable because Quesarado rotates so fast and Yuri's so present. The B bomb side has Cello and also Quesarado. Why can't we just find a site? Why can't we just make an attack?
Where is the weakness?
So far, it's all concentrated in the North American side. And this is where Elige, as much as we might credit him with being the main propellant for this team, I don't see him as the kind of player who's going to solo find them a couple of entries. I don't see him the kind of player who's going to crack open a round. It's more a force in the mid-round. That's where his aggression comes into play.
And Complexity already using
Trouser
their
the
second
gifted sub to
timeout.
Wise, NA is
They
so
need to
bad.
find solutions to this. and
Thank you.
quick. What a performance from Cello. Someone that when he joined out of MIBR into Imperial, able to maintain some solid numbers for the squad, but it's actually been, since he's joined Furia, still sticking with Fallen from that Imperial project, moving into Furia. It's actually been more difficult for him to find, I guess, the room to find those kills, but if you can have performances like that, then numbers be damned.
Didn't seem like he was the right role to replace Rob, to be frank, but now Quesarado tagged down early. Doesn't look like that might
Death, thank you so much for the 1 gifted. Thank you, appreciate you.
That comes in from. But in the meanwhile, Grim dodging nades, dodging bullets, dodging sightlines.
I love
Boosts
that
are
they're
fucking
exploring all these
slimy,
boosts,
man.
like you said, some gimmicks to throw at
Panda, thanks for
Complexity,
17 month primer. Thank you. Whose map pick is this? Goals on T side, so cool.
Leaning into some of these gimmicks, you know, something we see a lot of underdog teams do. Furia definitely knew that this was the likely path here for Complexity, and because they don't have as many officials on it, they act with that element of surprise.
And thanks to the 100 biddies, thank you.
Fury, around the corner, Elise just too sharp.
Nade's also very good. Quesarado's gone and leaves. That's a double kill. Hey, you're looking for that mid-round presence.
They know
that
they
he
just
can
killed the
offer.
rotator.
Bobby still
This is
holding things
where
down on the
Brazilians
right
was
back
just
with the
gamble
bomb
stack.
side. Halls
And holy
goes
shit, that
down.
pick was
Cello,
huge.
the chance now to succeed where everyone
Because
else
Art's
has
coming to
failed.
stack,
Go
or
for
not
that
Art,
first.
Fallen's
He
coming to
notices
stack the
Floppy
B
as
bomb
well.
site. Oh
Rounding the
fuck.
corner, but the shadow of Holzer doesn't matter. Fallen
out,
covers
get
off
out.
Floppy on the side. He's in a 1v3, closing
Whoa.
the distance to the bomb. Time ticking down low. Their Tech 9 striking through, but
Jesus,
Fallen
all right.
can't do it all on his own.
God, he made you sweat there for a second. Yeah. Players pulling out utility, not
Man.
ready for him for Fallen to start swinging with a Tech 9. They knew he had the
If
open hand. So
Holzer didn't
thought he
kill
would
Art,
maintain
they
with
lost that
but Fallen
round.
kept that pressure high.
Actually.
Pressure applied. Once again,
Furia,
you need a
I mean,
multi-kill out
Fallen
of Elise to
basically
break through with a round.
cultivated
That's all
and
that
started
Complexity has
this,
been able
like,
to find so far in
when
this attack.
Overpass first came out, and he still will do it, which is
And time called
3v5.
here for Furia.
They will just put 3 on a bomb site, and you have
Straight
to
out of
guess
the
which
Complexity
one.
Timeout, they're able to break through.
And Fallen was on the
They showed
rotate to
some
B where
presence.
the
They
hit
played a
was
little
coming.
slower,
If he
but
got
they're able to
there,
get that boost up
if
for
Art
Elige to
stayed alive and
mount
had
into a
that
double. And
util
if
still on
Quesarado
him,
takes
that
some
round was
damage in
gonna
the earlier
be
bout,
ass.
and maybe that nade doesn't finish him off, but things got very, very dicey.
Look, at the end of the day, you need to adjust to Yuri.
Ryan,
right?
it's
Like, he's the
it's
one
live.
who's
This
been
is
such a
last
menace
match of the
towards
day.
his A side, willing to play aggressive, willing to try and put himself out there. If you can find the pick on Yuri, that seems to be the key. Don't let it be a trade. That's not enough. Fallen now trying to get aggressive inside connector. Worried about a faster play, but a smoke down in case Serrano now boosted up. Fallen through the smoke, finds Floppy, traces him through, and Grim doesn't have much to speak of. A one-way smoke that he's set up for himself to peek behind for that very boost that they're going for, but he's already lost a teammate.
Well, walking pad, I wouldn't recommend mine. Like that ass. I'd just do some research and peep around what you like.
It was a very difficult fight for Grim to really navigate, especially when there was that smoke down inside of connector. The Complexity are flying a little blind. They know that there was 2 players boosted up, but do they know that Furia have reset?
Norris, you wear shoes in this household, like actual outside shoes in this house, you will be asked to leave.
Of the bathrooms, ready to take a tight line. That's only if Complexity decide to start slow working it with that AWP that they should be able to meet this.
We don't fuck around with that. Oh, fuck out, dude. No shoes in the house. Unless they're indoor shoes. If you got some indoor shoes, that's fine. Like some slippies. Or like me, for example, I'm using some right now, but just for the treadmill.
Breaks his first and second blood. The flashbang is fantastic, but Serrano is just better. 2 frags delivered.
2v2.
Back to a 2-on-2. Cello and Arc
no big
trying
flank.
to accelerate. The bomb being planted is their point to commit, but they don't do so. The Molotov is late.
Homie,
and the
shut
spam
up.
right back weakens Cello. Holzer missing a crucial shot, but a deep nade will help soften things up for Elise.
Nice.
He knows
Nice.
where the last player is
What?
as well, but a quicker jump
Oh.
Cello won't be enough. Holzer
Okay, let's go. Come on.
brings it all back, but my
Bring it home.
God,
2 more.
that round should
Come
not
on.
have been so close.
He might have missed on the first, and that was a tough shot, but none
Nice.
more important than him finishing off the round there for Complexity. JT
Ben,
getting
thanks
this
for the
double
100
kill
biddies.
into Banana.
30
just creates
seconds
so
left,
much
and Panda, thanks for
opportunity,
your
and it was his
17-month
flashes
primer.
from
Thank
Arc
you.
on the rotate that almost teed up Serrano to shut down this A play.
How does he get this?
He gets caught pretty hard by the flash, but JT as well, caught by it all the same. That's flick from Cello. I mean, the fact he hit that headshot, it was a lot of pressure
My
on
room for it,
Holzer
Cole.
to tie the bow on the round. It's very expensive, but Complexity just need rounds to their tally.
Derp, thanks for the 1
Funds were
gifted.
available
Thank you,
here
thank
for
you,
Furia.
thank
In
you.
fact, they still run with some in reserve, even moving past
Thank
into
you.
another full buy. Grim weakened up by the nade, and he still peeks into it.
Hoping to find that booster player, hoping to eliminate it quickly. Complexity do realize that Furia is going for a lot of
Mango,
these
what
boosts,
was
a lot of
the
these
total
gimmicks, but
number?
they can't do anything about it. Sometimes the best thing to do is ignore it, not try and fight it.
Yeah, but which boost are you anticipating? There are many.
Yeah. And has always been the problem of overpass if you are the T side. Cello. Molotov
Barrel
will not
molly?
be deployed in time. He'll have to do this old-fashioned. It goes right past him. Floppy closes the distance. Cello should be
Oh,
a
he's
dead
just
man,
barely
but he's
missing
gone all
his
the way
head,
down.
man.
Nothing working out for Cello, rather against Cello. JT as well falls in the meanwhile. They simply cannot scale onto this B site. Holzer and Elige all alone, and now Holzer. A man who's been asked to clutch many times across this tournament, but that's just impossible.
Fuck, man.
And it's this rifling pack that are having these issues here on the side of Complexity. You know, you
29 gifted,
you
alright.
should maybe highlight JT as these players that are able to breach in, find openings for you. But Grim and Floppy, you know, these are players that have experience and have been touted as these star players within the North American region. And right now, really struggling versus this Furia that are willing to get down and dirty. You know, when there's smokes down, there's Molotovs, they're showing a
3
lot
is
of
manageable
bravado
shot,
in the way that
but
they're playing.
man,
It's very reminiscent of their opening round.
it's
as
such a
well,
game
coming into
changer
this
if they can
tournament.
get this last one. I really feel that way, at least.
Taking some risks, but they're very often rewarded.
3, I think you're still just entirely way too reliant on the pistol and the conversion.
Complexity picked this map. 4th round would go a long way, that's for sure, but
We'll see.
no guarantees, especially on a pretty cobbled together buy. Deeg of JT meets Yuri on that AUG, but he'll hear steps right behind him and does get floored
Hold
finally by one of the Deegs on Complexity.
That's a good trade. I mean, you take that all day.
Rotations over, they are
JT
so
out,
confident in Cello's ability to hold
Yuri
that
down
bomb site. They
long,
can stack
and you
three
get an
players
extra
here
gun
on
in
A.
hand.
Deep Molotov gets Fallen space to set up, but Elise now
Trade.
anticipates.
Yeah.
He knows.
What would you call it otherwise?
They're watching out for Art's push as well. Okay, Serrano, can you line up 3? You can't even get 1 in that position. Jello now on the rotate.
Trades don't always have to literally be right next to each other going into a bomb site. JT's literally jiggling long right there, not using any of his util because his team is at the front of bathrooms. So if somebody's there, he's just acting as a human ward. Like, it's all good.
Complexity to pull up at least something on this T side. If there was anything you needed to highlight the importance of that man joining the roster, not only does he bring experience, but he also brings probably a brand new attitude. He came into this roster.
This map is super CT-sided.
He was often looked at
and
as being
then
that
when
vet
you're complexity and you get
the
eco'd,
system. But once he
you're
was
just
removed,
behind. Like I said, that first, think about the first triple boost, for example. Really hard to deal with because you're gonna go into a default. You finally got your money reset.
The former stars just
the chances of JT calling a rush in that round or anything with pace is very low. Because like it's just a bad numbers decision to do that.
Had so many good upset victories.
You know, that round really hard to predict that. It's like it's a great call from Furia, but it's really hard to manage that as Cole. And then some of the mid-site boosts,
behind Grim and
like
Floppy.
you're aware of them, but
it's
just a timing game.
Takes down Cello early on. Elise found out, and it feels like with the raid boss gone, a reroute back to A might be a priority for Furia.
Yeah, it's a big head to find. Art as well, boosting himself up, but leaves himself vulnerable. Floppy picking him up above that smoke.
Shave beard, please.
And Holzer trying to lock them in topside connector. And he does have a nice fallback path should he spot a player. Yeah, just sees the shoulder and decides to give it up. That was the bomb that was spotted, but not enough skin showing. I don't think that the radar would have shown that to him. They're going to stick 2 and 2 here on the side of Complexity. I do have a Molotov, a flashbang, and a smoke available here for Fury to crack into this site, but do they know there's a flank being engaged here by Holzer?
I love the push from him. Sets him up for success very nicely, but Yuri could also catch a timing. Yuri instead catches a bullet.
Nice shot.
Kisarato and Fallen. So much success found between these two players on that CT side, and Fallen looks to respond on a player who has not retreated. Holzer decides he wants to stay in.
What, I don't like when you lie to me, Roman. You thought I was gonna thank you for that?
Over. Grim is the one to reinforce the A bomb site. Fallen trying to close the distance. Looks
Lying
for any duels he can take. Planting inside the smoke. It's a bold choice, but Serrano can cover up with some great damage found. They know where Holzer is as well, but they're just not ready.
There it is.
And Floppy do close it
okay, now do the hardest thing in the game.
Yeah, great job keeping that
win the round
and full and
following pistol when the T's get bombed down.
Moving into that second round. We saw a bit of a force buy back and forth at the start of this game. And Furia may look to engage that same engine on this T side as well. They should move in with a pretty solid buy. One that will be very hard to combat if you're on the side of Complexity. CT side resources do typically cost more.
Yeah.
It's a great way for Furia maybe to be able to answer back, but like you're saying, you know, great proactivity from Holzer, even though they're in that man-up situation. If they let Furia set up for that execute, it probably would have been a lot harder to have held onto that bomb site.
Actually,
on 17
this is interesting. Look at the buy. The buy out of Cole ain't bad.
Only locking things down on B, but did great jobs on the
Furia
rotation
opted
as well
to hero
when
AK
they were on that CT
and
side.
buy next.
Like you said, still pretty sharp.
Interesting.
On that pistol.
Zerk, early tag.
Good tag,
he
nice.
Plays it out with a ding to his head as well.
How
That's
much?
not going to be particularly conducive. Holzer now falls. Elige fades away.
They don't have armor on anyone else, though.
Regretting the fact that he maintained
So
position
that's
for so
good.
long.
Yeah, Fury didn't actually buy up. You know, they just went in with this one AK, a couple of upgraded pistols, and they were hoping that Cello could maybe pry bar in, but now that AK has changed hands.
You really do wish it would be in Serrano, so. I know he's got the deagle, but come on, guys, we've had this debate.
He's also a little far away.
I mean, just to start the round off, to be honest. Serrano. Opportunity. Will it be given again? Very unlikely. Art's the one who wants to lead the charge in the meanwhile. Can he find a head? Even damage is fantastic at this stage. CT side money. mentioned it before. All you need to do is just try and pin it into an impossible circumstance. Art moves away from the flashbang. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. Quesarado still committed here onto the A-bomb site. Knows he just needs to find one kill to make this somewhat possible to threaten the rotate. See if anyone can
big
move
boy
off
round
to the
from
side,
Furia
anything like
incoming.
it, but no kills found. Elige will continue that streak of form.
Yeah, they don't fall foul to that one AK that's recovered. Sure, Art got a kill right back onto the
Snowball 6 to 17 with reset IQ.
Complexity had a pretty solid read on what was happening. Didn't feel like they were panicked at all.
Will I stream Face It later on today?
Nice call from the
I think the boys, the Variety Squadron, wanted
to win the pistol,
spread some democracy. Smitty and Tucker and the boys. So
weird buy. But they should anticipate full weaponry out from Furia
We'll
coming
see.
into this third round of the second half. Art with a MAC-10. Willing to take that sacrifice for the team, but a man known for his aggression. And the MAC-10 is kind of a great weapon to facilitate that. We got to close that
I know.
gap.
Tucker literally said he's just going to
Furia
be
right now don't want to close
playing
it.
Truck
They just
Simulator until we hit him up. So
and see what Complexity have planned. This is a map where Elite generally, since he's made his way onto this team, likes to push forward, likes to find space, likes to press the advantages they may have. But right now, he knows it's all about passivity for him and staying alive.
Yeah, it's not Elite.
well, we made a misstep. Also, man, in CS2, can we please hear when we misstep?
Allowed to give up early. If Holzer can find a backstabber, a good timing, this round could completely unfold for Furia.
This is an excellent timing already being found, and as the smoke dissipates, if Complexity can
But is this the
re-smoke
thing?
this, it
Yeah,
feels
if you
like you're
guys
setting
don't
up
know,
Holzer for perfection,
you
and
absolutely
indeed,
can make
bombs
noise
been
without knowing.
dropped, and Furia are completely split up across the map. Floppy finds another for free, and Elige makes quick
That is
work
a
of
thing.
any
That is
lurkers.
very real,
Fallen,
yes.
Who've been saving up for the AWP. Will just be
Very
saving
nice.
that AWP.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect
Worth
decision
the hunt
made
here,
there from
boys.
Holzerk. Willing to
You
take
know,
that risk
hit
because of
tab,
the
you know
weapon
who
that
it
he had,
is.
but
You
also
know what he
got his
has.
Kill, called out the fact that it's that bomb, and knew that there was probably going to be more presence outside of B. That package is very infrequently
Then again,
unescorted.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's probably
So
not
really
actually
well
that
handled.
worth it
Good
to go after him.
communication in from Complexity as well. And Holzerk is one of those
They
players
respect
that when
him
he
too
first
much.
joined this
Nah, like
Complexity
if I'm
core,
actually thinking about this,
you'd
this
feel
is
like he was
probably
taking
good
a lot
not to
more
go.
risks, taking a lot more fights, willing to sort of dictate how he approached rounds. But as time went on, you know, it felt like he started to shell up a bit. And that's not the Holzerk you want to see on this roster. They asked for better performances on the desk. They got that. But clear and concise decision-making from Holzerk will certainly go a long way as
Chat
well.
about to hit 10K,
Listen, they only came
boys.
into this half trailing by 4 rounds. And throwing a little spanner in the works of Furia before they can even really adjust to what they want to do in the mid-round could really help justify this pick here for Complexity.
Is it when you jiggle? Yeah, basically, like when you try to do that little stutter step that you
Elige
think
has
is
given them
quiet,
enough
you
of
can
a parachute
sometimes
that they
basically
can
make a
slow
noise
down that
and not hear it.
Seem to be sprouting out some wings from their back in the meanwhile.
No, they
as
don't
well.
hear you weapon switch, no.
Not very often you see a successful spam
I
back
think
with
Fallen's
Eagle,
one of the
but
best
Elite has
offers.
now got successful timing on the ground. And
Hard to
also
say,
can
because
try
I
and move
just
forward to
I
recover
haven't
that
seen
later
Furia
on.
play against
It's a
like the
two-man
big
battle,
boys in a while.
Complexity. I
It
mean,
really is.
Holzerk and Elige make up so many
I
of the
feel like
kill-
Fallen has
stopping
actually
power
been
on this,
performing individually a
on
lot
this North
stronger
American
with Furia
organization.
with the op, but I don't really know. I haven't seen Furia
got
play
11
too much.
kills between them.
Yeah, and you've got 11 for the rest.
So combined, they're more than 3 times what everyone else is doing, which feels like a pretty fair depiction of what's happening in all fairness.
It's not like it's not a little topside heavy for Fury
Elige's
as well. But we had a
dominating.
round from Cello. We had a round from
21 and
Fury.
9, baby. Bald
was
Eagles
able
here.
to
One of them was
make
activated.
goals.
I asked for
Yes,
2. I'm
yep,
getting
make
1.
goals, yep.
There you go.
Hopefully Grim can
I know
turn it
how
on
to
a little
carry
bit here,
water.
dude. Because
He's
whenever you have
able
a
to
player
shut
making this
down
kind of
Elige,
performance, I
also
mean, it's
1 versus 3
fantastic,
attempts
obviously,
from
but
what is a
you desperately
fearsome
need other
competitor
people
on
to
the
show
third
up
lead.
at some point.
21 and 9 right now.
So any chance you get to shut that man down, I mean, you'll take it.
And I do also wonder what the thought process is when you're deciding which site you're going to die on. Quesarado will fall to JT. Do you want to reinforce an already fiery Elige? Or do you want to just maybe give Floppy, JT, or Grim the win that they've been looking for in their sales.
It's so rare as well that you'll be able to see players have this kind of performance like Elige is putting up and be able to maintain that for the whole map. You know, at a certain point, they're just going to keep exhausting resources at you so that those fights basically don't happen. But it is a bit of a question to be answered here for Furia. How do you stop Elige? Do you negate him? Do you just bypass him altogether and try and go elsewhere? Then are you worried about flanks from Holzerk? Certainly a discussion happening
down,
here for
Godzilla.
Furia in this timeout.
You'd hope that Gary can come through and add something to the tally, because all of those cute gimmicks that you're going through on the CT side, you better have some pocket strats on T side. You're ready for this map. Are you ready for that side?
A little bit more difficult to make a boost work on T side because you're sitting still, you're sitting stagnant while you're on that boost, and you're just hoping that they're in one of these forward spots that's vulnerable.
All right, cool,
to
big
it.
run.
Also, just feels like there's
Stuff them
less
after the
boosts
tack
on T-side
timeout.
in general.
Hey,
3 alive. Let's
you
go.
can get an op kill and then the heaven jump.
You can clear pillar on B, but precursor is to take short water control, which has been free territory. Complexity haven't been actually throwing bodies in there, but there's been a lot of utility. This time a boost up here for Elige, but not spotting much of anything. Just trying to make sure that they're in the right spot to make full use of that pillar that obscures vision.
They have completely left Holzerk alone.
Tendies, thank you so much for the 5 fucking gifted subs.
understand.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate you.
He might not have the EWP, but with the game that he's having, Holzerk can
Absolutely
at
nice
least
cock,
provide
Tendies.
power
Thank you,
to
dude.
allow for rotates to happen should it be a fast play down divider.
Well, Complexity may be reading into the fact that they'd want to avoid Elige. That's why they brought him over to that B bomb site. But because there's been basically no presence shown by Furia, bar the opening round of utility, they gravitate back.
I think Elige looks better with a full shaved head.
Just
I
gonna
think
hold on
Elige's
and
rocking
won't
it
be
for sure.
contested at all. 40 seconds left on the clock. Complexity have no reason to peek. They've made the right play. I think now they also have the call. Now they do for sure, but Holzerk peeks too wide out. Elige dodges a flash. Will he be checked? Lazily done from Cello, and he is punished for it. The bomb down and the rotation's called. Grim
Come on,
for
Grim.
one. Does he realize there's a second? No. Fallen can trade. 20 seconds on the clock, and JT and Floppy push through. A smoke to extinguish the flames, but JT has been extinguished himself. Floppy
Any kill here is actually
called upon, but
good.
honestly,
for this
might
scenario.
be a good idea to just run away. He does go for that first, but can't connect
He's
on
dead now.
Kisarado in time. A Molotov behind him. They're still hunting Yuri. He's
Yeah.
still curious about whether he will
Good
be
save,
challenged.
Mal.
Floppy
We kind of know where you're at. You're
receives
stuck.
from that A site.
Yeah, the molly actually missed, so it didn't go inside of bag. It actually sort of landed right in front of it, but Floppy was going to fall back anyway. Did a lot of damage, but needed to finish off that frag if he wanted to go for this
I feel
clutch
like,
attempt.
yeah, for sure, Alex. Yeah.
Furia, out of that timeout. Some nice,
I wouldn't
solid
recommend my
trading.
walking pad
A
personally.
much
I've just been
slower
kind of
round,
annoyed by it, but
flashing off these angles
like,
that Complexity were fighting
undeniably,
into in the front side of bathrooms,
it's really nice actually. Like,
made it very difficult for Elige
Nori
to
teases
move
me
in
that I'm addicted
immediately for
because
the
like
trade
even
onto
off stream when I'm
Holzerk.
playing games,
They're
I'll
trapped
walk
in an angle, and
like
once
quite
he
a bit.
committed into the front side of bathrooms, he was basically trapped. He had to fight his way out.
Want to hop in Discord? Yeah, yeah. Let's let me. I'm about to finish walking here, so give me like.
on his own. He's the only player who
Hold on.
functionally can do it in all fairness, but the problem is
Give me like 5-10
ending
minutes.
up swinging wide into potentially
I'll hop in
break his
Discord
holding the
though.
angle.
Yeah, yeah.
It is a hard fight to win.
It's also one of those spots where, you know, you'd almost wish Holzerk had an AWP in that position instead of having that rifle.
Would have made a big difference.
So it is a tactical timeout to discuss.
Last one they have in regulation.
Yeah, had to use 2 on that T side.
And this
Yeah, the
is
step
where
counter?
you would
Yeah,
hope
yeah.
that there's something planned on the CT side from JT as well. A good flash play to try and get Grim and Floppy some of that B short control that's been so far uncontested, perhaps.
Yuri
Oh shit, yeah, we're actually over 10k steps.
But
Bonus.
5 and 1.
Alright, I'm gonna power down after this round.
The opener has not always led to a round win, but it has surefire helped.
Bonus round.
But out of that timeout, nothing really too abnormal here for Complexity. That AWP trained on long, but it's not a fight that Fallen will be peeking into. Take it more reserved, going for connector control and just trying to slow work mid. This is what Furia have been confident in doing the past couple rounds. Even if the Complexity make the right read. Furia are actually doing a great job of kind of holding on to resources, even though they're actually trying to poke and probe on this map control. Ulzerk might finally be tested, though.
If they keep trying to jiggle out the angle, it does feel like you're inviting death onto yourself. Holzerk even given the warning shot out, but Elite just got
Art was ready for
in
Leash.
the open. Art to trade.
Yeah, they know where he's at with the op now.
Meanwhile, Fallen flashed
Nice,
up, blinded
good reposition
completely,
from
and Holzerk
Holzerk.
has to put up the defense. The AWP, good for the single kill so far. Holzerk is not really being given too much company either. Grim makes his way over. Fox taking down low. Quesarado still lurking out towards that B side. It feels like that's where they want to attack. And with the rotations being successfully called over, Yuri does give out sound. They know what's coming into the B bomb site. JT surely has made that call. The rotation's coming over. Floppy needs to find the frag, but the scope on the other side will not matter.
Nice,
Floppy wins
JT.
regardless, and JT is doubled up. A deep nade, and Art won't be able to trace out JT
Fuck
accurately.
yeah.
So times run
3
out,
alive
and
as
all
well.
he can do is
Fuck
look to
yes.
save the AWP. Despite an early kill onto that raid
John D
boss,
with a 5-month primer, thank you.
Furia can't converge.
Yeah, and just as I was praising them for being able to hold on to utility, it was just late call to go back towards that B bomb site. As soon as there was a step made over as
There we
well,
go.
JT just putting himself on the top of the site. But Fury didn't have a flash to allow those monster
hold on.
players out. And they unfortunately line up there for JT, but that's a big play for the in-game leader of Complexity to have pulled through. Complexity got caught on a bit of a weird timing. Holzerk was allowing Elise to kind of investigate because it had been so long since they'd actually heard any additional presence from Furia. But Holzerk's presence was enough to force them back. Great independent protocols from Holzerk as well. He kept himself alive on that A site.
Leads down, Yuri gives him some company. Grim will fall and JT
Dude,
might
what the
follow.
fuck just happened?
Fallen's here to finish
What
off.
the
A
fuck
man
is
who is very
happening?
weak, seems overkill with the op, but as long as there's a kill in there, doesn't
What?
matter if it's over.
This is a much more aggressive stance from Complexity. They wanted to challenge it to short water
Ah,
and they get brutalized.
I know I did ask for this very same thing before, but it feels like
How is this my
Furia
fault?
knows what's coming. They've been waiting for that short water control for so long at this point that maybe you're hoping that they neglect something, maybe you're hoping that they make a mistake.
It's a nice kill from Holzerk, but him and Floppy have paired up together. They've vacated the B play. So Furia will have a free site, a free plant, and they'll be the ones that punch in for a 10th first. They'd have barely enough to reinvest here if Complexity fell on all their players. Wouldn't allow for enough room to get their hands back on this AWP, so you want to see Holzerk engaged. It's imperative that they save, but Furia also want to be able to stabilize their own money, so I wouldn't expect that more than maybe one player to really hunt for this.
No, this is just going to be a basic handshake. And I have to remind everyone, the only time that Complexity's had a lead in this game was the first round. They won the pistol.
The slow lowering of the desk, yeah, you like that?
Despite multiple equalizers, Complexity simply has been unable to find that push forward. Quesarado is not even the one who's necessarily fragging out of control at this point. He's only had one kill in the past, what, 4 or 5 rounds or so. Fallen continues to plod along, getting a couple of kills here and there, but Yuri, Cello, and Art, these past 2 rounds that they have won, feel like they've come off of their shoulders.
Complexity don't have any more timeouts. They've exhausted that time with their coach. Ooh, good spam. Yuri tagged and beginning to trail back, but Fallen's there to cover the retreat should Elise have pushed forward. A player that we couldn't stop singing the praises of, but has been actually picked off as one of the first points of contact in a couple of these rounds as well.
He feels so desperate to try and make a play.
True, Tendy's true. John D, thanks for
Furia
the 5-month
is catching
primer, by the
on
way.
to that
Thank
as
you,
well.
dude.
Yuri waiting. Elige loves to go for this. Elige loves to push all the way through, but now teams are expecting it, and he will not be defined by expectations.
Oh. All right.
The only expectation he wants to meet is that of excellence as he ascends back up the connector. But with rotations going forward,
does he hear
Yuri
that?
as well makes his way out. Yuri's
Holy
given
shit,
up
I
the
think he
angle.
does.
There would be a timing, but Elige isn't here to make advantage of it.
They should.
Holzer, full
I feel
belt
like
of
they should.
util, so if he starts to
The
rotate
fuck
over,
is
this
that
will
them
be
or
big.
me?
For Furia to broach this bomb site, they have to go past multiple riflers.
My
A
fucking
Molotov,
headset
a
just went
flash,
crazy.
maybe even a smoke on the site itself. And as they start to creep forward, Floppy cannot greet them with a kill. It's JT instead to frag, and Elige finds Yuri in the battle of patience. Furia has lost.
Fuck.
And that one fight.
Sorry, PGL audio guy just
And
took
it
over my
feels like
headset
they've
for a
lost this one
second.
round as well.
Laziest, thanks for the 52-month reset. Thank you.
Continue to stay as even as they can.
And because they kept waiting for so long on Furia, it's that time that works against them. Elige was still inside of the connector, inside of those
What up,
steps.
dude?
He heard that rotate back full and asking for the utility there for Yuri left on the lurk. And because of that, Holzer started gravitating over as well. Complexity had a very solid read as to what was going to happen. The only vulnerability was going to be if that was a bit of a sound bait, and instead they were creeping up long, but they had a player in place to act as an initial signal.
You got to take risks. You got to make those calls, even if it was a sound bait, anything like it.
But it's all that umming and ahhing for Furia
What did you
that
just leak from?
leads
Nothing?
Complexity to basically know exactly what's going to happen before it does on that B site.
Unlike what we saw from the Complexity T side, there doesn't seem to be any one player I can point a finger towards and say, hey, take over this T side round. K Serrano isn't that kind of guy. You're expecting Yuri,
Out of all
you're
the people to
expecting
comment on the Warden thing,
Maybe
AZK
Cello?
never tweets. Responds to notes thing about reporting about how Warden threw water
And
at
there's been
M80.
now 4 rounds
AZK
in a row
replies
that
with a
Complexity
post
has
of the
won
dog and the X-ray.
that have all been
Got that
timed,
dog
that have
in
all
it.
been saves.
I don't know why, that just cracks me up. AZK of all people never
Furia
tweets.
are running out
hangs
of
out,
time because of a
just-
lack of
just randomly
instigation.
posts the
They
X-ray
must
with the
realize
dog
it
in
as
it.
well.
I don't know why, it just caught me off, bro.
Half-hearted fights won't do it.
Active flom better than sitting flom? All right, well,
outwards at
bro, I
A
got
side
my
from
10K
Furia in
steps
that
in. What
initial
you want,
default.
bro?
They want to reinforce connector and maybe try and funnel through to the B-bomb site. Big maybe, though. Complexity, they're ready for that exact play. JT continues to hold close short. Waits for the peaks to come through.
I mean, still has a decent side of the connector as well, but there's so much presence being thrown his way. JT calling Grim over. They're prepared for a double swing, a fight in towards short, and this might be at a timing that they don't expect. Art drops his guard. Yuri inside of that connector cannot swing, even though that door is blown wide open, and a Molotov that greets Case
Chat, how many
They
subs
hear
are
it,
at?
that singular singe as well.
We'll come up with a deal.
We'll know that there's
We'll
players
come to an
right behind
arrangement.
that. Elige reaggressing,
Oh,
but there's
fuck.
Yuri, a patient man, and they swing right into Monster. The flash was good, but Case still able to adjust, and Cello right behind him.
Guardian with
It's
the one
Grim
gifted,
left
thank you.
alone on the
Come on,
site.
Grim, come on.
Holzer coming in to reinforce,
Do
but
some
he'll
of the Grim
be late,
shit.
and Grim has to
some of
perform.
that-
The first
Fuck.
kill there, but the trade from Case immaculate. Blowing that smoke open, Holzer fine, but
and
he's
oh
caught
no,
right
and he
through.
lost the op.
It's Case with 3 for finally a Furia round once again.
Complexity simply lacked the muscle for the monster fight.
Dude,
it feels like they
please,
found an advantage
somebody on
so many
Complexity
times
show
trying
the
to
fuck
peek
up,
into
guys.
that monster
That
tunnel,
isn't
but they
named
never
Halzer
win the duel.
or
Be it
Elige.
Floppy with the AUG, be it JT with the flash to help him, it doesn't matter. Again, a setup that looks perfect. But when Elige dies and they don't have that late round presence, Grim is expected to show up.
Another valuable timeout used as well. Furia, I
Bro.
mean, both these teams are completely timed out, but Furia in with a round immediately after having a conversation with Gary. There's been riders blocked for both these squads so far this map. It has been a back and forth affair. The Complexity biting the bullet.
Vertex, thanks for the Twitch
money to
primer,
really
thank you.
Buy up proper. So Furia should be locked in for a 12th. Lige's Deeg is what you have to fear the most. A man that has quieted down here on the CT side.
Isn't quieted down. They've just gone B because collectively there's fucking
that's going to lift the spirits here of Complexity. It's a big ask.
Like 20 kills on that bomb site, and that's only recently with JT actually shooting back.
Surely not fallen. Will take him down. Eliminates that one risk, that one potential threat, small as it was.
They will have to worry about the clock sooner rather than later. 40 seconds remaining here for Furia. Complexity have gravitated a couple more players over. There shouldn't be any real problems.
We say that, but the clock has beaten Furia many times over by this point. Positions revealed, the trigger pulled, 20 seconds are all that remain, and there's 4 players you have to go through. Blind is sure, but Floppy's going to have the advantage over here. JT and Holzer take them down. JT is fighting. 8 seconds on the clock. They can't get the defuse down. You can see the CT's retreat. Holzer realizes, but Fallen
I think he got it.
Holzer now has to come back
Dude,
into the site.
Fuck.
And despite the dangerous bells of clocks timing and chiming, Furia
nice try. Nice try. Honestly, nice try.
Oh my dear. That is not comfortable there for Furia. There should have been no question, but those pistols start to strike, and when that bomb fell loose, Holzer, I mean, you don't blame him for running away. There was a real chance. I didn't even realize there was a bit of team damage done there from Complexity. Not a round that is as important, but man, this could have gotten ugly. Good job from Fallen finding that kill onto JT and punching in those digits in the nick of time.
Fallen has been so key, so influential in a couple of these rounds. Maybe not the flashiest performances, bar 1 or 2. But he's been the difference maker for Furia
Still
to find themselves at such a comfortable position where they have that
Grim or Floppy, shoot anyone, please. Just not your own team, I guess. And Halzerk is dead. Oh, man.
Early.
It's one of the 2 major fighting forces here on Complexity.
And Floppy spam down to 40.
As well, transiting to the other side of Monster with that smoke. This is a wounded Complexity to try and stave off Furia from taking Complexity's map pick.
An egregious Sisyphean effort, might have bit off more than I could chew there, of rolling this boulder back up the hill again and again and again.
Come on.
Oh, no! He's gone off, but he still adjusts for the headshot. An effort you have to appreciate.
The timing.
But it's not about appreciation. It's about finishing. And Furia is looking to do just that.
And it's these 2 stars that you want to see big here on Complexity that are also going to meet the same struggles. 2 remain here for Complexity, and that AWP of JT will be empty-handed. Floppy trying his damnedest. He's doing a whole lot of damage, but Furia take Complexity's pick, 13-10. This is looking good for Furia, but there were some major stumbles this map.
How many subs were from earlier? 29?
Oh my goodness, what an exciting game we certainly had on our hands there. Furia walking away with Complexity's map pick on Overpass, 13-10. Talk to me, Mac, what did you make of that game?
Well, it was good. It was great to watch. Furia coming out swinging, doing Furia things, and everyone really lifting. But it goes back to exactly what
time to stress eat, actually
on the
true
desk
though.
At the start, right? Elige and Quesarado. Yeah. Both of them were absolutely popping the hell off in this map, and
dude,
it felt
Floppy
like
and Grim, man, that's just unacceptable.
For the most part, and that's what got Furia across the line.
Absolutely unacceptable.
But yeah, there were some individuals there for Complexity that didn't show up, and you need to talk about it because it's glaring like a sore thumb.
Yeah, that was a great game, as you said. Quesarado having a fantastic showing, Elise having a fantastic showing. It felt like the first 20 rounds was those 2 just brawling back and forth, seeing who could be the better teammate for their own teammates in that regard. Yeah. One glaring issue, as you said, you know, the support cast to those 2 players weren't there. Grim and Floppy having a rough game. JT played better on the CT side, but the problem was that it was on the B bomb side. On the CT side for Complexity, Furia found the weakness. The B bomb side, Floppy and and Grim towards Monster area, couldn't really hold it down. There was plenty of occasion where they would find the first kill, they'd play the 5v4, and then Furia would just fall back, go into a very simple executing towards Monster, and it would work out for them. So unfortunately, I think you're right in that regard, Mac, that it felt like Elise did everything he could, but the support cast that was supposed to help him weren't there compared to how much help Quesarado was getting from Fallen, Yuri, and Cello later stages in the game.
We had an incredibly weak T side
Bro,
coming in
crazy.
from the Complexity boys as well. From your perspective, were you expecting more fight to come out from them on the T side?
I feel like overall, I was expecting more fight, but 4 rounds I wouldn't say is bad. We've seen much worse performances and much closer games on Overpass so far, between other teams so far here at the Americas RMR. But this one, I feel like it was definitely enough. And even in the early stages of that second half, that's when it started to get really competitive.
Somebody
they
tell
were,
me
10 and 10
how many I owe you that I actually trust. Somebody tried to lie and say 39, but I know it's not 39. Is it 29?
I think it was around, what, 21 is where they broke the economy of Complexity. You saw them almost knock back with the USPs in that second last round.
Hold on.
They were perfectly set up, and then it was 1 second in.
Everybody
Furia
hold.
just barely
Don't
got
move.
that bomb plant. And
Don't
Holder,
move.
he was running, he was sprinting. He was a madman. He was down on B. He was so far away from where he needed to be, and it almost worked out, you know, in terms of timing, but it just wasn't it in the end.
And one could be fooled to think that Furia winning 13-10, that the scoreline would suggest that Furia had an upper hand, or they were in control of that game. By no means were they. I think it was a game that was going back and forth, as you said. When it was 10-10, there was a crucial moment in the game where, for Complexity, we're talking 1 or 2 rounds that is going their way, and all of a sudden they're the one winning
subs on the day,
13-10.
boys. I'll walk the rest of the BO3, however long that is.
Super fun game to watch.
I'll be right back, one sec. I do gotta grab my food real quick.
Those teams possesses. We came into it thinking, okay, Complexity and Furia, 2 of by far the best teams within the Americas RMR. They're duking it out now in a direct competition for a qualifying spot for the PGL Copenhagen Major, and I think they're delivering right now. The level of Counter-Strike we got on the Overpass was high level.
Well, I know you've definitely highlighted Quesarado and Elige as 2 of the strongest players on the server, but next map is going to be Vertigo. That's Furia's map pick as well. Talk to me, Jacob, do we see the rest of the Complexity boys being able to step it up when it comes to Vertigo?
I think so. We've seen Complexity play Vertigo to a high level. We saw them play it at IM Katowice. They took down Apex, a team that's been playing well ever since as well. Apex qualified for the Major, which we saw a couple of weeks ago as well in this position. So I think Complexity should feel comfortable knowing that it's Vertigo. However, the same could be said for Furia. They've only played it twice the last 3 months, and they won both in those occasions. So it's a map that they feel comfortable on. So I'm looking again at a 50-50 game. I'm looking again at a hyper-competitive game, hopefully.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking Furia on Vertigo. I'm thinking Art over mid-window, like, as soon as possible.
On T-spawn, you know.
Yeah, it's just in one of the spawns that you didn't spawn in 10 seconds into the round. But when I'm thinking Complexity, I'm thinking, look, JT and Grim back on the Extra Salt days, they started to define a meta with those rotated smokes going on sandbags. We're living in a different age where the smokes don't quite do what they used to. So the meta has changed up a little bit, but you know that Complexity have developed many moments on this, and everyone, as long as they show up, should be able to take this to 3 maps. I don't know if it's a reverse sweep angle just yet, but Furia are looking like they are bringing their best game right now.
They certainly are, but you know what, Jacob? I heard what you said the other day. I've got a little bit of a gift for you. I know you said that you love the displays, so I've got a little bit of trivia for you before I show off this display, okay?
Okay.
Where was the origin of the AEWP? Do you know the origin country?
Zimbabwe.
Solid guess. How about you, Mac?
I don't know where places make weapons except for America, so I'm going to go USA.
Germany or something like that? I don't know.
The origin is actually the UK.
Oh,
really?
Yeah. What do you think of this one, though?
That's kind of cool. That makes me comfortable that UK have actually contributed to Counter-Strike history in some way. So that's kind of cool.
I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm contributing. I'm doing my best. I'm trying.
Tell your players to do the same, man. It'll be nice.
I will definitely pass on the message. But for anybody that wants to go ahead and grab their very own display, visit display.com/PGL and make sure you use the code PGL at the checkout as well. Because if you buy between 1 to 2 displays, you can grab yourself 22% off. But if you grab 3, then you can get yourself 33% off. Me and the boys were checking out the display collection, and there was a really cool one that said me when my teammates tell me to go plant, and it's just like a T side of plant. It was pretty spot on.
There is some good ones on there.
There was your favorite one as well, though, Mac, wasn't there? There was
This could be us.
This could be us.
This could be us, and 2 people walking off into the sunset, and it's like, but I had the defuse. So there are some good ones there.
I'm here for it. I'm kind of sad we don't have them on the broadcast, but you know what? Go ahead, grab your own, and make sure you tag PGL Esports as well if you do happen to place an order with them. Mac, you know what? I'll let you boys have that one. Have your fun with it.
I'll leave it on the stand today. I think that's the safe thing to do.
I think you should keep it away from the glass table, though, as well. Let's go with that.
I can't believe UK made something good.
What do you mean? You can't believe?
Yeah, a mole.
Oh yeah, right.
Messi's here. Yes, thank you. Next map, Vertigo is going to be Furia's map pick. Will they be able to make quick work of complexity? Only time will tell, and we'll find out soon.
Whatever she said, PGL.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Perfect timing. Oh yeah. Zol, thanks to the one gifted. Thank you, thank you. Chat, I'm just gonna munch my food real quick. Chat, get your violins ready. Snow White, thanks for the Twitch Primer, thank you. Chat, fat streamer in 1 minute is gonna run a fat ad, just like the streamer. In 1 minute. Chat, if you follow right now, you'll show up on the screen. All right, ad incoming. I must eat and do gambas. I'm doing it all, dude. Oh shit, Wilo, I saw that follow just now. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Green iPhone, thank you. Diet, thank you so much for the 7-month resub. Thank you, dude. Outlay, thanks for the 45-month resub. Thank you. Chuck, thank you. And Zara, thank you. Do you recommend making a reservation for Chubby Cattle in Spring Mountain? Yeah, why not, right? It doesn't hurt. Sometimes they get absolutely slammed. Sometimes it's kind of chill. Just depends on time of day and which day you're going. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt. When's my next trip to Columbus? I'm not sure.
It felt like Batman and Robin going up against the entire Justice League. Elige and Holzerk are not enough to propel Complexity forward in a map win on their own map pick. I've got to say, Michael, as we head into map number 2, as we head into Vertigo, Complexity need the rest of these guys to step up.
Yeah, it felt like it was really a two-man battle on both sides of the server, weirdly, but it was the rest of Furia that felt like they got more engaged towards the end of that overpass, and it being such a close map meant that, I mean, that's sometimes the difference maker when it comes to whether or not you succeed or not. So Furia taking away that first map, we now move into a Vertigo, which the desk we're talking about. Both these teams have kind of created their own metas or were kind of defined by the ways that they were playing Vertigo at certain periods of time. I mean, Furia have art, and this man was probably the most aggressive player you would have ever seen play on this map at any given point. And the sort of diversity of the tactics from JT and his calling on this map, and the way that they were trying to utilize smokes and breach the mid positions, did feel like that was a way that they were able to carve out their own niche as well. So it's a clash of two different sort of historic styles, but these teams have grown in different ways as time has gone on, and it is a map that now defines whether Furia will be able to move forward and get themselves booked into Copenhagen, or whether Complexity keep us in this series a little while longer. Vertigo as our second map of the series.
At the same time, Furia felt like they were lacking instigators on that D side of overpass. The question is Art going to be playing?
Yeah, dude, I was talking to you earlier. You didn't say anything.
Now that he's on slightly more comfortable grounds.
Okay.
Floppy.
Welcome back.
Dually is the only defense that this B side have, and he needs to put up a show.
Elige is hunting for information down ramp, though. It's just going to be too late by the time they realize. Floppy face checking it, and Art immediately floors him. This is the problem with only having one player on that B site, is that you're going to be left very vulnerable if Floppy ends up empty-handed, but they will have a flank, and Elige will catch Keserato.
Still need Grim to start putting up some numbers. He's not quite able to find anyone. Holzer goes down inside the smoke, and Grim is just waiting for it to dissipate. Elige's flank that was so long in the making.
I haven't watched Cole play this too much. They haven't been awful on it, but I've only seen them play it twice, I think.
In the early portions of Overpass were what gave Furia that beginning, and they were able to propel forward with, run away with, despite Complexity chasing on their heels. Now maybe
they loved Vertigo.
Do the same, start off strong.
They were pretty good on too.
Yeah, it was a 4-man A start there from Complexity. Some good damage being done here by Elige towards the tail end of things, where he took some damage himself.
Can't even
I
hear
do
him.
think he escaped with his life.
Hold on, I can do this one second.
No round though. Furia breaching
We have the
into
power
that B
chat. Hold on.
site. Just overwhelming Floppy. It was the weaker of the 2 bomb sites to hit, and Furia
All right.
are very satisfied with how that's probably played out.
Should be a little bit louder for you guys. Give me some
He's
time. Let me
crept
cook.
up, and Floppy was left blissfully unaware by the time Complexity were starting to cheat those rotations away from what was a 4-man play towards A ramp. Just a little too late.
Anybody on Complexity shoot back except for Halzerk and
He's
Elise.
got an M4 at the very least from everything he saved up.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
So if there was ever going to
Yeah,
be a
but
hero
like-
moment, this would be it.
It do be like that, but you
He does
can't
get
be
the
like that right
advantage of
now.
spotting
You know what I
out the
mean?
heads of any T-side players who come
Is that
forward
weird?
without a
Rolling up?
flashbang to help them.
Just like,
He will see them first.
especially
Even if
Floppy
they're
and Grim.
setting
Like
up for
JT,
the
it's like a bit more understandable,
right-side
but
generators
it can't be
could be
both Floppy
exposed.
and Grim on 5 and 6. Like,
Very hard angle to clear. Alicia eventually falling off of it. But Furia
I think
is
the
still
numbers don't
underneath
say
those
everything.
B steps.
they don't,
waiting
but
for
they
them
went
to
to their
strike.
bomb
They would've heard
site
that
every
sound cue.
fucking round. Like,
Are they going to be
yeah.
expecting Floppy nearby after that?
Where the brains at?
That is the question. Molotov good, well
Like,
plays, forces Floppy back. And
that
he won't
absolutely
really
felt
be
like
able
an
to put up
FPL
a defense,
game
but
in
now
the
Elise
sense of
looks to
like,
use that smoke
Where
to
the
his
site
own
leaders at,
advantage.
man?
once they literally figured out
Furia
where
yet to
that
commit.
Elysian Halls,
And
I
with
mean,
the
I'm sure
smoke
they
that
knew, but like
greets them
Elysian
at
Halzerk were on A,
stairs,
they're
this
like, you know
won't
what,
be
fuck it,
easy
let's just
commitment
start
at all.
going B.
Well, knowing John, he
Creep
has
their way up
a
towards
very
A as well,
systematic
all the meanwhile.
approach to things.
But Complexity are expecting this. Complexity
And
are
he has a lot
calling
of
for
good
rotations
answers, to be
over.
honest.
JT is down, Furia falls as well.
So I feel like his
The
side
problem
of the
is
say,
rotating
he'll
back to
always
A
come
is
prepared as much as
You really
possible.
are just confined to a save that isn't even guaranteed.
It's kind of
with
like a
Art
sharp
back then
knife,
nearby.
you know?
Oh, man,
Like,
are just toying with
his
them.
ideas are always
An
very
SMG
sharp
that
and
looked to
very
lead the way and actually serving as a
on
lurk. It's a
point.
Liege that's done a lot of damage on the
Just the
initial cross to the
execution
bomb
sometimes.
site, but ends up empty-handed frag-wise. Just the fact that it was Art on the nameplate getting that kill towards short.
He's still quiet, but
Suddenly they were
better now,
fighting
yeah,
ghosts.
chat.
They had to
We'll
worry
figure it
about
out.
short presence, a player creeping up ramp. Art had doubled his presence on that A plate just by changing positions, and Complexity completely spun out.
And sure, you're not expecting Elise to really come out on top with 3 kills over there, but the fact that he doesn't even get one is hardly reassuring.
Chat, just remind me to turn down Discord for you guys after, because
not
I leave it on
expecting his
Abadir
form to
mode
dip
for
at
you
all.
guys, so you guys don't.
Honestly, I think he will continue to dominate the same way he did in that
Like, to give
first
you guys
map.
perspective,
At some point,
I keep Discord at
Does the carry
60% of
fatigue
the
come
overall
into play?
volume
too early to discuss,
for
but
you guys.
should be something kept in mind.
So, yeah, just to
It's
kind
gonna
of
be a
give you an
little awkward
idea.
here for Art. 2 players around the corner. First player floored, and Holzerk able to
Those
get the
motherfuckers loud
trade.
as fuck.
Took a lot of damage. Flash in. Cello not really blinded by it, but a really labored spray adjustment. A hard one to get a handle back on. Queserado there to make sure they don't get hands on their guns, but JT right above him. This fight is very awkward. Queserado's got the Glock out,
What the
but
fuck
JT
is
now pulling
happening,
out the
bro?
rifle that had very limited ammo. A little scary on a couple fights, but
What
Furia
the
keep
fuck?
Why did
three
JT get the
alive
fucking
and keep
AK?
3 to their rounds as well.
I think he was expecting to get swung from main, and there's just
Move
nobody
forward
there. I
gun
think
runs,
he was
one of
fighting
the
ghosts
things you
in
have
his
to keep
head.
in mind is sort of the dynamic
might have heard
between
someone step,
Elite,
actually.
Grim historically as well.
It is
When they were on
Vertigo.
Liquid, it
You
felt
make
like
a
Grim
single
had
footstep
really
anywhere,
taken
and
the
pretty
knee
much
as far
you
as
can hear
goals
it.
were concerned. He went from being a player in Triumph who was known for his mid-round, late-round presence to sometimes being put into the aggravator's shoes.
Yeah,
Now Elise has given him all those roles.
Yeah, felt like the classic test of NA talent was all those roles you used to do, we're not doing those anymore.
So now where you do have all those roles, and Elise has been the one to redefine himself and do so swimmingly well. You do need him to show up.
Nick, thank you very much for the 13-month primer. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you.
They've got their hands on rifles, and they wanted to challenge over towards that A ramp, but not a lot showing there for Furia. It's inside
Ooh,
this
nice,
mid play.
Grim.
Cello gunned down just before that smoke bloomed, but blissfully unaware.
No.
Art had crept further forward than Elise was anticipating.
Fuck,
Full
you
into
didn't
the
expect.
probing with this AWP. JT floored, and he was that
Oh,
first port
Halzer's-
of call on the hold.
Surely
Halzer's
expect
sat
one, right,
inside the
Halzerk?
smoke,
Oh, he's
and this
dead.
doesn't feel the healthiest. Yuri is watching for this exact play. He had him locked in. That's a free kill for Furia.
You see how the way Furia is playing the map?
Despite the early kill found by Grim,
I like the way they play it because a lot of people picture Vertigo and they picture the A ramp control, right? That's what everyone knows. Like the starting phase of the round is the A ramp control. But a lot of times to pull a lot of the CTs away from the ramp or B, it's just going for the mid control. And in Inferior, they have these little plays that they have in their gimmicks with Art, and they pull a lot of attention towards them. And then CTs feel like they got to start taking ground, start make plays, and then it's pretty tough playing against Furia sometimes. Like they pick you apart pretty well.
And this is one of the nice things about
Yeah, I just think if complexity starts standard like that, it's gonna be weird. Also, they clearly were ready for that. JT was looking on the sliver angle, and they just Fallen felt confident enough to just walk up and pick him because he knew nobody'd be holding that.
Aggression was characterized by getting as much map control as possible, and then
his walk up.
at an awkward angle.
Like he knew he'd get a 1v1 on JT there.
Yeah.
After they killed John and they knew Grim was in mid, Fallen just took the space because he knew exactly where that angle was.
I mean, there's really only so many angles you can hold around.
Well, especially right there, it's really strong because the op is just right. If you're on stage, he has the advantage, and if you're where JT was, he doesn't even see you.
So many different events, but aren't always able to.
Oh yeah, I mean JT's playing a pretty bad angle there, to be honest.
Yeah, he felt way safer for some reason. He was holding up top, and then he moved down. I don't know why.
That Fallen and Cello bring.
Might have been expecting the walk up with the rifle, I guess, instead of the op. That's kind of what I mean. Is that walk up from Fallen? You don't see that too often. I feel like the op leading up like that.
I think Device like doing that a lot, especially when Vertigo is still fairly fresh when they just came out. That's why I like playing those angles are pretty tough. There are bad angles, but there are good ones. But when the op clears you like that, like there's almost no way you're gonna win unless he lifts you.
Quite early in the previous map
Big
as well.
people around.
Like
Holy
more
shit.
of them, one more boss could have gone a long way, but I
Did you see how fucking Art just lived right there, by the way? It's kind of sick.
Yeah, 1 HP.
Turn things around early. Well, those bosses are going to be pretty useless later on.
Bro, if Cole loses this, they have to play Liquid.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think
they're
gonna go against Liquid.
But also being with us.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I know.
Longer than us, typically. All the production crew.
It's just
working around the clock. All
the way Furia
different
plays,
time
like they're more established right now.
We got off days in between. They don't.
Yeah. But you can't afford an off day when you're facing Furia.
I like to say this a lot when I'm watching these games, but obviously as spectators you can see a lot more. But you can really tell like who's ready, you know? Like who's coming with conviction with what they do and who's not, and who's kind of like hesitating. Like, you can really tell like who's coming stronger than the other team.
Yeah. Oh, I just think the confidence is in the bin for literally 3/5 of Cole right now. Maybe not JT actually. I think maybe just two players.
Well, confidence comes from preparation, right? So I feel like it comes with like repping what you know and what you do and kind of making that like your base.
There we go.
Do found and he stays alive. Felt like Israel was
Maybe we
set up
spoke
for a
too
trade,
soon.
but Fallen
This is what the caster's curse
after finding
is
floppy.
like.
No, we should keep cursing complexity. This is good.
Took a lot of damage from Grim, who just came out swinging. Don't think
we're
really
helping
for the fight, but the fact they hit
Must be
that
too
dig
soon,
instantly.
bro.
I like the
I've seen
adjustment
Furia
here from
win these.
complexity as well, getting that boost
Oh,
up. Even if there are
I've seen complexity lose these literally just last map. Give us some time.
It will be difficult with that extra elevation. Just have to make sure they don't fall victim to Fallen pre-aiming it on the AWP.
It's a little weird that he smokes the right instead of smoking the left.
Getting past Crane, that's what JT has an angle on.
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird.
Found Art down, Fallen now, that pre-aim.
Especially considering they're bringing Yuri up side hall too.
It was like some miscommunication. I felt like he wanted to smoke lobby instead of that, probably.
But Fallen now
nice timing.
end up dying after
Did we get him after?
3 seconds left, and he's just trying to hug the smoke. Inside, he lies in wait, and Elige will not be able to trace him. Take it back again.
There we go.
That's a huge kill to
You're a little
find.
behind, bro.
Won't have enough money to be able to repurchase
fucking
it.
behind.
Fortunately,
Or, you know, dropping pistols in a upcoming round should complexity start to chain two together. You know, that's sometimes the difference between extra damage being done to that CT economy that can be so fickle.
Art's going for a pick right now with the AWP. That's the only reason why you see him have this. Can we get eyes on what he's got in mind, maybe?
Fallen got his hands back on it.
Oh. Well,
and that's why.
for good reason, apparently.
He had the hot hand on overpass.
Elige did as well.
Papa Barlow, thanks for 20-month primer. Thank you, dude. Appreciate
So far,
you.
yet to continue that absolutely absurd spree of domination that he presented, but maybe this is his chance with Floppy setting up for him to trade, potentially. Quesarado, so concerned with the Floppy angle up top of the stairs that he might have gone and missed Elige.
John's playing B now?
Has called for the retreat and a recoup.
I think he swapped. Yeah, at some point.
Mid,
I don't know when.
Complexity can make a mistake.
Yeah,
I don't like. He started here like 3 different rounds, so I actually don't know because he was playing mid though on a different round. Remember how he got picked when Grim got the first kill, but he was playing. He was like the B rotate.
I think Mike's playing A and he's probably A rotate, I guess. I was there J.
Holy shit.
Trades elsewhere on the map.
Well, John's B because he was taking control B ramp this round.
But Art moves through Grim's skull and now Floppy.
No, yeah, I think you're right. I think I've seen him move around a little bit.
CT flash, John? Nice. I like it.
For the flashbang, that's what they needed. And now 2 versus 1. Fallen to defend, but the elevated angle is taken by
you don't understand back then on Vertigo when
Complexity get their second.
Oh, there was a team that was really good on it. But when we were playing it, that flash that John threw, I've been trying to talk about this flash for so long, bro. But you know how when you talk about something and like they kind of hear it, but they kind of don't hear it, and then the next time it happens, it doesn't get thrown. You know?
Who taught him that, chat? Write that down.
No, I'm not saying I taught him that.
Even with all of that,
I'm asking you if you could relate to that because you run Mythic, you know?
Yeah, like you can only do so much, right? Like you can tell somebody about it, but you kind of need them to kind of like
error, right? Like that's just like it's on them.
Eventually it'll click, but maybe not as fast as you want it to, right?
I think nowadays is definitely a common flash. I'm not saying that I taught him that, but
I'm just teasing you, dude.
To say I really appreciate
he's actually a very reliable teammate to have around you. I think he's a necessity.
Is Complexity just going to turn back and
this
say
might have to be a save, bro?
Oh, this shit happened so fast, bro. I felt like we were just watching last round planning the bomb.
Yeah, Yuri just fucking double it. I mean, that's how ARAM goes sometimes, dude. Somebody says, fuck it, I got the spawn. 2 people dead. Save it. Get the up.
I feel like Furia on this map is pretty fucking deadly. Just the way they call, you know? You never really know how slow or, you know, how quick they are.
It's because pace on this map is never bad. Like, you know, on other maps, on gun round versus gun round, it can feel like a troll to, like, play fast. Like, the odds just don't feel that good. Yeah, like Overpass, for example, right? Like, you very rarely, if you know it's gun versus gun, especially early on with your economy, you don't want to, it's just... The risk, you can do it sometimes, but it's really risky. Vertigo, sending somebody up A ramp with pace or like bottom B isn't really a risk. Like, yeah, you might get bodied, but your chances are good or better than most maps if you try to change up like that. And Fury likes to play like that. Art and Fallen both like that. Like, Art's psychotic, but Fallen likes to play with pace too. People forget that. Like, Fallen is not afraid to just like get crazy in a game. He's not worried about that.
I think Fallen's issue sometimes is that, well, just his personality, where he's like he's really nice as a person in general, but he's sometimes like a little too nice. You know what I mean? Like he's too nice in a sense where like his ideas that he has already are actually really good and it's reliable. You should keep, right? But he's always too open to other things, you know? Like if, for example, he finds like a random pug team doing something that looks nice, he wouldn't think twice about it. He'll give it like the credit and actually be like, we should try doing all that stuff, blah blah blah. Kind of like a new, different team look.
Sometimes, like, dude, when you play the game as long as he has, like, it's just because it's like the.
He probably thought so much about everything already.
That's what I'm saying. Is like you can logically, I feel like, come to so many conclusions that like he has enough experience where he can actually create a scenario in his head where it's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not.
To take the fight as well, but Floppy dodges long enough to get one. JT pushes forward. How has Yuri dropped the ball on that?
Yeah, Hauser's getting mad, bro. He's getting mad, bro.
The head scratch. Mid-round head scratch is never a good sign.
I know how it feels, man.
And he won't even get a chance to pull the trigger.
Timing
And
was great there.
It's so easy to just fly by your head watching, but they really make you feel like not only did you lose the round, but like you lost that round badly, you know?
Yeah, because they'll just they just fight you, dude. They say, here's where the fights happen. You ready to do this shit or not? And if you're ready, like you can shut them down and you can put them on the back foot. But if you ain't, like it's just
Unfortunately, we're just missing out on that multi-kill.
you're
You watch,
6-2
like-
when your money's broken.
If you watch all these rounds, like Furia, I mean, the first gun round, they were playing hella slow, right? Like, they get kills, they still didn't go. They played together. And then the next rounds, they're just, like, charging in immediately. Like, right in your face.
Pistols.
You really never can tell if... Even if you know they're there, like, their execute against you in trades are... They're very strong. Quesarado and Yuri,
Good job of holding on to
by far probably the best in Brazil right now.
in this series.
Yeah, they have been for a while.
Certainly close.
I don't even think it's been close.
One rifle in a
Yuri was like falling off a little bit, but he's been hitting for him again in the armor.
Can they upset Furia here?
It's like the presence they bring for this team.
By Cello, and they know they wounded up this extra player in Grim right behind. That weapon was recovered for just a moment, and all JT had was a USP.
The Fallen's still like mostly calling, right? I mean, I'm sure Art actually has a fair amount of input, but do we know?
He got destroyed on his fight. Good job not dropping your guard.
Art's the main caller again? Okay, okay.
This was
I think, funny enough, I do think the way... That actually, yeah, that kind of goes with my point I was going to make, so that feels good. Like, I feel like Art calls way better for Quesarado and Yuri, though. When Fallen was calling, it did not work.
They highlighted
well,
you know, the fact that
I'm not like throwing any shade towards Fallen, but I mean, I feel like there's like a reoccurring pattern.
As they were crossing into the bomb
I mean, I can even speak about it myself. Like, I feel like even when I joined MIBR, I feel like I had whatever I brought to them. I kind of just said what I had in my mind, but I'll never.
Oh! Holy shit!
That shit actually just went.
Oh my god! Hold on.
Hold on.
Oh
clean
shit!
headshots on this Deeg. Holzerk is not to be messed with.
They needed a hero, and the
man with the mullet fuck was that?
Man with the mullet.
Holy shit, dude! That
Where's
man did the
Hauser from?
head turn. Oh, he's Norwegian.
Norwegian?
From Furia. They can't do anything about
damn, bro, that was actually so fucking clean. Oh my god!
And if you ever needed something to build a bit of confidence,
that was
if that
sick.
doesn't do it, I don't know what will. I was ready to count that round out.
Complexity might have been as well.
Yeah. Couple of missed shots from Holzerk at the start, but every single follow-up bullet found a head.
This is actually a massive round for complexity.
Now at this tricky position where their money isn't fantastic. If you
they have to. They have like they. This is like if this doesn't spark something, yeah, it ain't happening.
They got two chances: this round and the next one. If they don't win any of these, it's over.
Taking the lead, almost taking control in the first. Now would be heartbreaking if Furia had the same happen again. And you talk about confidence. It's clearly there. Elige once again just looking around the edges of the smoke for a player who's cheated.
Kyoto.
Unable to be found.
JT's gonna die.
Traced as well, the Mac 10.
Art lurking in a smoke with a Mac 10. This motherfucker has 12 health. Oh, well, that's helpful.
Knows where Art is. That flashbang.
So right now, if I was JT, I'd literally tell someone to rotate and let me leave.
But after all that forward pressure over at B, they peeled back. Quesarado hunting and a headshot offered on Floppy. Dealt with. And there will be no quick response.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, that's the bomb site. Now what?
It's Elige that has to take up that mantle and does a lot of
Oh
damage,
my
but doesn't
God.
finish off a frag.
Whoa, he wants more, John?
We need a flash. We need a flash from JT right now.
We need anything right now.
JT, can you throw something, you son of a bitch?
That A bomb site, so he's a late lurk, someone that they can maybe rely on before Justice Complexity are setting up for all of this utility. Elige, the flash.
Oh, he caught it.
He missed the flash. He missed the flash, bro.
Oh my God.
He missed the flash. He missed the flash.
But it's just too much.
I get up, turn off JT's computer, and just pack up my bags. Let's go home.
Everyone so low on the Furia side, so much damage.
Where did it go? Did it hit off the top?
Again,
It hit one of the railing or the top of the generator?
Performances from the anchor. Floppy peeks out, spots the player, and he feels like he has to take the duel. He feels like he's pressured to take the fight. Gatorado beheads him.
Well, it's liquid complexity, boys. We're fucked either way.
He's trying to find a deal with
I bet you money complexity beats liquid.
He's trying to get anything.
I know, and that's kind of the worst part.
But it's all a setup for Art to flank, and now Furia again where they fall.
We're on the same page. Cole somehow will get it together tomorrow.
They pick themselves up immediately.
It's just a matchup.
You think Liquid has a better time with Furia, or you think? I feel like they would, right? I mean,
think
even though they
Furia
did
has
lose
a
them in
better
the
time with
BO1.
both those teams. Furia will do well against both, I think. We're talking about complexity versus liquid. Wait, is it Furia versus liquid?
Instead, but they're losing members.
I'm about to shit my pants.
Might
Hold
not
on.
be relevant at this stage.
What the fuck?
CTs have no idea. But with an advantage like
Avoid
this,
getting.
No, he actually has an idea, I think. Oh, wait, no, man.
No, they have no idea.
Back to B. Olzerk's got mid
CT
covered
spawn!
off. That seems to be the naturally assumed kill.
Alright, she's one. Oh my God, he's gonna. Wait, hold on, chill.
No! Yes!
Head on a swivel, and he's
got Holy Grim!
He picks it up as well, and where there was Death's Door beckoning, Quesarado's the only one to now try
You see the difference there, bro? It's the same as going for the planner.
Are shut out of the round.
If you see the upper posted, right, you think he's gonna flick you fast enough, and how Mike flicked him?
Oh my days. I mean, that round
I feel like he kind of just whiffed Grim a little, no?
I feel like he goes for the rifler instead of the hopper.
Holzerk picked it up late, but after, I mean, it almost
I don't
felt like he
know.
had to make the adjustment.
I just feel like he
instantly
missed
onto
Grim.
And he was
I don't think he did
constantly
anything
moving
like.
that
I
SMG
think he just kind of
and
missed.
hit a blinder of a shot.
I'd go for the rifler there.
It's faster here from Furia.
Because Grim like barely moved, and like my man had that crosshair bumping a little, left and right.
Deep Molotov to prevent any sort of second wave that they are planning on throwing. Despite the lower buy, Furia continue to try and play out a little bit more slowly. Double util pieces going forward. Cello still hidden away. Yuri in the meanwhile loses his life, but Cello's Tech 9 is yet to reveal it. Should get one for free, indeed it does. There goes Grim. They weren't expecting a player to already
Okay.
be
Everybody
passing.
hide. Everybody
Floppy is
stop
down as
fucking
well, but
dying.
Elige's flank, that's all there, depending
Stop,
on
I got the
Elige.
flank. Stop
Needs to
fucking
get
dying.
everything here. Has had a player move past
No,
him.
he doesn't know he's behind. Oh,
They're not ready for JT
fuck.
as well. A 2-on-2 as the bomb is planted. JT, a deep flash to try and let Holzerk move in, but the AWP can't take first point.
Yeah, he
Not
can't.
against the Tech 9 of Cello. Again,
Honestly, that was just hell unlucky.
No, that was unlucky, but that's how this shit goes.
Complexity need to commit. They don't have the time. They don't have the space.
They got kid. They got
Holzerk is the only
time.
one with the kid. JT accelerates forward. Quesarado spots him out. Quesarado's just playing
Big
it
kill.
with patience, but
Pistol
his
out.
patience
Let's go.
runs thin. Quesarado is low.
What,
Tries to
bro?
hold on,
I
but
was
he
about
can't
to
do
say-
so. JT, no kill.
I was about to say Hauser, bro.
To the nick of it.
He got it.
Complexity, fighting, praying,
Yeah,
hoping
he's
for
chilling.
a fifth,
What
but
gloves
the
are those?
time will deny, perhaps right at the nick
A
of it.
slingshot?
JT
No, those
No,
aren't
it's not.
screenshots.
Prayers answered. The South African brings it all
Tea
together
Time
with
goes
that
crazy,
second flank
dude.
in the end.
And he played it so well as well.
Tea Time pops off, dude. I'm telling you,
saw
it's
Quesarado was
literally
fiending for that
Tea Time
fight.
is Anders
JT
2
was
monsters
OHP.
deep.
Holzerk may have taken
Maybe
that first
3.
contact, but he had the health to trade, and JT's just the one that ties the bow on top. He stayed alive for so long. And both these teams were battling ghosts. They didn't know where their flanks were happening. There have been so many times that both of them have been shot in the back. That is certainly a way to close
Wait,
the
thanks
half.
for the Twitch farmer. Thank you, man.
Getting some good graces their side of things. We had trigger disciplines on Furia the round prior, and Elige certainly had an opportunity here as well, but how are you going to read Art through a smoke? Holzerk has been doing so much on this CT side, had that crazy round on the Deeg, and then was just finding
Vom, Nori's saying some interesting things. Nori's cooking. Let her cook. It's fine.
He was Elige's right-hand man.
Damn, Grim's having a real bad series, huh?
Good to see that form hasn't.
He would be at 9 total kills so far, yeah.
On this D side,
oh my God, John!
Yes, sir. Drop us the P250, man. That's what we've been saying.
Did you see him on Overpass too?
He probably had the P250 as well, huh?
Yeah, he fucking 4K'd him, I think. He P250 two of them, then swapped to the USP and put down 2 more.
A lot of times.
Smoke down behind Art, but he's already moved past.
Hold on.
Yeah, wait,
Still got
Art's
a
got
P250
dualies.
and John. Oh, let's get padding. I like that.
Oh, fuck.
I like that. He played it very well.
I hate that. Stop complimenting them, Stu. Fuck.
You gotta give credit where credit's due, bro.
Not right now.
Hold on. Let the bald man cook.
Now has to
Like, when he went bald, he had no regard for human life, bro.
What a shit spot
Dude, it unlocked something. It brought him back, dude.
This motherfucker is like, he's in that state. What's that? What's that state called? Where you're in just full flow. Zen? Is it Zen?
Is Zen out, dude?
He made steps towards the bottom side of ramp, and he's hoping that they reset, but they've stuck together.
Oh fuck, dude. They're doing the triangle defense, bro. We lost.
Bomb now out. Aren't committed to. Cello's not peeking. They are afraid, and they have every right to be. They should be.
Tap that guy out. Tap lobby out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's happening, bro. I need his best right there.
I swear to God.
And his finest. Just so short. Just so short. Fallen is so nervous, bro. We know it too. We know it too. It ain't 2017.
Oh my God, come
No
on.
regard for human life. He's bald now, bro. I'm telling you.
Come on.
Nah, we know he don't stick. He too much of a pussy, John.
No. Will be able to get this round despite every effort of Elige.
It doesn't get closer than that.
Man, you got lucky as hell. You know it too, man. You got lucky as hell. You know it. You
There's
know
so
it,
much
man.
relief on that side, but fuck, we needed that
Man,
shit.
hearing them yell, I'm yelling that shit. You know you got lucky too, man.
Especially when he knew so much damage had been done. One more bullet was all that was needed. It was Art that got
All right, anybody shoot back on complexity challenge impossible.
Finish that.
Editor, that's the name of this video.
Feels like a metaphor.
Honestly,
Elise versus Furia.
it's not real fighting, so Fallen goes bald.
Just at the nick of time.
Dude, honestly, ever since he left NACS, his hair's come back.
Of course they do. No reason.
All right, something's wrong then.
Have you noticed that? My man is literally in so much better health. He got out.
I haven't seen him since last year, to be honest.
Back to Brazil, dude. His hairline literally came back. I've never seen it.
Up the stairs.
He came back
Haters
younger.
will say he went to Turkey.
Speaks back out over a nade as well. Is there flashes? Is there help? Is there anything?
Oh.
No. His help is
Yo,
down.
calm down.
Dorado can only trade it. Now left on a reload inside the flames. He should be falling, and indeed he does. Art.
All right, nice. There's a chance. There's a huge chance right now.
As Fallen did in the previous, surely not.
Just don't fuck this up. Just. All right, nice.
Yeah, simply too low to really make this work.
It's crazy to think that, like, I'm thinking, I just see Art alive. I don't even look at his HP. I just watch him because it doesn't matter to him, I swear. Oh!
It's over, bro. He's tilted.
Bro, I
That's
saw
game.
him. I saw his movement. I was like, he's gonna die.
That's game, bro.
Oh my God.
Whoa, whoa. What happened to the energy, y'all?
A paced up call.
What happened to the energy, y'all?
Bro, I fucking knew he's about to crater before he even did it. Oh my God.
Why the energy switching up so
Had
fast?
some problems dealing with himself. Quesarado this
Oh
time as well.
my
I
God.
mean, funneled into a Molotov and basically had to just let himself cook.
You know, so dude, you never know what to expect with Art.
Right now.
Art
John's in
really
his
just
element,
living
bro.
by that quote. Always keep your enemies guessing. You know.
Go check the boost.
Oh!
Elige is going to be able to dismantle this force, rather this stack.
John's like, let me watch the flank. You guys gotta take control. Got you.
Art really be like, never let him know my next move. Hold
yes,
on.
Sir. He is right.
Yeah, he's just happy he's alive.
Oh,
he
shit.
can still have some influence on this round.
Furia do seem a little bit lost after not having to be able to make that.
See, that little details what separate the great players, bro.
JT continues to spam through. The spray unable to find the second, and Yuri is here to
JT,
recover
just
that frag.
chill.
With Art and Yuri the only ones standing, and Nate blow open the smoke as well.
Fucking JT just whips out the D and he just starts blasting, dude.
Complexity regardless.
Yeah, nicely handled. They're using the utility as well. Even though things get a little precarious, they screw their heads on straight to make sure that Furia don't get away with murder on that initial short hold. Nice kill from Art, though. At least trying to escape, because the bomb would have certainly done him in if he'd simply stayed. And that's a rifle that he can upgrade to.
You say that, but he might jump off a building.
Yeah, he could jump off the building, could meet the floor too fast.
How is Art top fragging? Art's always kind of been a demon on this map.
Particularly vertically inclined.
I mean, Stu was talking about earlier, it's kind of like where Furia, I feel like, actually kind of made a name for themselves pretty early on. This was Furia's playground, dude, when they came in. Dude, Furia used to speedrun teams on this map, too. Like, this shit would be over in 20 minutes.
The screams from the Brazilian side. But regardless of that, those screams will
it's not that they're unbeatable on this map. They definitely have a good
I was just talking about it specifically, though.
Yeah, they have like a good wide variety of traps on this map. And the thing about this map is, it's kind of, it fits his style, you know? Like, the way Vertigo's played, many ways of playing it, but like, it doesn't hurt to send that one guy up ramp, you know what I mean? Kind of like you said.
Bullets and not a lot of connections onto JT, so he's just gonna take the headshot. The follow-up as well to Quesarado is simple. And
Art going full fart right now, dude. Holy shit.
Bro, I've seen this before. I've seen this before.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean,
this is where Art is like 19 and 12 and he's gonna want every op, want every rifle, you know? but like Art, calm down, bro. Like, you know?
Oh, this shit, is my caster curse this powerful? Because I need to keep this shit going.
Man was playing Naruto while we were on Counter-Strike.
We'll test the next round. Say something.
Now, Fury is kind of fucking insane, bro. And Art is literally the tip of the spear. Now we wait. Now we wait. I've set the stage. Hold on.
Will they be trying to go
Hold
aggressive?
on.
Will they be trying to make a play with it?
Wait.
Art obviously showed us so much in the mid round on that T side. Can we see something similar on CT as well? Or are we relying
Grim
on
loves ecos, bro. We need him activated. Please do not insult him for doing that.
To try and retake in if it's an A-side hit. Furious Timeout is discussing all those possibilities.
Didn't feel like we were able to explore, the possibilities of, grand changes coming out of timeouts when the game was so one-sided on overpass. Felt like both teams were exhausting all of them, mainly on their T sides. And now Furia having a discussion because they come in with the advantage. They come in 7-5. They win the pistol, that critical clutch for Fallen. And since then, Complexity have been able to bridge the gap. They cannot let that lead slip.
Furia is definitely feeling the pressure right now.
They come in with a non-pristine buy. Art
maybe a little bit.
Loves working with the SMG, sure, but
Art's never going to play flatter.
There's a whole other question. At least crept past that short smoke as well and realizes that there's nobody playing forward.
Oh, he meant. Oh.
What
is Art doing?
Challenging in from Crane, but there's more where that came from Furia.
JT's
Art's cooking, dude, for real.
Fast enough to shut Art down.
So why the hell did he walk up?
Somebody literally just needs to handcuff Art immediately, but actually don't wait.
The same holds are contrayed when his leader finally falls.
Remember what I said, chat? Art's the tip of the spear, baby.
Wait, why is he running an A and why is this guy running B? Okay, done.
Quesarado is found out again. Just not able
Okay. That was a great round from Furia.
Yeah, holes are.
I really think they're going to bring this back and Art's going to continue just slaying Complexity. All right, now we wait.
These players are wounded here on Complexity. Information that may not be.
I'm doing my part, chat.
Here for Cello, but one of them is playing forward.
I'm doing my part. Oh god. Oh god. He's pushing in.
Flash is available here for Cello.
He's pushing in. Hide.
He's dealt with JT. That was the lowest man. Each of the first players that should contact are on that low health. A tap on the bomb, Grim will face him. That's an easy frag for Cello. And it all comes down to Floppy to make sure
I
that
will
Cello
literally
can
cry.
pull this all together. But
I
it's
will
not a
fucking
prime
cry.
position to really combat
I will
it.
fucking
And
cry,
Floppy
okay.
had to take a wide angle face. He doesn't fall foul to Cello simply sticking it. This is a key clutch. This time, Complexity, close it.
It still gets so close in that 4 versus 2 after Holzerk initially dies. You're thinking Quesarado might be able to step up in a way that makes Cello's skill a little bit more worthwhile. And then, you know what, round should be over. But no, Cello brings it all the way down to the wire. The problem is now the shoe is on the other foot. Fury on the CT side. It doesn't really matter how many of these 1v1s you're able to get into. These will almost always have that economy.
If we're talking post plants, that bomb money goes a long way. Especially if they're able to chain rounds together. They're working with some reserve.
Alright.
If Furia start to answer back with rounds, they'd have to deal with.
Like I said, Art's tip of the spear here, guys. He's absolutely feeling it. He should pop off here.
Elige and Holzerk have taken a significant amount of damage, and Art is here to finish them off as well. Potentially, Elige.
It's not working. It's not working. I was actually right. That's a problem.
And now would be the time for Quesarado's Deagle
Alright.
to shine.
My powers are roaring out.
Around here, Floppy's already low, and as the flash flies through, Quesarado ends up blind as well.
Oh my god.
No, dude. And a win versus a force bind challenge impossible, dude.
What the fuck is that aim?
Round you go back to every single night. This is the round you see.
Why do we
And
just...
it's not just somebody hitting 4 clean Deagle shots like we saw
He's cheating.
do in that first half.
He took his headset off. He's cheating.
It's a more combined effort. And it's
Young
all
Dank,
kidding.
thanks to 13-month
I'm
farmer. Thank you,
before I
Sharp
was
Tongue.
doing
Thanks to the
passing
46.
They had utility. Signals should have been raised if you were Complexity. There was an investment.
Nah, he's
behind
actually
this
cheating.
That Furia were willing to leverage.
Could be.
These shots from
Look at those
Cello
shots.
are clean.
It's not
But
normal.
it's that initial aggression
It's
that
not
sends
normally, man.
Complexity his direction.
Complexity are fortunate to have a bye, but their mental must be shaken at this point. Art is still getting aggressive. Elige, can he find him? Elige turns around. Art has the advantage.
No, dude.
Welcome to the ramp.
Nothing they can do to get past this man. 24 kills.
Honestly, I can get up, go to Art's PC, and just unplug everything.
Art is playing it to perfection.
I'd grab his mouse and literally just break it in
May have
half
taken
right
a
now.
moment to get activated on CT, but man,
Kobe.
is he delivering the goods. Cello tanking a nade. I don't know that a sound cue was given over to Floppy. He seems a little hesitant to commit to the idea that there is somebody still committed in
Chat,
this position.
I didn't do
Cello's
this
still
to us.
yet to
You
reveal
can
his
try to
prime,
blame
and
me,
this
but-
should be a Furia round so long as Cello finds this kill.
Oh, the patience as well. Cello
We did this
knows
to
that all he has
ourselves.
to do is force Floppy to show his hand. And from here, it's his teammates' job.
Somebody in my chat said pour water on
No
Art.
choice but to go
Warden.
for it. The attempt has to be made.
Where's Warden?
Wait, what about Warden?
Quesarado can try and
Did you
commit
see
to
that he threw
a
water
flank later
at
on if
M80
they allow
after
the
they
bomb
lost
on
to
in.
M80?
Not sure
Why?
if
Such a wild card.
Don't contest him too
Why?
hard. Art is low.
Because they were just chirping at each other mid-game.
Flash
but I
overhead
don't
will
know.
not matter. Fallen gives Floppy the space to potentially
He's
move
apologized
away.
now,
Floppy's
but
hurt
holy
Fallen.
shit.
And first duel could be
That's
taken.
like, what the
In the
fuck?
meanwhile, they wait for Quesarado to commit. In through ramp he goes. He's now watching out for that dark peak to come through. And
I'd
the
literally
smoke
power
down,
bomb Warden,
Fallen
bro.
can't cover. Art on the smoke. The nade should finish him off, and indeed it does. But Fallen, position revealed will not matter. Fantastic shot to take them down, and it is all Art they have to thank for that round.
Yeah, I don't think they didn't have kits as well, but Floppy doing a great job of reading that situation as well. Had he over-peaked in from short, Quesarado was holding for him. The fact that they were so hesitant to actually push him.
Are there any other
that
games
plan
after
had been
this? There
revealed.
is.
Starts to give you an idea of some of the
It's
numbers
Legacy
that-
versus MIB. I think it's going on right now, right?
Life's good. Hey,
And so
congratulations,
he knew
brother.
his flank was exposed.
You came a long way.
Nicely done from Fallen to eliminate
Wait,
clutching potential. Once again, he is the ruiner of Complexity clutches.
Hey, Roba, that's fine, bro, but we got no betting talk in chat, all right? Thank you.
This will be the last strength and buy here from Complexity.
They might choose not to invest into it fully, to be honest.
Is there a setting that reduces how bright
Looking like a half
Molotovs
buy,
are?
maybe a hero,
Sunglasses.
okay? Oh, force buy.
Complexity buy.
They started buying into get weapons.
Look at this. Look at this, man. Art. The first kill is bad.
Not gonna lie, that's a questionable buy right now.
And
maybe because they got Floppy got so many kills, they feel like they could break him.
Just peeked in from sandbags, but he was waiting for the right time to strike. And once he saw a free kill,
right?
3-on-1.
Might be the logic here. I mean, they can't really like fully break them next round, but maybe that's what the logic is.
I'd see how many lived.
2 lived last round.
In the round before?
I don't remember. That's what I was thinking of too.
Could be their last real fighting chance as well.
That's the only logical way though that they want to buy here is they think like they can swing it back, right?
But they still got one more force buy.
Oh!
Wow.
Combined forces. And maybe Furia has caught off guard.
Holy shit.
Buy up behind Complexity, not expecting them to have money after everything that comes through. But there's a round. Complexity right back in it.
Yeah, and just
I don't know if it's TC or JT.
You know, we think about them going
in those moments, but dude, I wish more productions would keep track of this stat. They used to have it. Round success, like win rate after timeouts. This is like the 3rd time I've seen Cole timeout and win the round. Like every time I've at least recognized they've called a timeout, they've pretty much won the round after.
Trying to target and take down, that is huge.
I don't think it happened as convincingly on Overpass, but yeah.
Overpass, he had some moments. Great
yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, I know the stat used to be pretty high.
Hasn't really been present the same way, but
TC and JT actually are pretty good duo, I feel like, in general.
Yeah, but the rounds
that was a ballsy call, man.
Feels like Complexity have a much easier
paid off. Hopefully they can fucking actually build some momentum on it. TC's sitting back, he's like, well, done all I can do.
To his name as well. There's a reason this guy became such a force, such a fearful opponent to face on this map.
Someone said refresh the stream. You're a couple seconds behind.
Grim, still not really seeing the best of Floppy either, even if he has made
I'm always behind, dude. Your fiber's too good, bro.
Being able to just make sure Cello didn't
not even on fiber.
Well, take the small wins you can.
Those are the important ones. Those are the kills you can't afford to miss.
You do wish you had enough currency to buy a few more, though.
Oh.
Well, back into the swing of things. Here we stand 10 and 10 apiece.
Sorry, I'm making the noises.
From Complexity breaking into B, sure, but will
bang,
they try
bang.
and go for something like it again?
Boom.
More presence shown over towards ramp. Elige trying to chance it. Once again, using this smoke, but they're assembling the boost. He caught them last time. Again. Yuri
nice, dude.
Some damage exchanged onto Elige, but he's found the entry they were looking for.
This is huge. Elige last time took a lot of damage.
Hey, that's not bad. That wasn't bad.
Fully safe, fully alive.
That wasn't bad, dude. That was pretty decent.
Are beating faster. Cello wants to make a play.
Dude, you see how I segued into that? Holy shit.
Instead retreats. Looks for a company on the bomb site. Company that Fallen is
clean, dude, clean.
Scoping forward, just trying to clear out sandbags.
Safe to say, I might have a whole new career ahead of me. That's crazy.
Into the crevices of Furia, finding every angle, every opening that is offered.
Quickly sign with Tucker,
even if ever so slightly.
3-on-5.
What are the chances if I went to Handsome Dev and asked him if I could get my own music kit and I literally just make all the noises myself?
Came out, and I think this is Fallen and Furia calling quits. Elige getting those 2 kills onto short. How fortunate for Complexity.
Like I just start like my 10-second timer is just fucking he's just counting down from 10.
Elige has caught them out. Not just bouncing, trying to catch Fallen, but they know this round is already done. Complexity will be the one that strikes to 11 first. All about how many weapons they hold on to, and Fallen making a good case that 3 should be how it remains. No one else on Complexity dare chase. But a little bit of presence, a little bit of forward aggression, especially when Furia are trying to implement some of these more gimmicked or
they're saving all their guns, which is fucking annoying, but
to catch Complexity
they're cooking.
Complexity are instead very well aware.
I mean, the more I see Elise, the more surprising it is to anyone who would be brought forward from a time
Hauser,
machine.
let's stick to a mouse pad, buddy.
A player who was known for not being able to perform at times when things were getting rough, when they were losing rounds they shouldn't.
Tell him to stick to a res or a crosshair. That's a bigger issue. That's been fucking all over the place.
Crosshair, bro.
No. He's made some psychotic shit, dude. Like, he needs to stop.
A leader of men, a leader of frags.
There was a point where they cut to his POV at a blast event, and that motherfucker had the default crosshair, like the transformer crosshair.
All of that complexity, there is still
that shit went crazy. And he was playing 800 by 600 stretched on that one.
Easy steps, I can tell you that.
It was fucking psychotic, bro.
The game Art's been having, he has to keep himself alive over here. And as
what is he doing?
Up and down, Elise finds him again. The duel between the two
Art things, bro. You just wouldn't understand.
History is anything to go by, unless Yuri.
Where's the space? Come on.
Yuri caught on his teammate as he
Oh,
tries
come
to
on.
retreat, fallen as well in the open.
How are we seeing Bald Eagle Elise scaling ramp and we're just watching?
Well,
they had to clear out sandbags first, and Fallen holds off an angle. Close range gets
no,
the kill.
Where's the flash?
Oh my god.
Joins him. Advantage regained.
Okay.
Will trade. Holzerk and Grim now trying to get the bomb down one. That is not even attempted. Queserado's rotation to come through from ramp, and in the meanwhile, is anyone taking care of it?
Mike, please tell me you're aware of this.
Nestled away,
Flank!
now aware, and Queserado
2v1, let's go, boy.
3, 2, 1. No!
Oh, what the fuck, Hauser?
But he won't stay there. Such a big moment for this Furia
Oh my
team.
god,
When
why did he
Elise had
peek?
again found that entry, Art couldn't do a damn thing. He was getting spammed by too many riflers in at ramp. It's Yuri that gets the kill right back, and then him and Fallen just stopping them, keeping them contained at ramp. They could never get comfortable setting back up onto A. They had to anticipate that someone could even overstep past those smokes when they were dialing in those digits, but that just leaves the space for Queserado's flank.
Oh, man.
I mean, they read into it. They're expecting it. But that's the problem.
God damn, man.
The latest Brazilian Terminator. It doesn't matter if you know he's coming, he'll get you.
This is a swing round, though. Money drying. This could be worth its weight in two. We've seen some cobbled together buys find success so far this second half. But can you put your faith in that to succeed again?
Great nade. That gave the audio cue. They should know that there's two players as well. Cello fully blinded, but Queserado is the same. He still gets two. Queserado's picked things all the way back up. Complexity. They feel their life leaving their bodies. Grim in an impossible 1v4.
Dude. Yeah. Furia's ready for that shit.
This game.
They were ready for that one. They weren't going to let that shit slide twice.
Heat from Furia. A two-man setup.
That pick from Hauser is literally all of it.
Flash as well. They were ready for that aggression. Complexity had so much success breaking into that B bomb site with these faster leveled executes. Hell, this time JT trying to contact up, utilizing that Molotov that his teammates are throwing right behind him to funnel these players out into the open. But Furia had the answer this time. They didn't want to fall foul to the same tricks of Complexity. And all Grim can do is save and hold on to this AWP. Said money was going to dry up, and it certainly has for Complexity.
Sorry, I'm currently petting my weenie because
I'll have that all. They might be able to funnel together and grab their hands on a couple of rifles at best.
It'll have to be Khalil's. Unless they want to hero AK up and drop one over.
My what? I got a big weenie walking around right now.
Well, the way things are going, that resource allocation does make a lot of sense.
Troublemaker.
Complexity is at death's door. They've been America's finest so far. the primary hope of the US of A.
You're causing trouble, I can tell. What
They don't want the weird permutations when suddenly it's other North American organizations and players that they could potentially face. Once you have that one loss attributed to you, you're fighting for your lives. They're fortunate enough they're in this 2-0. They'll have another swing at it, but it's who they might face in that following round that could scare them to bits as well. Furia was that first hurdle. And it's all about whether or not they can bring us into the overtime or not off this.
Wait, talk to your weenie. That's weird. Wait till you hear my weenie bark. That shit's crazy.
JT to take charge. Art. He's not going to get aggressive, not in a round like this, not so early at least. He's waiting for the play to be made. Elige and JT will be made to fear him. With his position revealed, but Yuri's the point man again. Yuri's putting up numbers, but Elige and Floppy are the ones finding frag. Holzer's Molotov still equalizes, not in the way they wanted.
1G's in chat, because I know you're gonna do it anyway.
Nice.
With the AWP of Holzer,
Gotta play poised. Gotta play calm.
Still remaining uncontested. This Molotov from Fallen is everything.
Add Molly, we can get the bomb down. I like the plant spot. You don't get spammed. Alright, 3v3. The dangerous thing is K-Serrata has a smoke.
Oh, I feel like Holzer has to go stage here, no?
Deadass, I have seen how to play it. One stick the bomb, one jump top default, op hold lane. It's over.
But as they
wait, Holzer getting active though.
As they continue to wait, Holzer will close the distance.
Maybe Elige hold headshot.
Yeah. Is here to continue to prevail, to continue to perform. Holzer misses the no scope close range.
One's in the smoke. No! Oh.
Elige takes another down.
Elige, you're so fucking good at this game. I swear to God.
What the fuck? Where was Grim this whole time? No, I'm kidding.
When economy is dry
oh my God.
They go for fast B hits. They attack ramp this time.
Or thanks to 17 with primer, by the way. Thank you.
They end up in this 3-on-3 where resources are just spilled all over that A bomb site. There are.
He's saying you gotta check K-Serrata's PC, man. Like this just fucked up, bro. He can see me, but I can't see him from my PC.
Literally caught fire. I think his mouse literally caught fire. It's crazy.
Like, go check his shit. Like when I'm playing against him, I can't see where he's killing me, bro. I haven't seen him once this whole game. I swear to God.
They were doing such a good job on complexity, not giving them.
Maybe the monitor's blocking them. He's too short.
Thank you.
Hounding for.
And you have to appreciate the fact that Holzer
all good. You're cooking.
Like that as well.
You're burning it, but you're cooking.
Sure, he misses his shot, but the amount of space.
Crackers of the 47-month reset. Thank you.
Grim just goes off into the distance. He's just knifing. He's like, you know what? No matter what happens,
I feel like Grim's gotten worse since he's gone bald. I appreciate the solidarity with Elige, but I think it's time to bring it back. Maybe get a wig.
That's what I'm saying, though. You see, you can't go bald, like doing it because someone else did it. It goes with anything in life, bro. You got to do it because you wanted to do it, bro. Like, John has no regard for human life. Mike still does. I don't know why he's going bald.
Elige is built diff, bro. This man's a Terminator in the server.
Like, look at that man. You think he gives a fuck, bro? He's here to take your shit and run away with it.
Has given them a few more performances, right? He's up to 17. He's been giving them those multi-kills, 2 different double kills coming in at crucial moments.
We're seeing much more of an even field for the rest of the complexity squad. We're maybe not seeing the star presence from player like Floppy or Grim, but they're able
the day
to
you put Cooper,
when it comes to the trading game,
Cooper, Elige, and Moses O'Toole on the same team, bro. NA's finest right there.
If
it's
Elige,
over.
You're having to battle back all of the Titans.
Whoever that dude is behind the admin right there, throw him on too. Fuck it.
K-Serrata and Yuri. Now it's Art you're having to combat with. That's the whole damn core. Let alone Fallen AWPing you at every
You grow a
opportunity.
single hair follicle on your fucking forehead, you're gone.
He has been a consistent piece for complexity.
Look at
and
Grim.
the reason that they're still fighting
I know he wants hair back. Like, look at that shit. It's not even completely bald.
Because of how consistently excellent he's been.
Yeah.
Normally,
have you ever seen Cooper when he hasn't shaved his head for a little bit though?
No, I haven't.
17,
Dude, I can't remember. It was like a few years ago. Dude, that shit threw me off fast.
Targeting.
It's like
Cooper,
bro,
he's got like the perfect.
Shit.
Cooper looks like he's like
even stay alive.
Like he's the anthropology professor. I don't even know how to describe it.
Himself?
If you know, you know. He's like the perfect side. Like the way the hair comes in on the side is crazy.
Blood pulsing. Something's happened with someone's PC.
Like he's just gonna grow an afro somehow.
No, it's just like imagine just somehow there's like a line around his head
I don't think
where hair just cannot go past.
Not in this armor.
Yeah.
But like
LeBron.
No, but like LeBron goes back. Like
make sure all
Cooper's
these
is on the
tempers are
sides.
contained.
You know what I mean? Like,
They wouldn't
like
be out of this tournament.
Yeah, he can't grow hair on the top, only the sides.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Already had to take that on the chin.
Wow, he really got the other end of the stick of the genetics, huh?
And for Furia, we
Bro,
have
that
to
shit
keep
was
in mind what's
crazy.
on the line, right? We had such an underperformance from
Is
them.
that, you know, obviously if you're bald, you don't really ever see somebody's hairline at all. But then when I saw it, like when he didn't shave it for a little while, it came in a little bit. I was like, whoa.
Exited at 16.
Like, whoa, I didn't even know you can grow hair like that.
Ever since then, it felt like Furia went from being, you know what, a floundering top 10 team to now being a questionable top 20.
Ryan took all the hair, dude. That's crazy. Rem with the 17-month resub. Thank you. Krakens with the 47. Thank you.
Swaps and, you know, players trying to fill the voids on each other's rosters. And it does feel, you know, with the performance we've seen from Furia at this RMR.
Overtime, this is what separates the men from the boys.
Stop hating on boldness, you B-level glass-wearing Viking. Listen here, Bucko. First off, I'm not hating. Second, I don't normally wear glasses. I just like my eyes not to, you know, strain as much. When I gotta read some of the shit Twitch chat's putting in all day, I already squint enough just in confusion, you know? I need all the help I can get.
They started, so he does have that developed rapport with them.
Candace, thanks for the 59-month resub. Thank you. Ram, thanks for the 17.
Now would be as good a time as any to pull that out.
Iron, thank you so much for the fucking one gifted. Thank you.
Our heroes are certain.
All right, here we go. Chat looking for hot girthy Oilers. Matching once again.
But who will
always
shine
baiting because I'm fat. All right, let's go.
That is the question.
And will a weakness emerge again?
Okay.
They hit the B bomb site a number of times here on Complexity.
That was quite the nade.
This time they're given a little bit of grace as well.
Nice early util damage.
At the start of this round.
Aldemai 55.
Ooh, a little singe there onto JT.
JT making it fair.
Oh, and a miss.
Doing damage for damage with Queserado.
That is really unfortunate. Queserado completely botching his utility.
He went through the gaps in the stairs.
That's not every day you see it. Fully clearing
no, that's fair on us. Yeah, don't ever sub on mobile if you can avoid it.
Said angling to A, Fallen has fallen.
Fallen has fallen.
Only Yuri to reinforce, and the problem is with Holzer, he is the kind of player who you don't know if he really comes in with a lot of reinforcements, despite him being the AWPer.
Anchoring the AWP is sometimes his duty.
If I go bald, I'll get on liquid.
Only actually allowing Holzer to.
Sam with the 8-month primer, thank you.
But Yuri is still kept around because of that. They don't really know what's coming. Queserado making up for Yuri, going 1-for-1.
Nice.
It's a trade right back here for Complexity. A man advantage in the
It is disgusting how good Elige is.
Take cover inside of the generators. And just hoping that Yuri can also sweep up, but Art finally found around those gens, and Yuri left in a 1 versus 3. That smoke that's down may provide a little bit of coverage, allow him to escape that with their watchful eyes, but another smoke that greets him that will buy even more
10K,
time.
bro, you should save it.
Surely
10K, you should save it. You should really just leave, Yuri.
It's on the A-bomb set. It's inviting you. Yuri, however, wants to go for the full commitment, fighting into too many swings in Liege to take him down. 13 for Complexity.
Breeze, thanks to the 36-month primer. Favorite to win the major? Fuck if I know. A lot of like I don't trust anybody's form right now. Like actually though. Like, everybody's shown good form at different times. I mean, Spirit obviously looked insane at Katowice, but then there's definitely been some weakness with Spirit lately. FaZe look good, but also kind of look like they're just lacking that extra little something right now. I don't know. AK Twist.
That's important. JT, however, can't finish off Art.
And then Vitality's looked, I don't know, it's been weird. I think Vitality, until otherwise, is the slight favorite over others. Nice, Grim. Nice, good trade. Dude, he's so good. Let's go. Let's go.
They can't keep doing it. They just keep attacking this B play. But Art coming in on the backstab, finding Floppy, and Elige already low, but Holzerk's found Fallen, and the nade will finish Art off. We go straight into this overtime, and Complexity win 2 rounds back-to-back, and it's the same target, the same players that they're looking to exploit. Some of the demons they had to fight back on Overpass.
D8, thanks to the 420.
The invitation that Complexity need on this T side.
This was supposed to be King Kong versus Godzilla. It was supposed to be Batman versus the Joker. It's supposed to be Elise versus Quesarado. Supposed to be the iconic cross-continental rivalry, but for now, Complexity seem to have the bigger man and the bigger monster. 1-for-1.
Wait, what is homie talking about?
But as Art closes the distance, JT
no!
is asking for death, and Art is happy to deliver, but he's lost his
wait, they have him trapped though. They killed him, nice.
And Complexity look to start riding 15 on the top of the scoreboard, Fallen to go down. And where Furia had every advantage, instead Cello will roast to death. Complexity have 3 opportunities to close out.
He's 30 and 16.
Yeah, and
dude, he's so fucking good. It's crazy.
Impact as well. This man is not slowed down in this match.
I mean, I like to learn from a lot of like different players.
How
but the one thing he
has been able to just pick
like the one thing he like really brings for you on the team is just that like relentlessness, you know?
He does it again.
Yeah, he never, even if he's playing bad, he's always locked in. I feel like
that one round where like he got one at A and like he kept going and with like 40 HP and like 4 other guys were behind him in trade, remember? Like that's the stuff that I'm talking about. Like in big matches, like he will still do the same thing, which is like huge for a team, even if he gets a kill or not. He just brings a lot of like that relentlessness, that persistence.
He is doing his damnedest to make sure Complexity
not outside, but like inside the server, you know, and that's crucial.
No, yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Nice high-low setup as well.
That's like that's literally how I would describe it. I describe him a different way, but very like where I describe it differently, but the same end result. I feel like I very rarely see Elige not assume something can happen. He's always locked in, doesn't like forget shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like he has like a strong base as well, like he's that reliable player. But like, you know, he's gonna get like the basics like done for sure.
He always assumes somebody's there, he always assumes the angle of the peak, like he doesn't take anything for granted in the rounds.
He's very
in the scenario that Furia ends up
the way he like operates,
which is the scenario that we will see transpire.
He's kind of like a student, you know, in a university. Now they can win this retake. They might say though.
I feel like they kind of gotta save it.
Of that first half of the
just because it's not, it's 10K, right? So it's not.
To be honest, if he saved that nade right there and that molly, he could have had a chance. Yes. So I say that because, like, you see the choice that they made. Their initial choice was to play for the A stack, right? Gamble.
Wait.
Ah, never mind. The original plan was to go for the A stack gamble, right? And typically teams would go for the save probably, but I guess since it's OT. But he used the nade molly, and I know it looks like a small thing, but they already chose to play retake, meaning they already have the site. So if they actually just saved the nade, maybe for the smoke to get a gimmick kill, and like molly for a stronger spot to flush out with the paired with the flash or two, I mean that gives you some chance to like win that round, right?
Yeah, I still think just in my mind, I feel like you don't want to be in a situation, you do not want to be in a situation where you don't have full gun round every single time. You need one round, right? So you're in the driver's seat. I feel like just saving there is the way better call if the gamble's wrong.
I don't think so.
No?
In the OT you get one.
You have like 2 more rounds, dude. It's gonna feel real bad on 3rd round if you don't have a buy.
Potentially be discussing.
No, you want to. The thing is, you want to have as many buy rounds as you can. Like not full buy rounds. You want to buy, especially with MR2.
A lot of teams end
no,
up
you're saying save. But like,
yeah, but
if you say the save is like giving them like you're giving yourself no chance, absolutely no chance. I would look at it as the 3v4 retake. Like you can actually win that if you played it better. I wouldn't look at it as
it's unwinnable, but if you lose it, and if they lose this round, they're broke on the 3rd round of OT, and you only needed one.
But they're not that broke though. I mean, they're
broke. They have $100 to their name if they lose this. They are fucking broke. Even with the mass loss bonus, they are gonna be.
You're gonna have to force regardless. But I'm saying that
not if you save the 3 guns though.
Looking to peek in. He's got that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree to be honest. I would still go for it. There's no way you're giving that up in OT like that.
That would be
I mean, there's like different philosophies for each team. I mean, maybe
I think if the game was closer, I'd agree with you. I just think like one round, I'm just maximizing.
Meanwhile, JT, he's gone, and with that, the ace side.
If the nade combo gets you the 3v3, I'm down.
I mean, it's like 2 choices, but I'm saying that
but they've got some space
3v4 is definitely winnable.
Grim down the ladder he goes, and Cello was caught between watching B and watching that ladder drop, but Grim couldn't quite find that head fast enough. Man up here for Furia. Nice that Cello kept his head on a swivel, but once again, there's all this utility down, but Furia not rushing, not looking to get that plant in swiftly.
And with the smoke now covering off Gay Serrano, he's not really going to be able to add anything to this overall debate on the A side. Complexity.
Nice.
Find a quick pick through that very same smoke. Gay Serrano is down, the bomb on the ground. With 30 seconds left now, a boost could be big. They decide not to assemble it. Worried about Fallen, expecting that very same boost, and now Holzerk will just watch the cross with the delay they found earlier on. The smoke is finished. Cello can't move. And he needs to. He needs to get out of the way as Fallen
he missed.
Shot, and the opportunity is lost. Complexity on
Come on.
the verge of delivery.
You fucking missed. No.
And as he's found one,
no. Oh my god, dude.
We're going to nuke.
You would have said save there, huh?
Oh my god!
Fantastic.
You would have said save there, huh?
We've just seen their boys
What?
Complexity taking.
You would have called the save there, huh?
Closing out.
That was the 3v3.
Before it.
13.
What do you mean?
Fantastic showing from them, and I'm loving the fact.
Don't
that
try
the
to get
rest of the
smart with me, you little
Complexity
shit. You know it's a
players are
different
finally stepping it up.
circumstance.
Yeah, what a sick game of Counter-Strike we're having right
Oh,
now.
ours mad.
That was a great one.
Damn right, he's
Back and
mad.
forth
He
at a certain
just
point, 10 to 10, moving
they
into
just
vertical
fucking
with
blew that
continuing
shit.
down
Let's
that
go!
path. 2 teams who are very hard to distinguish from
That was
each
a
other right
massive
now.
fucking
Both
blown
playing
lead.
Counter-Strike, both
The fallen
great
choke.
fight.
The fallen
Massive
choke.
comeback coming in for Complexity right here. It was looking very dire in the
Who
beginning.
whiffed the
It felt
off shot?
Furia had that
I
one
missed
locked
it.
down, especially with a strong T side.
You know who missed it.
Complexity fight their way back, and then we go into overtime where it initially looked great for Complexity, then move into the CT side. You start to worry a little bit up until this point where once again we have it a clutch being clutched out for Complexity. Beautiful game of Counter-Strike, fun to watch and very exciting.
Yeah, I think that map definitely
Was it
deserved
3v4
OT
flop?
after how close it
Yeah,
got. Both
and
teams
Elise was
having,
just
you know,
shooting through the
stellar
smoke,
moments and then
looking to
some
get a spam kill, and he got
kerfuffles
one
as
through
well.
smoke,
If we're
set up the
talking about stellar
3v3.
players, Elise
Are you
comes
telling
to
me
mind.
just like
Yeah,
the round
again,
before in the
how
3v4 where
was
I
it for
said
the
they should
series? It
save?
was
And he had a
23
molly
kills in the
nade to
first
prevent
match,
the
so he's almost
plant, and he
towards
missed
that
the combo.
60 kill mark
You
for the
should
series so
save.
far, and we still got another map to go. If he keeps his performance up, that's a performance.
Listen, I'm not gonna
Oh
lie,
no!
Elise having a
You want to get in the
fantastic game, both
nuance?
on
You
map
better
number
come
1 and
correct.
on map number 2, but it also illustrates what we talked about coming into it, that without Elise playing well, Complexity don't have the support cast next to him in order to do much. He's had another fantastic showing, 10 multi-kill rounds, 103 ADR, had a couple of opening kills as well, a couple of clutch moments in the game as well, and this pistol, he almost deserved to win it. We were watching it,
his
we were holding out, but
Mastonke.
he came so close, couldn't quite finish it out, but for Elise to play well is super nice, but it also highlights
No, I
how
was
big
hiding
of a
my
win
face
condition
because
is
I want you guys to
for
see Alicia's
Without
stats.
him
I wasn't
powering
trying to
off with
cock block the
23,
Bald Eagles
33
performance.
kills on map number 2, then there's no winning for Complexity, so hopefully he can continue that moving into map 3.
And what you'll notice is this isn't on purpose an Elige package. This is just the replays of the game, and it happens to be Elige almost every single time. He has been just going absolutely off there on the rifle, and man, that was just... Oof. Even right towards the end, like I thought maybe there was a chance. I think it was Yuri last alive in that final round, but Yuri just couldn't get it done. And I'm hoping for them that they're going to be able to keep it together now because they got so close. They could taste it there on Vertigo, and now they got to go all the way to a third.
It's going to be spicy. That's definitely going to be an interesting series to say the very least. But Jacob, I want to come on over to you. I want you to pick apart some of these rounds in particular for me. Take us over into round 9.
Well, a crucial moment in the game. Without round 9, I don't think
Complexity
would be in the
0%
position
win rate
they're
on
in
Nuke,
right now.
aware?
It's 6-2 right now for Furia. They are on a steamroll. The T-side is looking good. Then
Did you just say a 0% win rate because they've only played it once this year? And they lost 13 to 11?
Right here, it is
God damn
unlosable
it, man.
for Furia.
Twitch chat
Until
never
Holzer got
changed.
Nice deagle shootings right here. The first guy needs 3 bullets. The second guy,
Me when I
one.
know how to
The
load
third
up
guy, just one.
HLTV but don't know how the
Absolutely
stats actually
stellar
work.
For Holzerk, and then he moves in and he finishes off the round with another one shot with the Deagle. This round right here got complexity going. It gave them a decent showing in the first half. It was still Furia dominating, but without this round, there was no way that they could fight their way back into the game. Another
in
clutch moment coming
CS2,
in from Holzerk.
they got about,
a lot this tournament.
I think they got like a 50% win rate. Yeah, 47.
They had to rely on that,
Oh,
and that
50.
round is where it started to flip the economy back into complexity's
They're undefeated on their permaban too.
First half there, and then towards the
Let's
second
see, their
half,
losses are to Mouse, Spirit, FaZe, Gamer Legion.
When they hit OT, I felt like we saw the best
What fucking
structure
team
out
is
of
this?
Complexity, and that's why it was
They
flawless
lost
in
to,
OT.
oh my
If
god,
we
they
see
lost to a
that
Danny Pug
Complexity
mix
moving
on
into
it
the
one
third
time.
map,
That's
then
funny.
I'm a little bit worried.
They've
for
beaten
Furia.
FaZe, they've
Why
beaten
take that
Navi
one?
on it, they've
Why
beaten
take that one
Vitality
before
on
they
it.
get their heads screwed on?
I think that's definitely a question on everybody's mind.
At the end of last year,
round 24. What did we see from that
they've
one?
beaten Furia on it, 16-14 last time they played in the showdown. I think that's got it. Is that in Go though? This might have been in Go.
Back and forth again. Floppy getting a kill. Elise
I don't
getting a kill, then
remember.
a team kill with the Molotov in a 3v3.
No, this was in 2.
It goes down to the
That was in
narrowest
2.
moment. Elise sitting at
Wait, no, the
7,
showdown last year they played in Go, right? It was the last tournament in Go.
To 12. He's getting the first one. He's getting the second one as well. He's finishing off the round. So another great clutch play coming in from Elise. Another 3v3 that Complexity were able to convert. And another showcase that, as you said, Furia was so close closing this one out too.
Look, sorry. Individually, it wasn't just a Liege on Complexity. It was also for the side of
I
Furia.
want to watch Closer after this, maybe.
A great game.
I'm trying to do variety with the boys, so I might not watch the very last game today because I think the gamers were trying to game in some Helldivers.
Unfortunately, it's like
I
back in
think
the old ESCA
we'll see.
days, right? When you'd play your best game, but your teammates around you just weren't quite there, and even though you just lost, you lose all those R-dubs, and it just
I'm going to use the restroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back. Behave yourselves. Thank you, thank you. Dorski with the 16-month reset, thank you. I'll be right back.
Facts, check it out here. Next map, though, boys, is going to be, I'm so sorry. Next map is going to be Nuke. How do we think either one of these
Actually,
teams
before I
are
step
gonna
away, I
look
do
to
appreciate it,
address
guys. I
this?
saw
Do you
like
think that Complexity can keep
30 or
that
40
momentum
follows
going?
come in the middle of that game. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Be right back.
Officials only once, I believe, in the past 3 months, so we don't really know what their current level is and what kind of consistency they can show on a map like Nuke. Furia is on a 4-game win streak coming into it against lesser good opponents. It's 9C, Imperial, X-Anonymous, and then Astralis, of course, doing the bedroom, but that goes a while back, 3 months ago almost. So for Furia, you're coming into the third map with confidence. You haven't lost the map in 4 officials in a row, whereas for Complexity, you're a bit of a question mark. I think momentum can carry over from Vertigo. I think it was a great showing coming in for Complexity. You said it, it took a while for them to get started, but now they're here. I expect another close game and a banger map to finish it out. It's been a great series so far.
I think for me, if Complexity end up having to play Furia's game again, then this is where they're going to have to go and play whoever they have to tomorrow to survive here in the Americas RMR, because Furia, you know they love a lot of chaos, you know they love a lot of utility dumping, and Nuke is one of those maps where you can really make that happen, and if you can thrive that little bit better by just generally having better chemistry, moving out on those bomb sites, Complexity are really in trouble.
Here's a silver lining for you. We spoke about Yuri. He hasn't really been up to par with what he usually delivers on the server, at least the last couple of months. On Nuke specifically, he's the team's highest rated player, performing better than Quesarado. So you're coming into a map where, at least him personally, the past 3 months, despite having struggled in other maps, he has confidence on Nuke. So now, not only do you have Art playing well, you have Quesarado firing on all cylinders, you're supposed to have Yuri as well. So I think in terms of raw firepower, Furia will bring a bit more to the table on a map like Nuke.
Now, what about on the Complexity side of things? Obviously, we're going to be looking towards Mygo Elite to carry the team through this, but is anybody else going to have the capability to rise to the occasion and put in a shift as well? Because I feel sorry for Elige's shoulders right now.
Yeah, my goat.
My goat.
But look, the Orpers, of course. Holzerk, you know, he's been having a pretty good game. More so, I feel like I saw more from him when he was on the rifle and even the pistols on those clutches than on the actual Orp. So as long as he can start to feel it, you know, control that outside area on Nuke, then it should be okay for Complexity. But on the Furia side of things, we were talking about Fallen, you know, he was holding angles and we're just like, is he going to hit that? That's a bit tight. And then, boom, hitting it, bam, repeat, just constantly making little plays. And he's still here, he's still gaming. And if he can keep that AWP performance up at Outers, then, you know,
it's definitely going to be a spicy map. Nuke is the final one in our final best of 3 series. Who is going to take it? It's going to be Complexity. Is it going to be Furia? There's only one way to find out.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. No!
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Did the game start yet?
Yo, what up, motherfuckers? Dworsky, thanks for 16. Thank you. God damn it, Sylvia. Thanks for the one gifted. You psychopath. You frying something in there? Oh, I was. Oh. Oh. All right, chat. It's that time. Apologies in advance, but if you're a primer or prime forgetter, now is the time. I'm running a fat me-sized, ad here, Flom-size ad. My tips are gonna get us, yes. Probably don't watch me, yeah. That's not a bad start. All right, heads up, heads up. Third map is Nuke. Oh. Oh. You consider yourself a ginger. I think ginger, you gotta have freckles, yeah? I mean, pale? Yeah, I'm pale as fuck. MJ with a 4-month primer, thank you. No, it's just red hair. Well, my beard is like 3 colors and it does have red in it. But no, I'd say it. I mean, especially when you see me at like events and shit. Yeah. Oh, hair's blonde, so I guess probably not. I am pale as shit though. I got a little bit of red in there. My hair isn't really. On my beard, there's red, but on the top of my head, not really. Red's getting baited by somebody just clearly trolling. Bow, 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 bow. How you didn't shave your beard? Huh? You'd have my bear to come back or get liquid M80 from Cole in this? Oh yeah, let me look at the scenarios here. Let's take a look. Bow, 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 bow. So let's just say if Cole wins this, and my VR wins, that's good for us. So really, Cole winning and MIBR winning would be the best case scenario. But Legacy winning protects us from Doom. Oh boy, that's scary out here. Wait, why did homie get timed out? Did I miss something?
Opportunities to close given, but not quite taken. Furia might still regret not being able to finish out on that second map. Now we
Wow,
go to
Nori.
our
That's not the
third
Nori I know.
complexity.
That's crazy.
Are going to be coming in all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's ride it later. I think we're doing democracy later.
Covered that game as well. I mean, so many times it looked like Furia had just enough of a knockout punch, but then Complexity was constantly on their heels. But we move it to a map that Complexity just haven't had a lot of repetitions on.
Oh, he's spamming the same message but changing one word. Ah, that's fair. Fuck him.
Where they picked it against Game
Brian, thanks for the $2 super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So I wouldn't feel that everything is all fine and dandy here in the
All
Complexity
right, we're in.
camp. Sure,
Let's get it fucking going. Let's get it fucking going, bud.
Save off the beast, but Nuke is another one of those maps that Furia, over their many iterations with this roster, have been actually able to change the way that some people even approach Nuke. You know, they innovated some of the smokes towards outside. We're talking leaning walls, some of the walls.
Love me some democracy. Me too, man. Me too.
Towards main that actually allowed access towards hell. It felt like this was one of those cores that actually explored those options before other teams were quick to on the uptake. This is a map that Furia have a lot of documentation on, but Complexity a little light coming into this year. The last map to find out who joins Imperial out of the Americas region to make it to Copenhagen.
10 minutes of ads within 11 minutes. Fuck me. That's literally impossible.
And it begins with JT's head.
Lie more. All right, ads suck, but don't be lying, bro. That's toxic.
Vertigo, despite being able to reinforce quite a few important
Even if I ran the maximum amount of ads, I couldn't even run that many.
Broken apart. The head of Cello is feeling a little bit lighter with a bullet having gone right through it. Art now to try and hold down the line. K Serato's rotation will be helping him as well. Fantastic adjustment. Art is looking like he's still coming in with the same form that he showed in Vertigo. Hopefully we can see a similar performance here as well. Bomb being planted, shots being evaded. Grim, however, does just stay alive. 2 versus 4, Grim and Elige. Elige starts off strong, but Grim's been taken down. In the meanwhile, Elige barely has any HP to work with, but at the same time, Furia's not looking particularly hot.
At least they got bombed down.
Elige just isn't
bombed down at least. We take those.
I mean, Elige, I think, didn't realize that he had the kit as well with him. If he knew that, he might have played the situation a little differently.
We got the better buy.
There were so many players. There were players that were wounded as well there on Furia. So
drop a hit for Elige right now.
To be. Furia making some nice
run it down outside.
Once they realized that Complexity were going to attack that lower side.
Let him work outside 3 lobby.
Israto with some nice pistol work. Just having too many numbers.
You
at
just
the end
say
of the
no
day,
and then
by the
just say
time
the
they
same
breach in
thing?
and get that plant in. Extra money will be nice, but
God damn,
I'd much rather the round
I swear I
with
say
it as
shit,
well.
it's just good.
Yep, he's got an AK.
Full commitment to the
Alright,
force
very
buy,
little
so
nice
they're running
work
light on
with.
util, and
It's
that
gonna be
could
a
encourage them
straightforward
to go
round
for
right
one of
here.
these top side attacks.
Grim's also got an AK,
Floppy
no head
started
armor
leading
though.
his way towards
Yeah,
the
they got
entry
it.
of
It's gonna be
Hunt,
a
but
straightforward
only
strat,
one Molotov,
100%.
one flash, and JT has both
See what
towards
kind of strat we
yard.
got
Leech
here.
does have a smoke available as well.
Yep, but they listened to me. 3 lobby, 2 outside, bro.
He wants to use it to try and get the late crossover. Well, he doesn't have any assistance anymore. The CT smoke has depleted. Where Complexity's utility is low, Furia as well in anticipation for a lot of Galils have purchased up into 4
How are you gonna
rifles
end the round,
too.
though?
So it's not like they're coming in with a particularly heavy belt.
A lot of straight shooting.
Jello, straight down. He
Alright,
is among the
playing
vertically
patient game.
inclined, and in the meanwhile,
And
Elige is
why
put
did
down
Elige go
horizontal.
first? Fuck, he just died at
Low may be
breakable.
cleared out initially.
Oh, this is
Also,
ass.
demise
Why is
means
he?
that
Dude,
Grim has
what?
to accelerate, doesn't really consider the
Okay.
idea of a complete vertical peak.
You know, I'm gonna
JT
get out of my
only
chairs.
one to
Last time I
break
did that, they
anyone.
started winning,
So far.
So, I'll be back. Halftime.
All right. Sounds good. See you later, man.
And unlike before, Complexity are not going to find anything on this force by Floppy, even seemingly caught off guard.
But like
I mean,
Elige
Cello
fucking
just
jumped
jumping
off
around as
mini
well
to
with
go to
that
breakable, but
SMG.
JT's literally
We'll be
out there with the
happy that
D.
there
Like,
was an
let him get
AK
a
on the
jiggle
other
out
side
or
of things.
something.
So some upgrades there for Furia. This
If
kind of
JT
negates
dies,
the
all
need
good.
for a bonus
Elige
round.
dies,
For
fucked.
Furia had, Complexity saved, then maybe we're dealing with some of these SMGs.
Then one ramp, then
moving
walk
into
it
the
out
box sites,
hut,
but they
like-
have their hands on some rifles now too.
Send the Galil out. Not the AK, no head armor.
I mean, one of the disadvantages of going in for that secondary round, if you're able to dispatch of you rather simply, then, hey, T-side rifles on the CT side, don't mind if I do.
Let's go.
Goodbye, Elige. If you stick around too long, well, fortunately for him, he has evaded. If you're just tuning in, not only have you missed out an absolutely fantastic back-and-forth series, you've also missed out on some great performances from Elige. Furia clean up the anti-eco pretty easily. Fallen, of course, is maybe left wanting for some HP, but it doesn't matter. If you go to the next round, it's right back up to 100. Beauty of Counter-Strike.
This could
Haven't
be
been
one of
watching
the
on a scale
worries
one.
moving into Nuke. You've had to
One to
battle
HLTV,
back
is it as
against
1v5
some of the
as it
stars on
looks?
Furia.
1 to
Perhaps
HLTV.
activating at different points on different maps.
Alzerk's been helping. Alzerk's had some actually really nice rounds.
Activations for
But
Complexity,
yeah, it's been
wanting.
the rifles. Yeah, it's just been
Elige
all
has
Elige.
overperformed, and moving into a T side on Nuke, it can be very difficult to break down setups if it's only one man that can really find you that space.
And it is so incredibly rare for one person to be able to have a full 3-map series where they're popping off. It's not common at all. They need help normally. They need someone to come through and step up with them.
The fact they even get to this third map, Elige has done his job.
He's overperformed, in fact.
There we go.
Now he needs someone else
There
to
it is.
contribute to the group project, but
That's
Elige,
not good.
that first submission was there. Unfortunately, he's quickly traded out Yuri. Prolific on outside now is just hoping to contain JT down under so he can't come through late.
Oh my god, dude, he killed him jumping up. Nice trade. Nice from Grim. There we fucking go. Come on, Grim.
Yuri contained. Fallen the only one who could contribute, but the
Look
nade's going to be
out!
late. Grim could still fall to it.
Nice.
No, avoids it again.
Grim
And now
waking
Fallen
up.
might
They need
even
that
struggle
shit
to
bad.
retreat. JT has no reason to give him the peek, and as the shoulder is quickly thrust out, Fallen double scope forward, who needs to catch the skill. JT doesn't want any of that.
Oh, I mean, JT's done such a good job just by keeping
Stu,
himself
if you're
alive
still
for
standing
as
up, don't
long
you
as
dare
he
fucking
did.
come back.
He was buying
Oh,
time,
yeah.
and Alzerk was securing space in through hell as well. So no saved weapons here for Furia. Complexity on their full buy, breakthrough.
If this is the signs of a Grim who's going to perform in the mid-round, this is exactly what Complexity have been waiting for. Fantastic double kill into the A site itself. The trade is onto Queserado is fantastic as well. I'm surprised that Queserado is actually able to get the kill on Floppy in mid-air like that, but hey, you know what? last life.
Yeah, it looked like he barely reset his footing, but those bullets flew very straight. Furia do still have an AWP. Ard once again, this SMG merchant. Looking to make a case.
SMG merchant, bro. Oh, nice shot.
Ard, we're trying to play the crack angle, but Holzer prepared for it.
Nice find.
And a slightly different angle than Ard would
maintained outside push too and lobby.
That is your least
But
valuable
if JT
weapon.
dies, yep.
And Fallen answering back with his
That was a good aggro from Fallen.
Both extremities pressured by the big greens. The Complexity are going to start to send it down towards lower. There is reinforcements here. Fallen right by Queserado. Cello at those decon doors as well.
No, man.
And again, the double kills right when they're needed the most.
Come on,
Holzer can
fucking
leash in a
A.
2 versus 4 despite the early opener.
And bomb as well.
They can't do anything about it. That first kill from Holzer looks so clean, but it all falls apart after.
Yeah, maybe they also
That's
probably
just
weren't
tough.
anticipating that
Like the money.
lurker towards
Is that why they
outside would be
lost? Did you
flushed
just
out
sit
so
back
quickly.
down?
That's why they start to accelerate down towards the
Yeah,
lower
kind of
play.
what happened.
God
Man, what
damn
a shot
it,
from
Stu.
Holzerk.
I saw them win the 3-0
The
round.
numbers down on this lower side.
Okay,
When
okay, okay. I
Queserado's
thought you were
getting
up.
doubles like this, it is so much harder to reattain control.
They might have to have you stand up again, though.
One round to break through for
Maybe.
Complexity, but answered
Nah,
right
watch. They're gonna
back,
win this
and
force
they're
by.
now
You
in
want to see?
with a few upgraded pistols.
Oh no, Queserado gotta be careful. Not able to recover his aim in time. Floppy finds him. Yuri trades.
Let's
Bomb
go.
not down
Oh,
yet.
oh, oh, oh.
And
How's
Yuri
it?
spread him
Oh.
sleep.
Oh my
What the
God,
fuck, you fat piece of
A lot
shit.
of life, but still keeps himself alive long enough for the bomb to be relayed over. Art worried now. The Tech 9's trying to close the distance. M4 at close range doesn't have the advantage. And Complexity just freeze, but that invites Fallen to move in. Fallen looks away, and Art makes up for that missed shot.
Dude, Hauser really
Otherwise,
fucked
surely
this
Grim
round
would have
up.
taken him down.
Yeah.
3-man setup on ramp, and the first
dink.
one's already been wounded.
Bro, what is this?
Meanwhile, they
No.
try to walk
JT,
back, but
oh,
Jello is
the back
here.
Bro, can you just run into sight, you idiot?
Maybe got a little bit too tricky.
It feels like Holzerk's been glued to that ladder the entire time this round has been cooking.
Yes.
They knew that they had some space towards lower, but they wanted to see if they could re-navigate, especially since Furia sort of reinforced ramp.
Help, I fall
it's
into the
seeming
vent
like
and
the
I can't
upfront
get
will be
out.
allowed here for Complexity. So given what they come into this round with,
Luke, thanks for the
I mean,
47.
that's more than you could
Offline,
have
thanks for
asked
the
some
39.
extra
Sinister,
damage
thanks
to
for your
beat down onto
primer.
Furia's economy
Hurst, thanks
would
for your
have
2
also
month
been a cherry
primer.
on top. But
Shadow, thanks to the
for
31.
Furia,
Tucker, thanks to the
Complexity will
tier
take
1.
it.
Cat Turtle, thanks to the 25 month resub. Thank you.
It's a $2,900 loss bonus. Yeah, that's quite nice for them, I guess.
So it's pretty well suited for the situation that they found themselves in. Holzer got spammed inside of the smoke when he was trying to dive vents, and so the fact that he was given all that room, yeah, he's pleased. For Furia, it's more important.
That just made me
just
mad.
Make sure that no big mistakes are being made. They're playing together.
Not losing only half by 24 spy like it.
That
right?
was something
That's what you have to be
spectacular right
careful
there.
of.
Also, for all they knew, maybe Holzer had a deal, and you know that had some impact on Vertigo.
True.
There were Tech 9s afoot, but that was kind of the most lethal weaponry you had to be concerned about.
If there was anything to have PTSD about, that would be it.
Who do I sue for years
Did we
of
just trade
emotional damage
tacticals?
from Narcy S?
Golden Star, I'll let you know. Listen, when I figure that part out, we'll file a class action together, chat. Thoughts?
I'm sure both teams would be happy to get that extra time to speak to their coaches. Furia just want to continue front-running forward. It's been 2 comebacks.
Honestly, you know, I think we start with Liquid.
Completed overpass. Could have really swung the other way as well.
Sue EG? I thought the point of suing someone is getting money. It's the point of suing EG.
Yuri wants to press the issue, and the issue is his life. It's finished. It's over. But will they expect
Don't we
the
actually want to be
second? Surely not.
compensated?
Art ducked away. It's a classic from Art.
Chat, we take
But as
those. Hold
Holzer
on.
gets up on top of the red box, he will fall. JT is here to trade. And with that, the advantage once again in the hands of Complexity.
JT can be, again, such a problem
If
to
JT just
deal
stays
with. They know
alive,
that
he
he's tagged
creates
towards
so much of
outside,
a
and they wanted
problem
to try and
here.
trap him in, but with the smoke that's down, again, just being a player that they have to be concerned about for a later activation. Look at the space it's providing Floppy. Grim actually creeping his way all the way out through door, but between the two of them, they've been able to take the A bomb site. There, it's left vacant.
JT's dead now, but it's fine. They got an A. All good.
It's back into a 3-on-3, but Complexity get that bomb punched in.
Nate also doesn't really do anything to Grim, so he's okay with
it. It just kept it falling outside a little bit longer. And Furia knew they couldn't really hold up in that scenario, so that was good. But now the retake comes in, shit can get kind of crazy.
Actually ends up backing further behind into the site. He's still alive. Gatorato's double keeps him in the round. Now it's all him and Elige. Can't quite get the silent drop down, but he's still committing to the defuse. Elige rounds the corner long enough that Gatorato's pushed off of it, and now Elige swings out.
Elige is so good, bro. Let's go.
You just can't stop this man.
He couldn't decide if he wanted to stick it or not.
So good throughout all 3 maps so
far.
Oh
my god.
John's like the Terminator, bro.
This man delivers.
Bro, it's crazy, man. He's
the
so
vet
good. Like
he's whole brand mark on a different organization coming in to teach these
no
kids a thing or
chances.
two.
Always ready, dude.
If he makes it, this would be his first major off of Liquid. An entire career of global offensive spent on one team. You know what they say, new game, new me. And this is a new Elige that we're seeing on Complexity. Furious timeout. They want to make sure that the D side isn't quite able to get away with more than 4 rounds at most. But it's the early play that gives them the advantage, setting up for the quick assault and occupation of the upper site.
Oh, man.
No one actually going outside early on from Furia. But the same can be said for Complexity as well. They're going to be focusing for a fast hit on A, and this is
god, that ragdoll, holy shit, and fucked.
This push from the North Americans.
Is it time to step away?
Maybe go for a walk. Maybe
it's all about
a
how
run.
Easy it was once they ran
Let's see how
past
close
that
this
door
clutch
smoke
is
before. We saw the entry onto Gatorado previously at those CT
No
vents.
flashes.
But this time
No,
shut
they
down.
threw him.
To
He
make it
just
work off of rifles.
They underhead one and they threw him through the skylight
See, I
at
don't
the
like
same
this.
time when he
Know
tucked.
that, you know, within the opening 30 seconds of this round, once they don't
What, the
come
full
out
save?
ahead on those trades, that
Like, I
this round is
understand the
done.
full save, but you see, like,
A whole
I think there's like a
minute to
process
discuss
of
how
getting
things
to the
are going
full save,
pan
you know,
out in
like throughout the
future
round.
rounds, and,
Yeah. You mean just like look around a little bit more
they're
type
probably not
thing?
gonna pursue.
Yeah,
See if
like
they
if you're gonna
fuck up.
sit in T-spawn right here, what if
It'll
they
be a
are
little too
chasing
late
you and
maybe
they're like
before they
slowly like
realize
just
that
making the map
Complexity have
smaller, you
bowed
know?
out
And
a complete
if you're sitting
shutout.
outside, actually
But they-
posted, what if you
they
get
took
that extra
some time
kill,
to
you know?
discuss, you know?
That 2v3,
them being
you know,
able to
could
get
actually be
access to those vents,
possible.
being able to get a kill into that A side.
Wombo, thanks for the
I mean,
43-month
util
reset,
seems
thank
pretty
you.
Solid.
Like just sitting here for 120
If
is
you're
just
able
kind of
to
demoralizing.
keep themselves afloat,
You don't
even
have to
in
go
spite
for
of all of
anything,
it.
but if they give you shit.
That's a round that you have to currently
Yeah,
just
just like
kind
a
of
gander.
T-spawn with the flash with
Your
40 seconds
complexity.
left, man.
It's just
That's
the
so
complexity
sad, actually. That's such
is
a
all.
sad like loss.
Credit to Furia. I mean, they don't send anyone outside. They completely read into it. Yuri's playing the inner bomb side as well. And Fallen, it just goes back towards ramp. They're expecting the faster play. Be it ramp, be it upper A. They're ready either way.
Is one of those pains of, you know, coming in
one
with a
sec.
very close round, a bit of a nail biter, then to lose in the opening segment. You know, you don't even
Alright,
get
sorry
into a
about that.
situation where that's even vaguely achievable.
Also known
for
thanks
the
to the
remaining
61-month primer, thank
members
you.
there on Complexity.
And this sort of is the flip side of trying to play this quick change of pace style of Counter-Strike.
If it blows up in your face,
You feel like you've just tripped over a rock and fallen on it, yeah. And it's a rocky path for
Ain't
Complexity,
no free
down 2
speech
to
here,
6.
Stalin style.
They
Rip
really would
Bozo.
like it if they didn't have to make a comeback every time, and I'm sure the fans watching them would probably sympathize with that feeling.
yeah, North America not feeling too hot right now. It's the culprits you want. Gatorado and Yuri walking down their spots. Even though there's been some difficulties in engaging towards outside, Sometimes JT has proven to be a nuisance. It's been far and few between. Already starting lower, and them preparing for Furia to have made a forward play, but they're much further back. I mean, the fact that Yuri has that deep angle into the garage just makes it so much more difficult for them to actually creep into an A-side attack.
Oh my god. Holy shit. He's still up. He's still breathing.
JT now looks to contest Yuri.
Raid boss is still up. Holy shit, bless me. God damn.
Does feel like he just wants to take more and more fights.
Jesus Christ, bless me.
First bullet.
I mean, that was quite the fumble.
Almost
from
just
Fury,
died. That
from
was
Yuri.
insane.
That could have been a man advantage. But now access towards Secret granted, and Art is going to be that first line of defense, but he's pulled away. The fact that Fallen has called distraction, Art's starting to creep back up those vents, but there's players down lower here for complexity.
Oh my god, wait, I don't think any of them saw him because he went up
Oh,
just
this is a
bit.
very old complexity try, actually. We actually seen, like, the old complexity, like with JT as well, run this trap a long time ago.
They completely misread this. Complexity getting themselves down towards Secret, and those players starting to attack the A side.
Like, what was that team? JT, Sonic?
Art started to vacate. He started to rotate
Extra
but
salt?
his main responsibility was making sure that they
C9?
couldn't get down
Extra
towards
salt?
B.
Probably
And
extra
Yeah,
salt.
C9. I think it was C9. No, complexity
Between
ran
Halsrick and
it.
Elige, they
Call it
completely
complexity.
shut Furia
They were
out.
called
Art's
complexity then?
over eagerness to rotate.
Yeah.
To help his
That's
teammates
probably
on
just
an
the extra
A-side
salt
defense
roster
cost them
so
here.
fang
Yeah.
in,
I think
right?
the thing
Yeah,
is that
yeah,
Yuri
yeah.
didn't actually realize there were two different players he tried to find.
It was a-
JT as
it's
well,
like a fake
because
upper.
Elige hadn't fired off a bullet, so they thought that that was just
And
a
the secret
lurk
hit,
on
like, gets
outside
the
that Elige
secret,
does like to
and the
play. So when the
upper
flashbang and the
hit,
Tech 9 audio goes out onto
and
the
then hit
upper bomb
lower.
site, that's the call.
I mean, whether it's Elige or JT, you know, there's been that one player
I
sort of
mean,
sitting outside of red a
caught
couple of
that
times.
vent player in the
yeah, I
rotate
think
heavy.
you're right. And
That
it
man
would have been a
was
lot better, you know, he would
hyper-focused
have
on
actually
Floppy, staring at
confirmed
feet.
numbers had he killed Elige the first time
They had
over.
3 players with
If it
eyes
was
on
a
that
second man
door.
swinging, then yeah, you do
Right?
get a pretty
Because
good
vent
idea
player,
of how
top
those numbers
hut.
are panning out.
And I don't know who Floppy killed, but he got a kill, so
Yeah,
there were
didn't look
3
the most
players
engaged
all
there from
concentrate
Furia.
on that area.
Complexity actually just fully
Yeah, it's just good
capitalizing on a
because
small
Yuri
moment of
only
weakness,
saw
which has
one.
not been rearing its head too often for Furia
outside, he saw
entering this
John.
third map.
And he didn't see him cross secret. Because Fallen was opping
Second
ramp.
timeout called in the first half.
Usually when the guy is
despite being as well.
right side big, the op is usually towards
For a
like
team
hell
that
ramp.
relies on their timeouts for very good effect, don't get me wrong. But that is a weapon in your back pocket that you might find seeming suspiciously empty later on.
That's just the one that you call because you know you need to make sure everyone understands what their responsibilities
How
are.
many rounds
They
would you
need to
say
keep their
is
comms
comfortable for
clean.
T on this map?
That's not good.
They shot each other.
A little
Crazy.
dink to the back of JT's head coming out of spawn, but
Honestly,
unfortunately
dude, I
it's a
feel like this
block
map's
and it's
kind of
team
balanced
damage,
these
so it's not
days.
as bad
Like,
as it
I don't know
could
what the
be.
numbers
It's
say on
brotherly
HLTV,
love,
but
it does leave him vulnerable to one-shot headshots
like
by
Cole, in my
M4s.
mind, the bare minimum 1 more round. Ideally, I
Or
feel
it
like
could
they
just
need
be
to
a
get
double
it
dink
like
for
to
Art on
5.
MP9, who knows?
And if they break Fury here, there's a good chance they can get there.
It's actually an upper hit.
Almost.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Really
Fallen,
reminds you of those B-side
doing that
angles
Fallen
he used to
shit, bro.
hold on
Front
the
hut.
train, but right now he's
I feel like you don't see many uppers do this right now.
He's been contended largely by Floppy more often than not.
Reminds me of when
Trying
Fallen
to
was
push
one of
through
the
a
early
smoke this
people
time, and
that
it's a
opt
fair
close
duel.
A ramp.
Well,
Remember when that
he's
was
not ready
like
for it.
all the rage? Opera just close ramp posted all the time. Double setup.
I do quite like this. Elige is
Yeah.
waiting for that smoke to dissipate on outside to take the duel with Yuri. In the meanwhile, Halsrick pushes
Oh,
forward. Art's
that's a
going to be
big
found
net.
out, so he can't actually take
It
advantage.
actually went by all of them. They stepped in front of it. It looked juicy, but
He's forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Elige. This is that exact duel that he was looking
It's so
for.
deceiving,
Will be
though.
presented soon.
The X-rays.
yeah.
The question is
It's just
who
because it all looks like
blinks first.
you
This could be
realize how
perfect.
close some
They
of
just
those like
insert a
margins
late
are. You know,
lurk
it's like
on
1
Floppy.
second difference on that nade.
And they want to reset and attack this A bomb
Oh,
site. But
oh,
Yuri
yeah. I kinda
finding
expected it
Elige
too.
on the lurk, JT to trade, but
That
Cello
was
with
a
the
sick
side.
shot from Yuri.
Just falling.
Goddamn.
He went down vent. He's gonna go
Trying
up.
to keep
Oh.
himself afloat. Players coming
Got
up
him.
those vents, and Fallen's there to
Damn.
reinforce, but they didn't realize that Hell was an access
Nah, he doesn't
point.
hit those.
It's
Floppy
Floppy
wins
left in a clutch, a 1-on-3
go,
that's
planet.
chewed down to 2. But
No.
he tries to tap, he
Oh.
forces Fallen forward.
Yo,
and
use your
he's
smoke.
Art that
Smoke right side,
remains on
trust
his
me.
MP9, but he doesn't know where he's coming from.
Oh,
but he
why he
whipped him.
Let's
Art
fucking
caught him
go,
off
Floppy.
guard,
That's
but
what they
Floppy had
fucking
the health
needed.
To trade. Floppy, a big
Holy-
round for
bro, that broke their
Complexity.
money.
Missing link
Bro, that was huge.
That broke their fucking money, bro.
Gives them
Oh,
a
come
round,
on.
but felt like it was
Wait, oh no,
completely
they broke
hinged
their
on the
money.
leash, getting a
Complexity
kill
has to win
outside,
versus a
but when
fucking
Fallen
save or
comes through with the
half-buy.
backstab, it's a 1v3. You're thinking it's all over, but that
Actually, it's
late
gonna be a
lurk
force,
you
I think.
mentioned it, Michael,
I think they're
that
fully
one
broken.
insertion. That was supposed
That
to be
was
No,
just-
no, they're not. They're on
maybe
double
more
save.
of a
They're on
That was
double
just a little
save.
implication by Fallen, huh?
Double
Yeah,
loss
they're to
bonus is
siphon
what
off
I
the
meant to say.
rotation, maybe. But to
Yeah,
come in as
Fallen
the
jumped the
hero.
gun a little bit there.
He gets it done regardless. And now guess what? USB's on the other side. And a Nova.
And a Nova.
You remember what I told you last
That's
time?
a tilter if I've
What?
ever
Remember
seen
I was
one.
like,
Art
I think
better
it
get
was
a
you
kill.
that was telling you a story about
They
like
need the morale.
why it's nice to have like a player like Elise on the team
He'll need
sometimes.
the money.
Well, why it's nice in general to have him on the team.
What, just the prep?
You heard people say, oh,
But yeah, the
money's all
prep,
about
and
check.
remember when
Well,
I was
that's not the
like telling
case
you
here.
how sometimes you think too much and like
Lost bonus for
you're like,
Furia
oh, which
isn't
one's
actually
better?
full
Or you're
either.
asking for an idea. I remember
Are we
asking him
looking
about
at
Nuke. I was like, what do you think about ecos? Because we always got ecoed.
2400?
Yeah. They were on
And
second stage.
he was like,
so-
why don't we just rush ramp? And I was like, all right. They just rush ramp as well.
There you have it. Paid for itself at the very least. Art.
Fuck
Sometimes
doing
it's just
anything.
that
What if we
simple,
just go
bro.
around
Like,
Calipax
you gotta
name
use
up
your
versus
players
Bacon?
to the best of their ability, you
And then
know?
send the
Like,
other
if we're
way,
that
so-
team that sends it, we're that team
Yeah,
that sends
this
it.
had some value.
It's not
It was,
insignificant.
dude, somebody in my Twitch chat typed, I think the Nova was a waste of money right as the Nova got a kill.
5200 Art on 42 as well. But
Plus
you know
900,
what,
baby.
it's okay.
It was kind of more about recovery.
Honestly, I don't think the
weapon and
Nova's
getting
worth
out of
it
there,
anyways.
but nobody
Nah,
actually
it's not.
survived.
I don't know. It's
so
weird because like you.
I feel you might as well
pretty
get the XM.
consequential. Art at least paying for most.
Almost paying for
Yeah,
it,
paying
yeah.
for
I don't
most
know.
of his Nova.
It's
We're
a
talking
weird
about the
one.
price.
Which allows him access to an M4 at the end
I'd
of
prefer
empty-handed.
MP9,
It could have
but
been a little.
I
On
don't know.
T-side, oh,
Little
T-side,
labor,
dog.
little
It'd have to be a
poor.
Mac, but
A little bit Dom
Yeah, I don't
Security, but
know.
No kit available. Admittedly, we've not really
one of
been
those
seeing
buys,
too
those
many
buys
late
always
round
feel weird
excuses
because
or
when you
duels
buy an
like
AK
it,
and
but
if you
never
die,
know. You
holy
don't
fuck,
wanna
it
be
feels horrible, you
on the
know.
wrong side. Fallen does
Yeah.
have one.
And then
That's why you
you're
gotta
so
play
broke.
conservative.
At
with
least
it.
there's one.
Yeah, it's
Art.
just a weird one.
Oh, Art is
Oh,
gone. His paint brush on him,
no.
and Holzerk is gone. Not expecting, and
No.
Grim not ready.
There's actually a tilter right there.
Are
Like,
you
first gun round, you lose that.
You look
Lose
to
that.
Argo,
dude?
and now he takes a risk, a gamble, and complexity lower their
So random,
guard.
bro.
Dropping into main is Elige, but he falls into the waiting arms of Yuri. Complexity get chewed up and spit out in this round.
And the worst way is that there's so much time to deliberate on it as well. In the 2v5, Floppy can't find the instant kill. Given a lot of map control, given a lot of ground, but they're okay with conceding that at this point.
But yeah, I feel like John actually does carry a lot for this complexity
He's
team.
already got backup as well towards lower. They've not cheated over heavy rotations here on Furia. So if they're able to somehow mitigate Fallen, that would be their access point, but Art starts to play close,
Nah,
and they
fucking
bait
Fallen, bro,
JT
stop.
in. Once again, calling Floppy. They need him to clutch. They've brought it certainly close. 5 could be enough on T, but a 6 would go a long way. Yuri just toying with him. Door open, door closed, but there's a door right behind him that is fully open, and he's not planted that bomb as of yet. A 1-on-4, too much to ask.
5
And
rounds
Furia
is
closed
a
their
good T half.
CT
I
with
feel like
7.
it's fine, especially
An
considering they didn't
advantage
get
that's
pistol.
barely gained, I have to say.
Or the
No,
second
100%
round.
is good.
We're going to be able to
But-
contain complexity.
Bro,
a
that
lot
last
less,
round feels
but
bad.
honestly, at the end of the day,
That last round feels
it's a
real
bad way to lose the last round, don't get me wrong.
The thing
right?
you just
Holzer
gotta
being
keep in mind with
completely
Furia
caught
is
out
that
in the open like that,
sometimes you
want Grim to
think,
be able to get the trade
you know
as
how
well.
when you
There's a
rush
lot of
B
things to look back
and you
to
lose it
go,
badly,
but
and you're that
it's
guy that
7-5.
says,
Yeah.
all right, fine,
That's
one
a
more.
good
And you
scoreline,
lose that one
especially when you
badly
start
too.
off 5-1 down.
You're like, all right, fine, no more, right? Art's that guy says, all right, fine, one more, bro.
Kids say we take those.
You know?
And they definitely do.
That's
Run it
like,
back.
that's why
Complexity,
like
I
they're
don't know if
actually
the
really
kids say
tough to
that,
play
but
because
a little out of
they
time.
never
It's been a while.
stop. Like it's always that like in your face.
But this is an important map. I mean, being one of the first 2 teams out of the Americas region.
Art really always just
has
like, I got one more in me.
to the
Fuck.
top seeds as well. We think about the Valve rankings.
Map rush.
The plan is simple.
Oh
Go try and find Holzerk, but JT's
Not
there to
old
cover
JT.
off JT with a double beheader. And Holzerk's over here to try and follow through as well. Elige, backup on backup on backup. Holzerk
Peek again, fuck it, we're peeking again.
Finally does, he'll find Art.
Don't peek, don't peek.
Again.
Nah, fuck it, I'm
God,
peeking.
peek, fight.
More important than most, especially
For real,
in this
fight.
series.
Keep fighting.
Nice.
Fury's demise.
Huge round. All right.
Bro, after that whipping back, go back in. Like, I'm going right back in.
Them on that ramp play. Good
Time
initial
out,
shooting,
time in,
but
time
then
in.
able to trade things out. It's a bit of a scrap, but
Huge 2
ramp
kills from JT there
closed.
to just fucking shut that
We've
shit
had a
down.
couple of double tap
Captain
affairs. I'm wondering
himself.
if JT had something similar happen there, but whatever it was, it's his 4th and 5th kills. He's actually been a pretty consistent, middle of the pack performer when it came to Vertigo, when it came to even at times on Overpass.
All 5? They're going all 5?
It was only until we started to see JT on CT that we started to get a bit more influence from him.
Aw, shit.
And it could be the same here on Nuke as well. That's why that 7-5 scoreline really does come back to haunt you a little bit. No bomb plant down for Furia, complexity. It's a round that they shouldn't have to worry about all too much. It's simply Glocks that contest. It takes a while for Holzerk to find his mark, but pops Art Skull. And Elige setting up for some extra damage. Quesarado was dropping off, so this SMG, oh god, Elige
Oh my
almost dying
God.
to the Glock of Quesarado.
That angle's
And
rough.
Floppy takes a
Holy
dig
shit,
immediately
Floppy's
as
on
well.
9?
This is
Ah.
extremely
OTK.
unhealthy for everybody involved. You see Holzerk just running from Yuri.
Run,
the
bro.
Roadrunner.
I've never seen a man ascend up those vents quite so quick with so much urgency.
Also just tease up JT for a little bit of extra money with
I think it's time to step away.
So why not?
Like, time to
Jump over the
away.
22-month primer, thank you. This is a big round. If you step away, this would be huge.
Nah, I think they need me. They need me to be here.
They need you. All right.
So much of this game is going to enter into mental territory. We've seen Complexity have difficulties closing it out against Fallen squads before.
Yeah, that's right.
We've
I call Hauser fat
these
the last time he
players
went down the
freeze up.
vent. Like, look at him now.
Even in this
All
series.
nimble and shit.
For most of it, really.
Look at him now.
The longer the game goes on, the more it becomes about fortitude.
Ooh, we got him top secret. That's a good spot with MP9. I like that.
Already a series that'll take years off of your life and put hair on your chest. Elige wants to take a peek. A flash would be great.
Oh, he might get 2 right here. No cap.
That, but he's lost his teammates
No.
and his life in the meanwhile.
I'm getting out of my chair.
What
You
looked to be
should've
a
left,
great
Stu.
setup for Complexity to try and punish the drain down secret. This ends up being Furia taking
When we
over.
needed you most, where were you? You were here. That was the problem.
I mean, in an instant. You couldn't ask for really more
damn it,
out of a
man.
T side, and Floppy just turned the wrong way. They still had players left on lurks to punish these remaining Complexity players. The round was already done. I mean, the net is just so widespread that there's basically nothing you can do. You guys are not even playing with
That's
this
fucked up, dude.
food.
That's fucked up.
Nothing that Grim could do there. It didn't have his gun raised, and Quesarado
accepting his
knew
death.
it.
Soviet Chill, thanks for
Well, have
3
fun
month
in those
or the
minor
3-year
moments.
primer. Thank you. Thank you.
Important too.
What's the point of playing games if you can't enjoy yourself?
Trying to compete to be the best in the world in front of a stage of thousands of cheering Danish fans in Copenhagen at a world championship, celebrating the greatest game to have ever been made, a competition beyond any other.
Yeah, but there's nothing about not enjoying yourself in
That's
there.
true, actually.
Yeah,
You're right.
You can do that too.
Achieve greatness, but have fun in the process.
Well, this is hardly a fun round to play out if you're Complexity. Elige has a M4, but JT's spam on the deke will end up empty-handed. They do manage the cross here for Furia. And Elige hasn't put up those same crazy numbers that we've been seeing from map to map. Hard to.
I mean, they were T-side fucking nuke to start.
But he will
Give
be
him some
called
time.
to action here. A step
Ooh.
made and some information given up. They know that Elige is around that corner.
Elige just runs right off into the horizon. Doesn't want to try and contest that for too much longer. But
Watch
in the meanwhile,
upper.
Furia is
Oh,
actually
fuck.
reconsidering
Maybe.
an upper side hit. Grim with the 5-7.
Grim's in a decent spot. They don't have a molly for
There's
him
no
unless
one
Case
in
Rider comes down
squeaky,
like
so this
instantly.
wasn't
But
going to be an easy clear. Holzerk's as well in a very annoying position,
Aw.
but Holzerk in fact crouches away, and now all he had
Damn.
was the element of surprise, and with Quesarado peeking forward, this egg has got no toys inside of it.
It almost felt like if you were going to look at Grim in that spot, Holzerk almost needed to distract for him to find success. There were
yeah,
too many numbers
I feel
to
like
really deal
exactly.
with.
I feel like
even on
Holzerk
that
actually should have
5-7,
tried to set
even
up
with them
Grim a little
running
bit there
into you,
instead of
but
just off angling.
No success being found from any of the complexity members.
If Grim had like a pistol or something on his
Even
own,
on that
I'd
one
understand it
hero
more.
rifle, Furia clean up with ease. Ensure will move into another buy.
And unfortunately, that
I
parachute
think
of a leash
Tim would
has
fit
not
well
been
in the
there this
complexity.
game, right? You know, that's the point. You're supposed to slow
Maybe,
down
yeah, he could.
just a free fall that you're going to be experiencing if a couple of your players are missing. And they look better, don't get me wrong, but better is not good enough when you're starting off with a ground level that's so low. If there's ever a time for TC to come in, rile them up, give them the talk,
I guess
give
he's
them,
beaten.
I don't know, a
That might be.
back
Are they
massage,
map 2
anything
or
that he
3?
can.
What is going
Some
on?
quick finger acupuncture to get Grim's neurons working.
On the CT side,
Had
facilitating
almost an
aggression
opportunity in
can be
last round,
quite
but it just
difficult
kind of
to
didn't all
manage,
come
you know,
together.
places that
That's pretty
are
much it.
frequently occupied by a number of Ts. You know,
There was like there
places
was
that
a
are
world
quite
where
honestly
shit could have gone their way, but it
claustrophobic, you know,
definitely
if
did
they're
not.
Getting in utility, you know, you
So
think about
7-5, they
other
won
maps,
pistol,
you
right?
throw it from
Complexity?
so far away.
7-5.
To set players up for some of those.
Cole
aggro
had
moves.
5
It's
rounds
very- it's
T
just
side,
basically
and they
impossible
won
to do
pistol.
on
Yeah.
nuke, bar outside perhaps. So if they're looking to try and facilitate a plan and find an opening pick, this is about the best they can do. Holzer taking an angle towards Red and Elige on top of Garage.
Holzerk able to fade away as well. Very, very important though that they realize it. There could have actually been another player there.
Fuck,
Fallen
how did
finds
he...
Elige.
Wait, how did he find the
Elsewhere on the
leash?
map.
Just outside?
He peeked.
Yeah, okay,
Not too
okay.
far off.
I think he should have hid.
There was to hoping that Holzer got his kill, fell back, and that Elige would catch one more off guard. Instead, it's that
Observer
free
like
kill
low-key
that
fucking threw me
Furia are
around so
fine
much
with.
there, I actually felt like I got
Holzerk
disoriented.
needs another one, and
It's like, what the fuck?
That's clip art through the edge of the wall, but that's not good enough. JT needs to finish it off.
Nah,
Arc is deadly.
man.
We already
Bad
know
peek.
that. Grim hoping to be
Hello?
overlooked. At least one
Huh?
should be free, but even that's being flustered and floundered. Quesarado finally
Okay,
takes him
Grim.
down as well.
Drop on the box, pussy.
And where both remaining players on the T side are low, Holzerk and Grim are hardly feeling too healthy either. Holzerk knows where
come
Arc
on.
is.
He knows, he
Nice.
saw him.
Nice,
He
nice,
saw him.
nice, nice.
All
Yeah.
down to Fallen. The 1-on-2.
Chill, Halzer, chill.
AK in hand, up,
Let your boy get
abandoned
closer.
on the floor elsewhere, and Fallen
I
needs
know.
to take the fight to them. If Grim is allowed in nearby, well, he's gone.
What?
Straight to
No,
the head he goes, and he
dude.
knows that Holzerk is rotating in from ramp. Holzerk, Hearts goes forward to meet
Why did
his
Grim go
death.
first?
Fallen.
But why did he charge out looking up?
I don't know.
Why doesn't he just open the door?
Your dreams.
I don't know. There's so many things right there that make me scratch my head.
So difficult there if you're Holzerk. I mean, low health.
I just like he...
But he didn't know that.
Yeah, like
Fallen
Grim
was
should
as
be
wounded
chilling,
as he
man.
was.
And yeah,
Maybe
definitely
that
not
information
looking at the
could have been
fucking
relayed over,
rafter.
but easy to get lost.
If you
in.
want to
No,
clear
like,
clock,
he just opened the door. He didn't
Flanks
look
you
at
had Art
anything. He
coming
just
in from
like
hell. They waited
went
for him as
out,
well, but
you
the
know
fact
what I mean?
that he found that
Yeah.
first kill so
Like maybe go
rapidly,
windows, you know, you see a lot more of the
Holzer
top
wanted to
side,
try
you
and
know,
face in.
or open the door,
It was
check
his
it out a
teammate
little
that
bit.
fought first.
It looks like a Mo punch, not gonna lie.
Now in at 10, and Complexity have to just simply bend the knee once again. This will have to be another comeback attempt of which Complexity...
Chat, it's not main chat. You're just
like
gonna
they
get
haven't
clapped.
Managed it before, trailing from behind.
And this has been a good-looking Furia, a team performance. Yes, individuals have stepped up.
But when you've got depth on a roster, it doesn't matter who's left in a 1vx scenario.
Really does feel like there's no
Oh,
one
man.
you can't trust to at least have a chance.
Panic scale full. Whatever max is. Fucking Christ.
Coming into this America's RMR, maybe Furia even looked vulnerable. But they are not putting a foot wrong here. Transitioning into T side, they have not been caught by these lower buys.
JT once again delivering in ramp, but it means nothing.
It's over, bro.
It means absolutely nothing. You could get 4 kills right now and it wouldn't matter. Not for another 2-3 rounds, and by that point it might be too late.
The thing is, those are like those rounds.
I mean, I meant 4 out of 5.
It's not even the fact that you lose them. It's just like the fashion you lose it in.
That does feel like
oh, for sure.
That is true.
Having an AK
It's just like kind of so demoralizing. It's like something you can't even control either. It's just like a collective fucking thing.
Is a different question. Yeah, Fallen is going to be able to catch him as he tries to rotate back, and with his HP where it was, well, somersaulting into the grave. 11-7. Effectively 1 round left.
One real full buy to contend with, and then Complexity
why you
will come
trolling
in
me,
with one
dog.
of these forces to keep them in it. I think it is starting to set in a bit just how much this upcoming gun round is going to matter. You know, Complexity did manage to
Is it
come
over?
back when they were trailing
If
on
they don't
Vertigo.
win this, probably.
That was with Elige having a crazy
Do or die
outstanding
time.
performance. There is no one that's been able to contend with the top end of Furia because there's just so many different weapons that they have.
Do or fucking die time right here. Last tactical pause. Fucking gone.
What's the magic call? Is there one from TC? They started off out of one of these timeouts getting aggressive. They found a pick via hole.
It's true, guys. If Cole loses this, guaranteed 1 and 18 at the major. Jesus Christ.
Crazy hectic
They could just win it, then it's guaranteed.
With Fallen clutching. But it feels like if you want
Why'd
to
you make
play
complexity
to
so
your
bad?
own
I swear to
pace,
God,
finding a way to
somebody
instigate
gave Floppy
can be
and
your best
Grim
solution.
the basketball from Space Jam
Maybe this is just a talk to motivate
right before this match today.
Fury. A very aggressive
That's
move.
literally what it feels
Past
like.
The smoke, the HE that followed it, and he's just looking to challenge and contest towards Secret. JT has burnt to a crisp, and Arts dove into the vents. They've got access towards the lower
Like,
side.
I don't know what happened today, dude.
Well.
Like,
there are 2 players down Secret, 2 down the vent, and Complexity have yet to move
maybe
off the upper
JT
side
also.
of the map.
Maybe JT brought the ball. I don't know,
One's
man.
made that reaction
Well,
or rotation over.
This is
Yeah,
fucked.
this is getting done. This is like Furia's specialty right here, literally.
Trying to retake this? That's practically suicide.
But no one even
Oh
flinched.
man,
Hate to
They
say
didn't
it.
try and plug up
It
the
is what
gap.
it is.
that's fucking.
Did they
shocked,
even
man.
know that one existed?
They're gonna need something crazy to happen to bring this shit back.
Of course
This
it's the
is-
save. B was compromised before anyone was in a position to really combat it.
Furia are running circles around Complexity right now. They are out aiming them, they're out calling them, they're out clutching them even.
And we said 5 coming out of that T side for Complexity. That's a decent half.
That's solid.
Yeah. They win the pistol. They
Ah,
win the conversion.
There you have it. That's supposed to
I mean,
be
they already
your
brought it back
influence
once on
forward.
Vertigo.
That's
I don't know if
supposed to
they
be
got
the
another one
wind
in them.
your
That was
sails
with
going
a
into the
Liege
horizon, smoothly
crazy
into the CT
performance.
side
You know
of
what I mean?
But now that we've seen Furia on guns,
I wouldn't even
They
say
haven't
Liege is
stopped.
playing bad. He just
Never.
hasn't really had too many opportunities to shine. And like,
Be it
I
Fury on outside.
don't see
be it
anybody
the
else
stray
stepping up right
picks
now.
They're finding or Fallen's clutches. Furia have just been untouchable. Deep scope in, but again, not the frag. Once more, Yuri left on 19. Last time it was Art, and Fallen's found Elige in the meanwhile.
dead again.
Desperation
Ah,
is dripping off of Complexity as they realize there are 3 men left.
Yep, Cole Liquid, dude.
And those 3 not for long, perhaps. No, Fallen down and out. Grim's able to evade capture.
about linking up. Actually being able to get that bomb planted, just making sure that there wasn't a player that was willing to hazard that dive down the vents once again. Complexity still with that man down. But they have no lower player. Floppy's starting to hazard a glance.
Fuck, man.
2 men left in Complexity. They've begged, they've prayed, they've scrapped for survival. But truly, it feels like Furia is inevitable. The fire of Furia continues forward, and Floppy the only one to interrupt and punish. Cello could still be caught out, but Holzer doesn't quite get the timing in case Zerato can find his. Floppy had a clutch already, but
fuck, dude.
Now where they might be expecting him as well. Okay, Zerato turns and Furia move on.
There it is.
Copenhagen awaits Furia once again. Qualify completely untouched.
Wait, somebody on Furia has Lightning McQueen as their picture.
The Furia boys have only just gone
Fallen
and
got
done
up and he saw the sticker money.
Scenes, of course, for the Complexity boys.
No,
they just weren't able to carry on over that same momentum that we saw from them in the previous
You know, he's actually the one
Talk
player
to me, Mac. You're looking awfully stressed over
that I met throughout my career.
I feel like Complexity.
That's kind of the same as me, win or lose matches. Like right after, like we have to watch it.
Wait, Legacy might beat MIBR. Isn't this what we need?
Just one kill enough to get Legacy.
I'm not gonna watch that game.
Point.
I kind of knew Legacy's gonna take him out.
Calm and in control.
No, it's fine.
You know what hurts the most is MIBR save, and look at what they've brought.
Or did I miss something?
It doesn't matter there's 5 grills on the other side because they've got no head armor.
Nah, it doesn't matter. It's gold versus liquid. Fuck.
They're building the bank. Legacy have got chances. Legacy have got opportunities now.
5 MB9s to keep MIBR's major dreams alive.
Damn, and then Legacy plays M80.
Maybe,
Legacy gonna take that one too. I'm sorry.
They're looking to take the space. They're looking to set up one of these players on a faster flank.
I see. I got it. I'll do the VIP. I'm just
crawling his way up towards Gap.
I'm just sitting here. Let me stew.
MP9's
No
held
pun
at
intended.
bay by the mollies. Bartan even holding the flank, the possibility.
Low-key chat, I told the Variety Boys I'd probably be done around 3, and look at the time.
Yeah, this one's the most default here that Legacy have shown.
I've co-streamed a couple events.
In terms of the kind of 1-1-3 spread. Looks like now they're going to be resetting over towards A. Utility juggled over.
Oh, that sucks.
Call ban ancient instead of nuke. Yeah.
Oh dear. Well.
I'll VIP. Shut up.
Initiative
Hold on.
being taken. Drop gets an opening kill. Nekaz gets the trade back. It's safe is there to trade.
Flush. You know what's crazy is Flush was literally listening to my strat.
Evens things back up. And
You
every
know that,
time
chat?
that MIBR get an advantage,
That's what that
it
means.
feels like it cruelly slips away from them.
I always tell people if you want to get a lot of channel
Exit
points,
and
just wait till the
Insani.
majors and wait till the NA
The only
teams
ones
play.
remaining for MIBR. In what
I
could
literally
be their
always say
final
this.
round of
He claimed
Counter-Strike.
VIP
Assist
right
of
after Cole
RMR.
lost.
A smoke through. Barton's getting ahead.
Not even
and
kidding.
Barton gets one. Insani at least is able to trade. Gets himself an 8K and gets the kill.
Homie said
Still
easy
in it,
mode.
MIBR thanks to Insani.
Yeah, but that's all the kills falling in favor, bar 1 for Legacy. And as mentioned, that was all Galil's. So it doesn't matter. They can still reinvest. MIBR are still going to be fighting with everything they've got.
I'm about to play some
but
Variety with the
limited
boys, dude.
resources.
Yes, sir. You take it easy, man.
Clutch from Insani, the adjustment. Right under the pressure.
Yeah.
There's that molly going again.
Oh, no.
All right, thanks for the 9-month primer. Thank you.
Mattered.
And I gotta join
Fact.
Discord real quick.
Legacy are going to take a half buy. More than enough rounds to play with. But look at the investment from MIBR. Their bank balances are depleted. Every single kill hurts.
Yeah, we're gonna spread some democracy here in a minute.
Explosive.
Me, Jericho, I think Eli as well, and Smitty, yeah.
Now, he's earned himself a Galil with his 20 kills. Where's this one going then?
It's just B, it's just CTB. Deeper smoke to allow more coverage. Molly's now being lined up. They want to burst through this. They want to overwhelm Generator. You can see that Insani needs to back up, but Safe finally gets a kill in towards mid. Insani gets overwhelmed by the MAC-10, but X
Oh, your
is
beef
there
was
as
Smitty?
well.
Of course. Fuck that
And
guy. That
suddenly
guy's a piece of
MIBR
shit.
scramble together around. That feels a lot more convincing than the last. Hold Zera with 2 incredible headshots. There's still a chance for this. 50 seconds left. Close to another position on the map that is named after him. And he is looking
for
Chris,
a
thanks for the rain, the host. Hope you enjoyed watching NA's downfall.
Is here on the flank. There's still chances
Fuck
to
you,
make
Chris.
this a 1 versus 1 individual gunfight.
MIBR washed.
The opportunity to close.
NA just lost, dude. NA had Liquid and Complexity now have to play each other for the final spot in the major.
For a
Wait, real?
Fuck.
Being held by Brenton.
That's actually really
Hey, Chris, while you laugh at North America, nice Swedish team in the major, dude.
Complexity wins, yeah?
Position at the end, but that one gets a little bit too
probably.
scary. Considering the position they were in, it was almost going to put them into
Get him from NIP's looking great these days.
New ownership. Actually, does Tim now not own part of Complexity?
Correct. Tim would now be actually FaZe. Tim now owns. Tim is literally daddy to FaZe.
That's so funny.
Tim is quite literally
on a couple of these players. They
every FaZe clan member's boss. Unironically.
Unironically, Tim is more important than Banks.
He owns Banks.
Maybe not.
He owns Banks. This is Ricky, I didn't mean it.
Drop. Hoping for a trade. Smoke that will land at the top of the construction site, that will trickle and filter down. Neck is out. But that molly fails.
Yeah, that means also Ninja does and Cloaksy does.
True.
And he is. This is very committed though from Legacy. They want to end A.
Better refer to him as daddy in all business meetings.
No herd. Flames gonna look out, drop further. He continues to be pushed back by the util, but MIBR are taking great space in towards middle. They're gonna be able to set up to just lock off the rotations. If Exit goes down here, he can just tuck in. It can be a late flank. Now the last minute clear over towards B just to make sure
Can you explain that? Tim, Ninja, and Cloaksy are investors in Game Square with the Jerry Jones group. They own Complexity. Jason Lake just bought back Complexity from Game Square. Game Square is buying FaZe out entirely and taking them off the stock market because their stock plummeted.
Jamal denies drop. Insani and Exit, who's going to be on that flank. He's already started
when their stock got legally pump and dumped publicly, they got valued to $1 billion. They were bought in cash.
Oh my god, because we did that thing, I have 64
million.
Keep the attention. Wants Jamal to swing, but Jamal is not budging. Ladder, the longer he stays alive, the better job he does. Exit is removed, and off the back of that, Legacy take the series, and MIBR are eliminated from the RMR.
They might be made in Brazil.
Cold's there, dude. Still going. All right, so
what a performance from Legacy, and it's vintage Cold Zero right at the start.
Oh man, the only consolation is I hope to God MAD can beat Legacy somehow.
South American squad, the prospect of Insani, the revitalization of Drop.
Y'all got so mad because of Chris? No, we just flame each other. What do you mean?
This time, not on the same page. This time, not for Copenhagen.
Maybe, dude.
Yeah, that one's gonna really sing heavily.
This is like MAD. You better win, or I'm just gonna cry.
As a team that we expected to,
no pressure,
at least maybe make it to that last stage, right? A team that has been on an upward trajectory, and yeah, it's a heartbreaking moment. They fought pretty solidly up until this point, but it just felt like today in the serve they just
we're all so mad. True. Hey guys, if you guys were just here for Counter-Strike, that's totally fine. I'm not one of those people that expect you to watch me play everything. Want to spread some democracy here. If you guys enjoyed the stream, please don't forget to follow, and I'll be watching more of the RMR tomorrow. And I co-stream pretty much every large event, so if you guys had a good time, don't forget to follow. Now it is democracy time with the boys. Title Fat. If you guys watch on YouTube, thank you very much today. It does not enjoy variety, so I am going to end on YouTube, but if you guys want to come watch me do variety on Twitch, I'll link it in there. All right. During the Complexity match, I think we peaked over we almost hit 8K viewers with Twitch and YouTube combined. Thank you for watching on YouTube, guys. I'm going to end it